Chapter 373, 144 Chenju Gao Guangliang Field _2 and Ji-hung was seated at the second table? Seeing Su-en speaking and then suddenly falling silent, Shin-min glanced at the table and realized the problem. Table for the groom's guests, table for the bride's guests. Shin-min had attended many weddings, big and small, but this was the first time he had seen such a ludicrous seating arrangement. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, not getting involved in their family affairs. "Why have you just come in now?" Ji Xiaojun saw Su-en and stood up to greet him with a smile. "Have all the guests been received? Do you need any help from me?" "No, you just stay with them," Su-en replied, struggling to contain his anger, then turned back to his uncle, who had hurried over. "How did you arrange these seats?" The uncle was taken aback as well. Madame Su, leaning on her cane, came forward and scolded Su-en. "You're so busy with the wedding you're not being sensible, not putting the right people in charge. Look at this seating arrangement. What does it look like? See who's responsible for today's affair. Get rid of such people from the Su family." She then turned to Shin-min with a smile. "District Chief Shin, please take your seat first." Raising her hand, she directed Shin-min to the first table, then gestured to the uncle to switch the seating arrangement, and finally she said in a gentle tone to Ji-heng, "Old Mr. Ji, how could you sit here? Hurry up and help the old gentleman to the main table." The last sentence was addressed to the Su butler. The Su butler quickly stepped forward, while Ji-heng wrapped his pipe and looked up at Su-en before waving his hand. "No need, I'm quite happy sitting here, you go on with your business, no need to entertain us." He slowly blew out a ring of smoke. He could leave, but to make him go back, that was impossible. Shen-min glanced at the pipe in Ji-heng's hand, putting it together with the various tobaccos that Superintendent Chen had been asking him to find. He realized in almost an instant. He too gave a laugh, took a seat next to Ji-heng, leaving one spot open, and said to Su-en, "I'm also a guest of the bride's side. I'll just sit at this table. You go ahead with your tasks, I will chat with the others for a bit." He wondered who exactly Alien was. The table for the bride's guests label on the table was very conspicuous. Madame Su looked stiffly at Shin-min, struggling to find a word to say to him because, with that table for the bride's guests, she had no excuse to sit at the same table. She ended up taking a seat at the foremost table, feeling as uncomfortable as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Without any mood to fiddle with her Buddha beads, the uncle initially had the leisure to consider seating, but now, standing next to Madame Su, he didn't dare to sit down. "Madame, what should we do now?" His eyes were on the table where the Ji family sat, bewildered. What kind of people were the Ji family? "These are Alien's guests." Su-en bent down and softly introduced Shin-min to Ji-heng. Su-en took a deep breath. Ji-heng obviously didn't take the matter to heart, and from the seat Shin-min left open. He probably knew who would be coming. "Are they all fools?" Su-en muttered to himself as he walked out, addressing Su Shujie and the guest reception manager, not to mention that District Chief Shen would be arriving today, but even if he wasn't, to turn a main table into a table for the groom's guests, is that proper? A table for the groom's guests indeed made a mockery of the situation. Su-en's expression was terribly gloomy. Su Shujie had no idea why Madame Su would suddenly set up a table for the groom's guests. She quickly followed behind Su-en, lamenting that old age indeed made it difficult to understand. "How would I know about that?" "Go and watch over her for me," Su-en instructed Su Shujie as he sent her inside. "There's no need for you outside with the welcoming." At Ji-heng's table, he himself wasn't very talkative, but Ji Xiaojun and Shin Qing had more to say. Shen-min managed to coax most of the story out of Shin Qing with just a few words. Ji-heng took out his phone and called Bai Lian. "Grandpa, we will leave tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. A voice from the phone end. Bai Lian rested her phone on her ear, her knee bearing a review paper. Sunlight streamed through a crack in the car window onto her documents. She leaned back casually in her seat. "We should arrive in Danping City at around 9 o'clock. Danping City was right next to Xiangxing, an hour's drive away. They would be home before 12 o'clock. Ji-hung was surprised. "Danping City has an airport now?" "It might." Bai Lian turned her head to look at Jiang Fulai, who was beside her. There was a silence. In the end, no one spoke. Ji-heng didn't ask further. He disconnected the call and continued smoking his cigar. He was a man of few words, and Shin Min couldn't quite figure out his temper, so he kept talking to Ji Xiaojun. Around 10 o'clock, many guests had arrived, including some high-level executives from the Su family. Hearing that District Chief Shen was here, quite a few people made it a point to greet them at this table before going back to their own. As for Mrs. Zu's main table, no one approached it at all. Shen Qing, who sat beside Ji Xiaojun, learned from the conversations that Shen Min was a district chief and whispered in shock to Ji Xiaojun, "So Shen Min is a district chief." Another group of people arrived, led by a woman in her 40s, who shook hands with Shen Min and said with a smile, "District Chief Shen, I'm from the Ma family. We met at the last bidding. I didn't expect to see you here." This time, the Ma family couldn't be bothered to send someone, so they sent her, and she unexpectedly reaped the benefits. With that, the woman's smile broadened. She continued to greet everyone else at the table. "Elder Ji, congratulations. You've traveled from afar, so today you must eat and drink well, and don't let President Su be thrifty on your account." Even Shun Qing was not missed out on. Not everyone at the table had arrived yet, but it was already very lively. It was at this moment that some noise suddenly came from the entrance. The woman at Ji Heng's table couldn't help but look toward the entrance. Su En walked in with a middle-aged man. When Su En saw the place left for Director Chen, he knew Chen would come, and sure enough, within less than 10 minutes, Director Chen arrived, letting Su En finally relax. "When did you return? Alien didn't tell me you would be coming." Su En had gone fishing with Director Chen a couple of times, and the two were fairly familiar with each other. "I came back on a whim." Director Chen scanned the room and strode towards Ji Heng's side. "Don't mind me, I'm here to have a drink with Uncle Ji." He said not to mind him, but Su En dared not take that literally. Walking further inside, the attention from many people shifted toward them. The man beside Su En had a tanned complexion, his eyebrows were like ink, and he was not given to laughter or excessive talking, nor did he often appear in public, so most people at the scene did not recognize him. However, there were some who did, like the middle-aged woman still standing by Ji Heng's table, and Mrs. Su at the table behind, who had just settled in for a few minutes before standing up again using a cane, tilted her head to look at Uncle Su beside her. That is, compared to Shen Min, the person now seemed even more incredible to her. Su Shujie also stood up, squinting at the man beside Su En. She was momentarily hesitant to speak. Not many people had seen Director Chen, so Su Shujie dared not be sure. Su En approached with Director Chen. At Ji Heng's table, Shen Min finally set down his teacup. He stood up with no more the relaxed look on his face, his body tensed up as he nodded slightly to Director Chen. "Director Chen." His voice was deep. Not loud, but most could hear it clearly. Su Shujie, the elder Mrs. Su, and their group all watched quietly as the man Shen Min addressed as Director Chen. The people who had been mingling around Ji Heng's table swiftly parted to the sides, creating a clear path. "Long time no see." Director Chen merely nodded slightly back at Shen Min in greeting and then went over to the side of the table, looking at Ji Heng with a smile breaking over his taut face. "Uncle Ji, sorry to keep you waiting." As he spoke, he pulled out the empty seat beside Ji Heng and sat down. Ji Heng put down his pipe, turned his head to look at Director Chen, and showed a smile as well. "Xiao Chen, you've come quite early. Alien and the others aren't even here yet." "I didn't want to keep you waiting, so I came ahead," said Director Chen, making no mention of the fact that he did not dare wait with Jiang Fulai for Bai Lian. He then greeted Ji Xiaojun, Shen Qing, and the others. Following Ji Heng's lead, the table fell silent, not to mention Mrs. Su and others who wanted to greet them. Shen Min was also taken aback by Ji Heng's casual use of Xiao Qin. For a while, apart from their table, no one else dared to speak. Chapter 374, 145. The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update. _1 Director Chen said a few words to Ji Heng and noticed that everyone else was looking in their direction, so he told Su En to go about his business. "Miss Bai and the others haven't arrived yet, you don't need to worry about me." Director Chen waved his hand, then turned to chat with Ji Heng. "All right." Compared to others, Su En was much more composed. Given that Bai Lian was in Jiangjing, it seemed somewhat understandable that Director Chen, despite being very busy, hurried back. Su En left the room again. If Shen Min's attendance at Su En's second wedding stirred up a commotion, then Director Chen's arrival turned that commotion into a huge wave. Just a moment ago, Mrs. Su could still manage to sit down. But now, seeing Director Chen sitting with his back to her, she simply couldn't remain seated. She could only stand in her original spot, supported by Su Shujie. With the banquet hall crowded today, the heating not set high, Mrs. Su had already taken off her fox fur coat, leaving just a thin layer of clothing. Yet she felt her back was soaked through. Shujie, her withered hand resting on Su Shujie's wrist, is that man really Director Chen? Could it really be that Chen? Su Shujie also found it unbelievable. But seeing Shin Min's behavior towards Director Chen now, who else could this Director Chen be? But why wasn't there a single piece of information in the materials? However, she seemed to be making connections with all the previous irregularities now. Why the assistant Su was so considerate of the Ji family? Around 10 o'clock, the traffic wasn't as congested as it had been around 8 or 9, but being close to the new year, the roads were still busy. Bai Lian and her group arrived at Yunshao Hotel at 11. At this time, Su Wenyao and Su En were still greeting guests. By now, actually, all the guests had long since arrived, except for Bai Lian. It was clear that Su Wenyao was not so composed about Director Chen's arrival, as the two chatted sporadically by the door. The elevator facing the reception area on the 36th floor dinged and opened. Inside the elevator, Bai Lian stood in front with Jiang Fulai. The hotel was warm, and Bai Lian, who normally didn't mind the cold, had taken off her coat, wearing only a white crossed collar long dress. The collar was a greenish color, embroidered with tiny clusters of gold and white flowers, with a belt of the same color loosely tied at her waist. In her right hand, she held an unread summary, talking to Jiang Fulai while occasionally glancing at the document. Jiang Fulai, half a step behind her, could still see the plain hairpin in her hair. He hadn't taken off his coat, but he carried a dark blue lady's coat in his hand. Today, Bai Lian had brought his computer for him. Before they got into the car, he was still looking at the computer, and he hadn't taken off his glasses either. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he and Bai Lian stepped out together. Jiang Fulai looked up slightly at Su En and Su Wenyao, who were welcoming guests. Even through his glasses, one couldn't hide the piercing coldness in his eyes. "Alien, you've arrived." Su En, having never met Jiang Fulai, was reluctant to make eye contact with him and instead spoke to Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai stood beside Bai Lian, his slender, pale fingers removing his glasses and casually placing them in his coat pocket. His demeanor could also be described as relaxed, with a touch of nonchalance. But Su En inexplicably felt enormous pressure. "Yes, is it about to start?" Bai Lian checked the time and was relieved she wasn't late. "This is my classmate." She introduced Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, but she didn't introduce Jiang Fulai to Su En. Su En didn't dare to ask. He then led Bai Lian and the others inside. The banquet hall, packed with several hundred people, was bustling. Even with the heating turned low, it was enough to make everyone's faces red with warmth. The refreshments on the tables had already been refreshed once, and Bai Lian's arrival drew considerable attention. Not to mention anything else, the mere appearance of Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai was enough to attract onlookers. However, as soon as their gaze met Jiang Fulai's pale, indifferent eyes, they would hastily look away, only to covertly watch them from behind once they had passed by. The second and third floors were still okay. The bustling noise on the first floor gradually quieted down, the noisy children hiccuped, and then fell silent, and the servers holding trays of drinks slowly moved to the side, waiting for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai to walk to an emptier area. Su En immediately saw Mrs. Zu's table, which had not been fully occupied, as well as the surrounding tables where many guests were mingling and greeting each other. From the first time he brought Shen Min in and saw the seating arrangements that infuriated him, until now, Su En had calmed down, thinking to himself that it was fine to sit at the less prestigious table, conveniently making enough room for Bai Lian and her group. "Alien is here." He straightened his boutonniere and looked up smilingly to greet the people at Ji Heng's table. Ji Heng was seated in the center. To his right was Director Qin, to his left, Ji Xiaojun, while Shen Min sat beside Director Qin. As he looked up and saw Bai Lian following behind Su En and Jiang Fulai, Shen Min thought he was seeing things. He blinked and looked again. Jiang Fulai was pulling out chairs for Jiang He and Bai Lian, and he casually glanced over toward Shen Min. Chapter 375. 145 The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update, _2 This face, how could he possibly mistake it? Shen Min's hand, holding the teacup, twitched, and the tea sloshed onto the lace tablecloth. He stood up abruptly. You? How did you come here? Chief Qin, who was originally talking to Ji Heng, also stood up. Jiang He sat down beside Xin Qing, Bai Lian sat next to Jiang He, and Jiang Fulai took the seat next to Bai Lian with ease. He lazily pulled out a chair, greeted Ji Heng with a nod, and then glanced over at the two men. Sit. He tapped the table with his hand. Only then did Chief Qin and Shen Min cautiously sit down, with Chief Qin still managing all right, but Shen Min dared not even drink his tea anymore. Jiang Fulai never appeared in public, and his identity was also kept in absolute secrecy. Indeed, not many people recognized him, but Shen Min had seen him when he visited the Chen family. Su En, observing the demeanor of Chief Chen and Shen Min, speculated that Jiang Fulai's identity was no simple matter, but it did not match any of the people he knew. He composed himself and said to Ji Heng, "The ceremony is about to begin." Ji Heng put down his smoking pipe, straightened his clothes, and followed Su En backstage. Soon he would be sending Ji Milan into Su En's hands. As soon as Ji Heng left, both Chief Chen and Shen Min didn't dare to speak. Tang Ming didn't dare to sit next to Jiang Fulai and let Ning Xiao sit down, while he himself sat next to Shen Min. It was only then that Xin Qing took out 2 fruits from his pocket, handing one to Bai Lian and the other to Jiang He. What is this? Bai Lian looked at the small green fruit curiously. It seems to be called a mini kiwi. Xin Qing knew Bai Lian probably hadn't eaten it before. I asked the hotel staff and found out it's very sweet. Jiang He bit into it without looking up. He said nothing. Bai Lian had heard of kiwis, yet she had never tried a mini one. She placed the report on the table, and as she ate, she described the taste of the mini kiwi to Xin Qing. Seeing that Bai Lian liked it too, Xin Qing finally smiled. On the opposite side, Chief Chen finally found an opportunity to speak with Bai Lian. I heard from Mr. Mao that Yen Lu has been confirmed as the image spokesperson. Will the follow-up sales be able to keep up once the promotion starts? He was talking about the spokesperson for the solid element paste. The solid element paste was originally circulated only within Bachter Street, with its effects quite powerful. The batch produced in cooperation with the Chen family was of normal efficacy. Launched into everyday life, it was too potent for the average person. Bai Lian and Xiaoqi had readjusted the formula and price for the market release. Bachter Street didn't need advertising, but facing the masses, establishing a solid brand image wouldn't be easy. Choosing Yen Lu as the spokesperson was Zioki's idea, and although Bai Lian felt that the solid element paste didn't quite match Yen Lu's image, Yen Lu agreed to sign directly with Xiaoqi once he heard it was her product. A bargain price, yet introducing an unfamiliar medicine to the general public for acceptance was no easy task. Xiaoqi started with the farmers cultivating medicinal herbs to promote the solid element paste. Yen Lu did not have much fame now, but he still brought in some income. Right, Bai Lian finished the mini kiwi and took the tissue Jiang Fulai handed her, casually wiping her hands, and addressed Chief Chen. Don't worry, there won't be any issues with Yen Lu. I've been to the farmland myself. The soil there is very suitable for growing traditional Chinese herbs. At this moment, Chief Chen realized that Bai Lian had actually surveyed the land for growing medicinal herbs. Of course, he did not know that not only had she done that, but Bai Lian had also taken out $1 million from the funds provided by the Bai family to give to the farmers as the first batch of capital. He was merely curious, not quite understanding how Bai Lian had won over Mr. Mao and his group. He had a slight indication about Yen Lu, but Mr. Mao's group was not so easily influenced. Chief Chen himself also led people, managing dozens under him, and sometimes he was so exhausted from handling them. Whereas Bai Lian seemed hardly to manage at all, yet it seemed everyone was very convincing toward her, and at this moment, Chief Chen had forgotten that he was also one who trusted her. Beside him, Shinmin did not dare utter a word. Hearing Chief Chen address Bai Lian as Miss Bai, and seeing Jiang Fulai passing her a tissue, he no longer dared to lift his head, always fearing he might be ambushed. The host's voice rang out. Welcome the guests and introduce the bride and groom. Accompanied by the music, Ji Hung led Ji Mulan forward. The banquet hall's lights had been turned off, leaving only the dazzling lights of the main stage. Bai Lian, with one hand on the report, slightly turned her body to watch Ji Hung leading Ji Mulan forward. Today, Ji Mulan was dressed in a trailing wedding gown tailored to fit her figure, with a white veil extending to the hem of her dress, her brow bones and nose dusted with gold leaf, reflecting dreamy light under the main stage's bright lamps. Ji Mulan never oppressed herself, and the years had barely left any traces on her face. Chapter 376, 145. The King Bomb card was smashed to pieces by the old lady. Second update, _3. That face made many people in the audience exclaim in surprise. Ji Hung silently placed Ji Mulan's hand into Su En's, who was dressed in a black suit. The scene seemed somewhat touching. Bai Lian looked at Ji Mulan's face for quite a while before finally turning her head away lazily. Fine. Although that face resembled her mother's, she really did not feel like she was watching her own mother get married. When her mother got married, she wore a phoenix crown and a robe adorned with auspicious clouds, and her wedding procession extended for miles. She had heard that back then, her grandfather had excitedly grabbed her father's hand, thanking him for finally bringing the bride home. The wedding ceremony was lengthy and lively. The sound system was turned up loud, so Bai Lian closed the summary and started talking with Jiang Fulai. The waiters also began to serve the dishes one by one. When Ji Hung returned, Director Chen and Shun Min started drinking with him. All three men were heavy drinkers, and they kept on without a break. After the ceremony was over, Su In had to thank the guests along with Ji Mulan. Mrs. Su, who had been anxiously sitting at the main table, finally found an opportunity. Holding a wine glass, she stood up, her face beaming with a smile as she said to Ji Mulan, "Mulan, welcome to the Su family. Later, come with us back to the old house for a visit." Ji Mulan had been doing her makeup in the back all this time and didn't quite understand what stance the old lady was taking, which left her a bit confused. "Let's go." Mrs. Su didn't continue to talk to her. Instead, she looked towards the next table and urged Su En to hurry. "Go and say thanks to Elder Chen and the others." "I'll go too," Su Jiue said softly to Su Wenyao as she came over from the relatives' table. She was holding a cup of beverage. Su Wenyao glanced at her, yet he was not surprised. Su In picked up a wine glass and another jug of wine, leading a group of people to Bai Lian's table. Only then did Ji Mulan notice Director Chen. She didn't talk nonsense at such an occasion, with Mrs. Su intently watching Director Chen and Shen Min. After Su En finished speaking, she finally found the chance to say her first words to Director Chen and Shen Min. "Today, I was unaware of the presence of such distinguished guests and may have been neglectful. As an apology, I shall drink 3 cups on my own." Old Mrs. Su filled her cup and bravely drank 3 cups in one go. Only then did her gaze shift towards Bai Lian, who was sitting in a corner. Bai Lian was looking down, fiddling with her phone, and from this angle, one couldn't see Bai Lian's face clearly. But at this moment, Mrs. Su didn't dare to suggest introducing her to the Yu family. Director Chen was shrewd. As soon as he had seen their seats, he chose not to speak. He wore a stern face, with a frosty expression that tightened Mrs. Zu's heart. After finishing the drinks, she didn't even dare to breathe heavily. The newlyweds, Su En and Ji Mulan, needed to toast to the guests at this table. Bai Lian didn't drink alcohol, but her cup was also empty of any beverage. Tang Ming reached down to pick up a bottle of juice. "Sis, here." Before he could pass it to Bai Lian, Director Chen took the beverage from his hand, stood up, unscrewed the cap, and from across half the table poured the drink for Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, is this all right?" While unscrewing the cap, he asked her, and Tang Ming wore a WTF expression on his face. It's fine. Bai Lian pushed her cup onto the rotating glass turntable. Director Chen poured the beverage for Bai Lian, and then cautiously rotated the table a bit, stopping in front of her before sitting back down. The group normally drank their toast and could leave the event early. Now getting a little closer, Bai Lian finished her drink and looked towards Ji Heng. Grandfather, I'll see you tomorrow morning. She and Ning Xiao among others still had to return to Buyuan Base for a seminar. You're leaving already? Su En felt somewhat regretful. Bai Lian nodded, studying. Su En consistently knew how hard she worked. Ji Mulan, standing on the side, just watched Bai Lian. Studying? What is there to study now? And behind Su En, upon seeing Director Chen carefully pouring a drink for Bai Lian, old Mrs. Zu's face suddenly became extremely stiff. She felt like she had been struck by lightning. A feeling of dizziness quickly overtook her, and her heart suddenly tightened in pain. Next to her, middle-aged women, holding tall glasses, lined up to toast. She looked at Director Chen, then at Bai Lian, and finally, her gaze fell on old Mrs. Su. This old woman. Having spent days hunting eagles, she eventually got her eyes pecked by one. She clearly held a royal flush, but this old lady managed to play such a good hand into utter shambles. Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, Ning Xiao and the others stood up, with Jiang Fulai's presence becoming notably evident as he got to his feet. He was aloof, and under the lights, his eyes were cold and captivating, prompting Director Chen to suddenly stand up as well. Su Jiue watched Bai Lian stand up to leave and really wanted to speak with her, but she didn't dare to say anything. In her red toasting outfit, Ji Mulan couldn't speak up at such an event. Standing among the crowd, she tilted her head to ask Su Jiue, her gaze soft. Tue, how did you dare to come over and toast today? Su Jiue, shyly holding her transparent glass, said, Sister Bai, I dare not talk to her in class, and I wanted to ask her how she studies math. Chapter 377, 146 Chen Beixian, by Kaiming's phone number _1 Su Jiue stood at the back of the crowd, speaking softly because she dared to speak to Ji Mulan due to their decent relationship. The noise of the crowd was loud, but Ji Mulan heard everything she needed to. Is she in your class? Ji Mulan had always thought Bai Lian had come to Jiangjing for tourism. She paused slightly. Do you still need her to teach you math? The incident with Bai Lian in her first year of high school was something Ji Mulan couldn't forget. Ji Mulan's voice was somewhat loud, not as gentle as usual. Su Jiue cautiously glanced at her and said, Yes, she's at Buyuan Base. Buyuan Base? The middle-aged woman looked at Bai Lian in surprise. Her expression held a trace of astonishment. Although grades didn't mean everything, they did set the upper limit of a top streamer's capabilities. Everyone from Buyuan Base had potential and was no mediocrity. How could Mrs. Su push such a person out of the door? Ji Mulan didn't know about Buyuan Base. But in front of so many people, she wouldn't show any signs of ignorance and simply smiled faintly. Jiue, I didn't mean to be harsh on you. Ji Mulan patted Su Ziyu's back. Since she couldn't talk to anyone else, she turned to Shin Qing who was sitting and said, This is Jiue. She's in an affiliated high school, second in the country. As she introduced Su Jiue, she spoke of her as polite, obedient, hardworking, and the second in the nation. For her own daughter, whom she was constantly dissatisfied with and found difficult to sit with, Ji Mulan spoke of Su Jiue, to whom she had no blood relation, with pride and satisfaction in her eyes. She wished so much that this well-behaved, outstanding girl was her daughter. If Bai Lian had such a personality, Ji Mulan might kill her primary persona to make her into such an obedient, excellent doll as well. Being second in the nation was indeed something anyone could be proud of. Shen Qing was also shocked, but Ji Mulan's words were even more stifling. She looked at Ji Mulan perfunctorily and said, yes. Miss Bai, let me see you out. Director Chen got up, putting down his glass. He went to send off Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. Shen Min couldn't bring himself to speak and followed quietly behind Director Chen. His address of Miss Bai was heard by everyone. Jiang Fulai also followed Bai Lian. He was always a step or two behind her and didn't move forward. His back was against the bright lights of the hall, the tall figure casting a cold, pale shadow. Because there were quite a few people, his usually cold and indifferent face took on a languid ferocity, arrogantly beautiful. His every feature was exquisite, and yet few dared to look him in the eye. The noisy crowd parted a meter around him as if by force. It was indeed very effective. Bai Lian was very pleased. Su In kept several paces away from Bai Lian, and only when he had seen Bai Lian and her companions into the elevator did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. Su Wenyao trailed behind Su En. Looking at the closing doors of the elevator, Su En turned to glance at him and asked, "Do you know her?" "It's hard to say," Su Wenyao pondered, "but then again, it seems unlikely." The two dropped the subject and walked inside. As soon as Bai Lian and her company left, Director Chen's expression returned to one of sternness. Sitting next to Xin Qing, still in the high chair and dressed as a little gentleman in a suit and bow tie, was Jiang He. He hadn't left with Jiang Fulai, swinging his legs. He had specifically gone home the previous night to pack his blanket and clothes to accompany Bai Lian to Xiangxing. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai returned to Buyuan Base. Meanwhile, Tang Ming took Ning Xiao to explore an old street in Shermen district. He scratched his head. "Aren't you going to buy some souvenirs for your family? You haven't really used the scholarship the school gave you. My family keeps asking me in the group chat to bring back specialties." Ning Xiao bought a bright red ornament as a souvenir. "That's it for you?" Tang Ming looked at Ning Xiao. "Aren't you going to buy anything else?" "Genius, we can't be this heartless." Tang Ming's family had many relatives, including younger sisters, cousins, and nephews. His phone was filled with a long list of items to buy. Ning Xiao was annoyed by his chatter and said indifferently, "My family is dead. Only my grandmother is left." "So, one was enough." Tang Ming's voice stopped abruptly. He watched Ning Xiao leave the street corner, then stood there and slapped himself hard. It was the 28th of the year, and the street was bustling with activity. Just 2 blocks away was the Chen family's private museum. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming walked to the main road to wait for the bus. A black SUV approached from the end of the road. Behind the wheel was a woman wearing glasses and a military coat. She had her hair tied into a high ponytail, her lips a fierce red, irritably honking the horn trying to clear the pedestrians who were running the red light. The passenger side was adorned with a large bunch of sunflowers. There weren't many cars on this road, and with the ancient street opposite drawing a large crowd, only one traffic officer was left trying to direct traffic but could hardly stop those in a rush to cross the street. Chapter 378, 146 Jin Beixian, by Kaiming's phone number _2 At last, the crowds had dispersed. The woman finally hit the accelerator and drove past. Her speed reduced slightly when she saw a few standouts among the people waiting at the bus stop, 2 young men who were heads and shoulders above the rest. The car behind carefully honked its horn. Only then did the SUV continue forward, eventually stopping at the Qin family private museum. Today was the museum's last day open to the public. Many people with reservations were queuing for entry. The woman pulled the key out, stepped down from the vehicle in her leather boots, put on her sunglasses, and walked straight inside through a side door. She arrived reeking of blood, causing people in the queue to keep silent. After she entered, the people started whispering among themselves, "What's going on? There are people who don't have to queue up?" "Yeah, everyone should be equal." Someone even pulled out their phone. The ticket checker lazily looked up. "Who needs to queue up to get into their own house?" The person sheepishly put away their phone. The graveyard in the back courtyard. Chen Beixian removed her sunglasses. Her face was exceptionally striking, her figure tall and elegant, and despite her appearance, it was hard to discern her age. She put the sunglasses back in her pocket and respectfully lit 3 sticks of incense. "Great ancestors, you first blessed me by helping me buy a cake, then with a passing grade in math, and later, you helped me get into military school." She began to murmur a litany of things, then reverently planted the 3 sticks of incense. I promise this is really the last time I'll ask you. It's been 11 years, could you please help me find that damn scumbag? I want to chop him up by myself." 1 minute later, "Not saying anything means you agree, right?" Hey, thank you, great ancestors, thank you. Meanwhile, in the classroom at Buyuan Base, Bai Lian sneezed. Jiang Fulai sat beside her, scrolling through his computer with one hand while offering her coat with the other. Don't try to be cool. Bai Lian was still in that plain white dress, unblemished, and barely looked up. I'm fine. Am not you, do you need me to prescribe you something? Jiang Fulai, hearing her words, took back the coat. I haven't looked at the report submitted by He Wen and the others yet. But Bai Lian reached out and grasped his left wrist, taking his pulse. Jiang Fulai's pulse felt strange. Bai Lian leaned on the table, pressing on his pulse with the tip of her finger, her brows slightly creased. Jiang Fulai, however, looked down at her pale fingertips, thinking slowly to himself that she really wasn't cold after all. No hope? Jiang Fulai asked, seeing her frown persist. Bai Lian, why could she talk about herself like this? She let go, pulled a piece of paper from the side, and started pondering. Jiang Fulai silently retracted his hand and opened a document. It's been like this since I was 8, I wilt easily when it gets cold. He described himself like a wilting vegetable. Multitasking, he replied to a message. Plagiarism check. Okay teacher, want it cause a security breach if I use their website for the plagiarism check? Jiang Fulai. With the garbage you've written, there's no need to worry. After replying, he sent over his suggestions for revisions. Then came a message from the headmaster of Ma Institute. Ma Institute's headmaster. Is her file sealed? Jiang Fulai. Principal Ma, that's good then. After asking, Principal Ma started to speak off topic. Do you have any thoughts about this year's betting pool? He was referring to the college entrance examination betting pool. This year it's just Su Zhiyue and Liang Wuyu, with Liang Wuyu better in science, whereas Su Zhiyue is better in Chinese and English. The final exam in Jiangjing this time had easy English, so Liang Wuyu had a big advantage. Every year during the college entrance exams, academic circles enjoy this all the more. Jiang Fulai didn't reply to Principal Ma. Principal Ma stared at the chat page for a long time before turning to throw his own money into the pool. Principal Ma, when is she leaving? Jiang Fulai, smile. Principal Ma, why are you suddenly so accommodating? Principal Ma stared at the smiley emoji. He always found it very friendly, but today, seeing Jiang Fulai send it, he somehow felt that the smile seemed a bit mocking and a bit cold. So, Principal Ma sent to Bai Lian, smile. Bai Jian, smile. That was normal. Principal Ma asked Bai Lian, when are you leaving? For Bai Lian, the parting would be 160 days before the college entrance examinations and perhaps 280 days before she might return to school. Principal Ma felt a sense of loss. Bai Lian, tomorrow morning at 6. It might be early for others, but not for Principal Ma who liked shopping. Afternoon. The Jiangjing Music Academy's performance ended, and Bai Shaoqi returned to the Yin family. She and Song Min were also packing up, getting ready to go back to Beijing. At that moment, Bai Shaoqi was video calling with Bai Qiming. Madame Song, draped in a shawl, sat gracefully beside Bai Shaoqi and said to Bai Qiming on the screen with a smile, Shaoqi is here with us, you can rest assured. On the other end of the phone, before Bai Qiming could speak, an uncle from the Bai family clan squeezed into the frame, beaming with joy. I heard the principal of Jian has a good impression of Shaoqi, is that true? Yes, Madame Song nodded, her eyes and brows smiling, I saw that too. Blessings of our ancestors, the blessings of our ancestors. The Bai uncle folded his hands in prayer. Shaoqi can make it back in time, right? I'll prepare some extra offerings for the ancestral worship. You and your brother will be the main focus this time. Ancestral worship was a major event for the Bai family. Bai Qiming asked Bai Shaoqi, you're on the 9 o'clock flight tonight, right? You'll just make it in time for tomorrow's ancestral worship. Madame Song glanced at Bai Qiming on the phone, pausing for a moment as she remembered Bai Lian. For the ancestral worship, maybe we should let Alien. Bai Lian was at the Buyuan base this time. They'll have someone pick you up tomorrow. Bai Qiming cut off Madame Song's words with a darkened face. Although Bai Qiming took Bai Shaoqi and Bai Shaoka back home, he never remarried. However, he did not expect Ji Mulan to marry so quickly, and to someone from Jiangjing at that. At this moment, Bai Qiming had no desire to hear any news about Bai Lian. Next to them, the Bai family uncle did not speak up for Bai Lian. Instead, he reminded Madame Song with a smile, "You might not be aware, but Bai Lian has already been driven out of the clan by us." "Is that so?" Madame Song saw that Bai Shaoqi seemed upset, so she smiled, stood up, and said, "I won't disturb your family conversation." She walked downstairs. Just then, she saw Yin family's head coming in from outside, and Madame Song asked in surprise, "Big brother, how come you're back now?" The Yin family head hurried over to Madame Song without changing his shoes and asked, "How did it go? You went to the Su family banquet, did you see anyone there? Did you get the phone number of someone from the Qin family?" Chapter 379, 147 Ji Heng has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. _1 Mrs. Song tightened her shawl. "What call?" she asked in surprise as she came down and poured a glass of water for President Yin. "Big brother, drink some water and take your time." President Yin held the cup but didn't drink, just stared at her. "A call from the Qin family." "You mean, that Qin family?" Mrs. Song's heart missed a beat. Others might not know, but Mrs. Song did. Xinjiang district was small, and inside, all places were public or leased land. Only a few families could live there, and the Qin family was one of them. President Yin nodded. Clenching his teacup, his voice carried a tinge of jealousy. "It's about the Su family's wedding banquet. It's all the buzz in our circle. I found out only after asking around that the Qin family was present today. Didn't you also receive an invitation?" He remembered that Mrs. Song came to Jiangjing for the wedding as well. "There are many who want to contact that person from the Qin family." President Yin looked at Mrs. Song full of hope. "What about you?" "The Qin family?" Mrs. Song's mind was as if in a haze. "They truly managed to invite someone from the Qin family? Does Ji Mulan really have such good fortune? Are you?" Seeing her expression, President Yin had a bad feeling in his heart. Mrs. Song looked up blankly. "Big brother, the wedding clashes with Shaoqi's performance. I discussed it with Amin the day before yesterday and decided not to attend the Su family's wedding banquet, choosing instead to watch Shaoqi perform." "What? You?" President Yin stood up, looking down at Mrs. Song, wanting to scold yet not knowing where to start. Are you out of your mind? Do you know how rare this opportunity is?" How could Mrs. Song not know how precious the opportunity was? She sat there, regretting so deeply it felt like her insides were knotted. If she hadn't received the invitation from the Su family, it would have been one thing, but to have it and miss the event was where Mrs. Song's deepest regrets and struggles lay. Even another 10 years might not yield an opportunity like today for the Yin family. The next day, just before 5 in the morning, Shin Qing got Jiang He out of bed and draped a coat over him. Jiang He, whose eyes were still not open, simply moved his hands following Shin Qing's actions. "You'll be given airplane meals on the flight later," Shin Qing told him, her own anticipation for the airplane food evident. Ji Xiaojun was hurrying them from outside. The Su family was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Ji Heng, seeing that Jiang He's eyes were still closed, said to Ji Xiaojun, "You wait for them, I'll go down first." He couldn't keep the Su family waiting. Ji Heng took the elevator down. The hotel was quiet at this hour, with almost no waiting required for the lifts, and within minutes the elevator arrived. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Inside were two people, an old man with a white beard, and a middle-aged man by his side. The two were frowning and speaking to each other. Ji Heng hadn't made out who they were. When he saw there were people in the elevator, he stepped to the side to let them out first, holding a bag in his right hand and a smoking pipe in his left. The old man with the white beard stepped out. Ji Heng, passing by him to enter the elevator, noticed the old man suddenly stop, turning shakily to look back, his lips trembling as he pointed at the person inside the elevator. Moo! Ji Heng continued walking without pausing, frowning at the white-bearded old man, and pressed the button for the first floor. Wait. The old man reached out to stop the closing elevator doors, panting heavily. But the elevator doors still closed. Beside the white-bearded man, the middle-aged man supported him. "Dad, what's wrong?" He helped the old man to sit, and took a bottle of medicine from his pocket, feeding him a pill. Meanwhile, the display next to the elevator had already changed to L1. Downstairs. Soo-in was waiting just at the staircase entrance when the elevator doors opened. He came to take the parcel from Ji-heng's hands. "Why didn't you wait for me to come get you upstairs?" "It's not much," Ji-heng replied, lighting up his big cigarette. He took a drag, his head bowed in silence. Soo-in looked at Ji-heng in surprise. Although Ji-heng had a taste for tobacco, he never smoked in public places, usually only in his hotel room with the window open. What was up with him today? Despite feeling it was strange, Soo-in didn't ask. All the Soo family members were waiting in the hotel lobby. Hearing that the Ji family would be leaving at 5 in the morning, the old Madame Soo insisted on sending them off, and had been waiting in the lobby since 4 o'clock. It's strange indeed, the Soo family's butler supported her. "I checked today's flight schedule. The plane leaves at 9:30 a.m., even 8 would have been early enough. This family really knows how to trouble people." The butler frowned. The Soo family had originally booked a flight for the Ji family the previous night, but they didn't leave, only mentioning they would depart early the following day. Chapter 380, 147 Ji-heng has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch, _2. "They can leave whenever they want to," Mrs. Soo said, pressing her brow. "Did you say that Bai Lian is really at Buyuan base?" The butler nodded. "Yes, I've heard she's very good at math." "That's unexpected," Mrs. Soo nodded. "No wonder. Soo-in has always wanted to acknowledge her as part of the family. It would be good to acknowledge her, but..." Mrs. Soo glanced at the butler. "Jiue was raised by me since she was little. Even if Bai Lian comes back, her treatment can't be better than Ziyu's." She knew that Soo-in had kept a room for Bai Lian. "Rest assured," the butler bowed his head, "who doesn't know that Miss Jiue was nurtured by you? Although Bai Lian's grades are good, they aren't higher than Miss Ziyu's." The airport. Mr. Chi and Chi Shuyun were also waiting early at the entrance. "Mrs. Soo, Mr. Soo," Mr. Chi said with a smile as he approached them. "Wen Yao, we finally got to see you, Mr. Ji. Hello." Mr. Chi was wearing gold-rimmed glasses and shook hands with Ji-heng, his gaze discreetly moving over Ji-heng, Ji Xiaojun, and Xin-qing. Xin-qing dared not meet his eyes and sheepishly retreated behind Ji Xiaojun. After the incident with the Qin family yesterday, the Qi family visited the Su family that very afternoon. In Jiangjing, who doesn't know how to judge the winds of change? The district mayor Xin, the Chen family, either of them was someone the Qi family couldn't afford to tread upon. After shaking hands with Ji-heng, Mr. Qi couldn't understand why, even though Ji-heng looked stable. He didn't seem like someone from the Chen family circle. What was the reason? Chi Shuyun was wearing a black coat and knee-high boots. Her sunglasses were clipped to her lapel. She glanced at Su Wenyao, then turned her head away. The Qi family regretted it in their hearts. The original ticket was a good opportunity to get closer to the Su family, but it ended up becoming a grudge between the two families. "Shuyun, don't be temperamental," Mr. Qi thought, looking at Qi Shuyun with a warning glance. Qi Shuyun then looked up and greeted everyone from the Ji family. Bai Lian, along with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, waited for Ji-heng at the security checkpoint. "Look, alien is over there." Su-en spotted Bai Lian from afar. He introduced her to Mr. Qi. Mr. Qi was also seeing Bai Lian for the first time. Both he and Qi Shuyun involuntarily looked in her direction. Because she was going to Xiangqing, Bai Lian was wearing the golden silk horseface dress she wore for the speech that day. Standing at the security checkpoint, her hair lazily entwined with a wooden hairpin, her eyes and brows holding a defiant pride, she truly embodied the vigor of youth. The white Bluetooth earpiece in her ear was a bit conspicuous, though. "She's very pretty." Qi Shuyun glanced over. "That's her, huh?" Mr. Qi stood at the back of the crowd. With the pride of a scholar, he didn't interact much with the other members of the Ji family, but he could tell that the aura emanating from Bai Lian was indeed unique. He lowered his head and asked Mrs. Su, "Is this the Miss Bai they were talking about?" Mrs. Su nodded almost imperceptibly. Just her alone? Mr. Chi looked up again, scanning around Bai Lian, not seeing anyone like Director Chen. Don't know, has he not arrived yet? Mrs. Su was also surprised. She had expected Director Chen to come see Bai Lian off, but there was no sign of him here. Su En, however, didn't think as much as the two. He quickened his pace to the front. Alien, good morning, have you eaten yet? In his hands, he carried Ji Heng's package and pushed Jiang He's big box of cabbage. Well, eat later, Bai Lian said while reading. She looked up at Su En. Her gaze swept past the line of people from the Su and Qi families, and in the end, she only nodded slightly to Su Wenyao. Bai Lian didn't mask her dislike for someone at all. Mrs. Su had never seen someone so brazen and reckless. Her smile was somewhat strained. You two know where it is. Take my grandfather and the others to rest first, Bai Lian said nonchalantly, turning her head to speak to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. Both had flown in on young Master Jiang's plane before. Although they had only walked through the airport once and the routes were complicated, for Ning Xiao, who had the library memory method, it was no trouble. Tang Ming went to take the things from Shun Qing and Su En's hands. When he saw Jiang He's box, he paused for a moment, thinking that this box should probably be left to the cool guy Ning Xiao. The package from Ji Heng was taken by Tang Ming. Ning Xiao looked at the cabbage box Tang Ming left behind. Jiang He looked up blankly at Ning Xiao and blinked slowly. Ning Xiao. He silently picked up the box and headed to security. Ji Xiaojun, who had intended to switch boxes with Ning Xiao, silently withdrew his hand. Aren't you going? Su En watched them go through security, then turned to look at Bai Lian, who was still standing there. Bai Lian leisurely scrolled through her reading. When she encountered a new word, she would stop and tap to view the definition. No, I'm waiting for someone. He's coming to see me off. Chapter 381, 147 Ji Heng has status. Scholars from Ma Institute come to deliver mechanisms. Second watch. _3, who? Madame Zu's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Qi beside her also looked toward Bai Lian. Bai Lian glanced at her, an old man who enjoys shopping and morning runs. Shopping, old man. This obviously didn't match Director Chen, so Madame Su chuckled and fell silent. You all go back first. Bai Lian crossed another word and looked up at Su En, signaling them to leave first. Su Wenyao stood aside, having taken off his down jacket. He was only wearing a gray sweatshirt, and said to Su En, Dad, you go back first, you'll be fine here. On the second day of his marriage, Su En still had a pile of things to take care of. Su En didn't refuse. All right, then Alien, I'll head back first. After the new year, we'll come to Xiangqing to see you. Madame Su had thought she might see Director Chen, and since she wasn't there, she had no desire to stay. Su En looked at Mr. Qi and asked, Shall we go together? Let's go. Mr. Qi was also disappointed and then looked at Qi Shuyun. Shuyun, you stay with Wenyao. Dad, I'll go with you. Qi Shuyun still remembered that Su Wenyao hadn't apologized to her. She put on her sunglasses. I have a paper that I haven't finished yet. Mr. Qi smiled at Su En. You know I spoil my only daughter. She recently has been writing a paper for Dr. Zhua and is helping with one of Dr. Zhua's projects. Now she has to hurry to his lab earlier. Su En knew that when Qi family speaks, they do so with purpose. Dr. Zhua? That's Dean Huang's student. Mr. Qi glanced at Su Wenyao lightly, then smiled. Not many people know, but Dean Huang was mentored by academician Ma. His eyes swept over Su Wenyao and then rested on Bai Lian. Bai Lian was looking down, listening to the words. Her expression was as casual as ever, her eyelashes drooping low. She probably didn't hear or didn't recognize Dean Huang. However, seeing Su Wenyao's somewhat surprised look, Mr. Qi finally felt relieved. After the Chen family incident came out, he had been thinking about how to mend ties with the Su family. Now, at last, there was a turn for the better. Even though he hadn't seen Mr. Chen, it was a relief. No wonder. Upon hearing Mr. Qi's words, Madame Su smiled and patted Qi Shuyun's hand. I knew Shuyun was capable. Wenyao, how about you accompany Shuyun to the lab to take a look? Right? Mr. Qi took the opportunity to look at Su Wenyao. You go with Shuyun. You're both young. Qi Shuyun also looked towards Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao was speaking to Bai Lian. only tilting his head slightly. His eyebrows and eyes were warm and his tone polite. It's Alien's first visit. We still have a lot of things to discuss. He tactfully declined. No one had ever seen him lose his temper. Su Wen put his hands in his overcoat pockets, unclear about Su Wenyo's thoughts towards Qi Shuyun. Shuyun, why don't you stay with Wen Yao and wait for Alien? Bai Lian would leave at 6, and the person sending her off wouldn't be that late. Forget it. The lab waits for no one. Qi Shuyun pursed her lips. She gave Su Wenyao a glance and then left with pursed lips. Mr. Qi didn't say anything else either. Since they couldn't wait for Mr. Chen, and even Madame Su was leaving, he didn't want Qi Shuyun to stay and entertain the guests. The entire party left. After everyone had gone. These are our organized notes. Su Wenyao talked with Bai Lian about the Buyuan base for a while, then brought out 3 notebooks. One of them is Liang Wei's and belongs to Yeye. He didn't know how to say the word stolen and mumbled it a bit. Take a good look when you go back. Su Wenyao handed the notebooks to Bai Lian, having heard from Su Jiue that Bai Lian wasn't very good at comprehensive science. Bai Lian took the 3 notebooks, her nerves twitching severely. Especially seeing that one of them was a physics notebook. What if Jiang Fulai saw it? The person sending you off hasn't arrived yet? Su Wenyao looked down at the time, 5:40 now. Will you make it on time? Bai Lian looked toward the entrance. A tall, somewhat aloof figure approached, wearing a peak cap and walking at an unhurried pace. He was cold and noble, and the people around him instantly turned into faint shadows that accentuated his presence. Behind him followed an old man who seemed quite spry for shopping. Alarm bells went off in Bai Lian's mind. She stuffed the notebooks into Su Wenyo's hands. Hold on to these for a moment. Chapter 382, 148 Ma Institute Fellows Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now _1 Su Wenyao held the notebook that Bai Lian had returned to him, and amidst his surprise, the 2 people not far away had already approached. You arrived a bit late, Bai Lian said, resting her right hand on the handle of her suitcase, her white coat casually draped over her arm. Jiang Fulai had met Su Wenyao before, so it was not unexpected to see him here. Listening to Bai Lian's words, Jiang Fulai only glanced coldly at the academician from the Ma Institute beside him. Today, the academician found out his car plate was restricted just when he was about to leave, which led to Jiang family's driver taking a detour to pick him up. But he wasn't the least bit embarrassed and instead continued talking to Bai Lian. There are still 160 days left. You must not relax in your studies. I know, Bai Lian nodded in acknowledgement. The academician knew about Bai Lian's comprehension ability. He was just puzzled how someone with such a strong spatial sense hadn't been discovered earlier. Once you finish the review, you can start looking at some high-quality masters and doctoral theses. Jiang Fulai, who had been waiting for the 2 to finish talking, sneered in response to this. He questioned the academician's use of high quality. Indeed, there were many subpar works nowadays, and the academician couldn't refute it. He'll make another list of books for you to get familiar with the professional vocabulary and definitions first. As for top-tier journals, Bai Lian didn't yet have the qualifications to access them. She was to be nurtured from a smaller scope first. Some major academic families start fostering a scientific spirit in their children from childhood, and Bai Lian's enlightenment was not considered early. We need to catch our flight, Jiang Fulai reminded without disturbing their conversation, his hand pressing on the handle of Bai Lian's suitcase. He stood there languidly, only mentioning it when the time reached 5:50. Their requested airline slot was from 6 to 9 a.m. Finally, the academician looked at Bai Lian. They'll be waiting for you in Jiangjing. Once the 2 were done talking, Jiang Fulai tapped lightly on the handle, slightly turning his gaze as aloof as ever. Where are you headed? He asked Su Wenyao. The university. Su Wenyo's gaze still lingered on the academician, not fully recovering his composure. That would be Jiangjing University. Jiang Fulai arranged for him. Can you take the academician with you? He's also heading to Jiangjing University. The academician turned to Su Wenyao, saying in a grave tone, Then I'll trouble you, student. Su Wenyao, well-mannered since childhood and stable by nature, was for the first time in so many years at a loss for words. Was Bai Lian waiting for the academician? Being able to enter the academician's laboratory? No, perhaps just to meet the academician in person. That was the dream of all physics students, for the academician was not only an enlightener but also a leading figure in physics domestically. Due to health reasons, he had been deeply immersed in research on quantum physics and chips for the recent years, rarely making public appearances, the last one being a lecture a year ago. For Su Wenyao, this figure who appeared in textbooks was a mythic presence. The academician and his kind needed to be closely protected, avoiding too much public exposure even while they were still alive. Then we'll take our leave first. Bai Lian said goodbye to the academician and Su Wenyao. She reached for her suitcase and, beneath Jiang Fulai's somewhat gloomy gaze, tossed her jacket to him, and together they headed toward the gate. Su Wenyao stood in place until their figures were out of sight. Only then did he turn to the academician, his voice sounding a bit wooden. "Shall we go now, academician?" "Sure." The academician, who wasn't lecturing or teaching, had no airs about him. He wore a dull gray cotton jacket, not any international brand. His face wore a gentle smile, and walking along the road he looked indistinguishable from an average elderly person. Su Wenyao led him to his car, and once the academician was seated in the back seat, Wenyao caught sight of the old man through the rearview mirror, and it finally sank in that this was truly the academician. The academician chuckled. "Don't be nervous, are you also from the physics department?" "Yes." Su Wenyao clenched and then unclenched his fists before explaining, "I had no idea Alien was waiting for you. There's nothing to talk about." The academician waved his hand dismissively. "Aside from physics, I'm just an ordinary old man. When placed among the myriad of stars and celestial bodies, I'm merely a speck of dust, so there's no reason for you to be nervous." The more one studies physics, the more one realizes their own insignificance. Civilization is merely a transient visitor on Earth, and it takes a strong mind to withstand such profound feelings of insignificance. Bai Lian is a very talented individual. The academician thought of Bai Lian, her exceptional talent, and her strong inner character, rare among people. "I truly hope she comes to the university sooner." Chapter 383, 148 Ma Institute Fellows' Favorable View. Hit her strong suit now _2 Su Wenyao started the car, but was utterly shocked by academician Ma's lament. For a moment, all the inexplicable aspects suddenly connected. Why he was able to get academician Ma's ticket, and even why President Huang would add him. It turned out that everything originated from Bai Lian herself. Could academician Ma value her so much? He had only seen Bai Lian waiting alone at the airport, looking quite solitary, so he decided to keep her company, never expecting to be waiting for academician Ma himself. It was a little past 9 in the morning. The plane landed in Danping City, where Shunqing enjoyed meticulous care throughout the journey. Getting off the plane, she whispered to Ji Xiaojun, "This plane ticket was well purchased, with few passengers. Next time we can buy this kind again. Look, Dad's back doesn't even hurt." Ji Xiaojun gave Shunqing a look. With only a few of them, how could it not be few? Obviously, Shunqing also had no concept of a private plane. Ming Dongheng had brought 2 cars early on to wait for them. Ji Heng, Jiang He, and Shunqing took 1 car, while Bai Lian and the others took another. The black business car drove onto the new highway from Danping City to Xiangqing. Did they build a new road? Bai Lian, sitting by the window, noticed at a glance that this asphalt road was very new. She sat up straight and rolled down the window. A few months ago, this road was still quite worn out. The journey from Danping City to Xiangqing also took about an hour by car, covering 50 kilometers. The fact that it was now open to traffic within just a few months was quite shocking to Bai Lian. Jiang Fulai glanced at her. There she sat, gazing out of the window, bathed in the charming sunlight that outlined her serene profile. "Lian, you don't watch videos, do you?" Tang Ming scratched his head, sometimes truly doubting if Lian was a cave woman living atop a mountain. But then he thought about how she didn't use the internet, so it made sense. "We've always been known as the infrastructure madmen. Before, we revamped a high-speed train station in 6 hours. Overnight, they replaced the pillars and the deck of an overpass bridge. As he spoke, Tang Ming lifted his chin proudly. As long as they wish, nothing is impossible. Except for some projects that tried to skim off the top, these critical infrastructure projects were not considered fast for these infrastructure madmen. Upon reaching Xiangqing, Jiang Fulai had to go to the lab first. Ji Heng and his group returned to Pura Street to pack up some things before heading to Sinan Community. This year, Ji Xiaojun had just bought a house and the family decided to have the New Year's Eve dinner at the new place before returning on the first day of the lunar year. Bai Lian first went to the school to see Auntie Zhang. With the new year coming up, Auntie Zhang's flower shop was also very busy. "Teacher Lu, don't be polite with me." Auntie Zhang was wrapping flowers for Lu Lingxi. On the counter were 2 fresh white lilies with their yellow stamens still intact. Suddenly, Bai Lian remembered that tomorrow was also a Friday. The lilies were prepared for Yang Lin. "You're back." Auntie Zhang looked up and saw Bai Lian, looking very surprised. Lu Lingxi, holding a large bouquet of flowers, then forcefully put the money in Auntie Zhang's hand, turned around, and saw Bai Lian. She took a tulip from the bouquet and handed it to Bai Lian. "How's Buing?" She knew Bai Lian and the others were at Buyuan base. "It's okay." Bai Lian took the tulip. "Aren't you really going to Beijing?" Lu Lingxi smiled gently, remembering the matter again. "I spoke to the principal about. I just came out of Beijing High School." Bai Lian secretly apologized to Beijing High School in her heart and then looked at Lu Lingxi. "They asked me to drop out. I don't want to go back." She had a pair of extremely dark eyes, which seemed to shimmer subtly. At the moment, she was staring intently at Lu Lingxi. Lu Lingxi instantly felt the anger of her being expelled and frowned. About the principal, ill talk to him. Beijing High School certainly wouldn't easily give up on Bai Lian, a promising student capable of becoming Beijing's top scorer. Bai Lian blinked, sending Lu Lingxi off. Only then did she take the bus to the Calligraphy Association. At the end of the year, the Martial Arts School and Calligraphy Association had no students, but the street outside was very lively, as the roads had been renovated and stalls added. Today, everywhere one looked, there were vendors selling lanterns and New Year's goods, with a constant stream of people coming and going. Not too far away, a mall was nearing its closing sale, with a giant red banner promoting investment attraction. "Senior brother, there are so many people here?" Ren Wanxian, visiting for the first time, was amazed by the bustle. Although she had heard from Ren Qian about Xiangcheng's development and very successful investment attraction, even a recent high-speed rail line had been allocated, she was still surprised by the level of development. By her side, Qiu Buqing was also shocked, his usually indifferent face watching the puppet play in front, where many young men and women were gathered. "The tourism here has become popular," said Qiu's father in a deep voice. "Let's go, it'll take you two inside. Especially you, Buqing, don't resist when you see your grandfather. Even if you look down on Xiangcheng's Calligraphy Association, don't let it show in front of him." Chapter 384, 148 Ma Institute Fellows Favorable View, hit her strong suit now _3 Ever since Qiu Shuezhing joined the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association, Qiu Buqing and Ren Wanxian had almost no contact with him. It was only at the end of the year that Qiu Buqing returned, marking the first time both of them visited the Calligraphy Association. Qiu's father knocked on the half-open door. It wasn't until a voice came from inside that the three of them entered. Upon entering, Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing caught sight of Jianzhe reading in the courtyard, quickly losing interest and turning their gazes away. They then observed the Calligraphy Association. The Xiangqing Calligraphy Association wasn't as large as the Beijing Writers Association, but the facilities were quite new, though not as luxurious as those in Beijing. The two quietly scoped out the place before bowing their heads to greet Qiu Shuezhing. After all, their calligraphy had been enlightened by him. Qiu Shuezhing was holding a teacup, lazily lounging in a sun chair, basking in the sun. Want some tea? Help yourselves." He gestured towards a teapot placed on a table beside him. "No, thanks." Ren Wanxian glanced at the teapot and teacups and refused. She wouldn't even drink the tea Ji Heng poured, much less be impressed with the tea here. Qiu Buqing didn't drink any either. Qiu's father chatted with Qiu Shuezheng, mainly about the development of the surrounding area. Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing stood to one side, listening. It was not until there was a soft knock at the door a second time. The two instinctively looked towards the door where a girl, dressed in a black and gold horseface skirt, entered. The sunlight sifted through the gaps in the leaves leisurely, casting soft speckled light on her soft black hair. As she moved, the play of light and shadows flickered carelessly over her black dress and face. It was Bai Lian, and Ren Wangshuan's face stiffened. Bai Lian did not look at Ren Wanxian and the others. Qiu Zuzheng's home was in Xiangqing, so he wasn't in a hurry to return, whereas Jianzhe's family was in Beijing. Despite that, he hadn't left either. He sat in the courtyard at the small table Jiang he often used, immersed in reading. With her hands lazily tucked into the large pockets of her horseface skirt, Bai Lian curiously inquired, "Aren't you going home for the new year?" "Oh no," mumbled Jianzhe, seriously engrossed in his study. The sudden appearance of a voice startled him, causing him to lean back involuntarily, tilting his chair backward until Bai Lian grabbed the back of the seat to stop it from wobbling. It was midday. The sun overhead was blazing. Bai Lian lightly lifted her eyelids, looking down at him from above. "What's the rush?" She spoke unhurriedly. Once Jianzhe steadied himself, he stood up to face her and scratched his head. "You were so quiet, Teacher Qiu didn't even warn me." He turned to look at Qiu Shuezheng. "She's rather large. I thought you would have seen her," Qiu Shuezheng said. "Jianzhe, whether I go home or not, it's all the same." He closed his book and shrugged. "My family probably wouldn't even notice I'm not there. I have time to read books now." The Jian family knew about his trip to Xiangqing. If he really went home for New Year's, everyone would ask him how Xiangqing was. If not, they'd nag in his ear about how Jian Rong had won another award or which university she was preparing to apply to for her PhD. "Right, he's preparing for grad school." Qiu Shuezheng interrupted his conversation with his son. "Teacher Qiu, please don't say any more." Jianzhe was incredibly embarrassed. Grad school? Bai Lian already knew what that involved. Qiu Shuezheng gave Jianzhe a glance. "Right, his whole family knows he's preparing for grad school." Coincidentally, one of Jianzhe's cousins was also applying for a grad program in calligraphy. If Jian Rong got in and he didn't, Bai Lian took out her phone that briefly flashed. It was from Dean Jian. Picture, Dean Jian's plane ticket. He was arriving in Beijing on the 24th, which was the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. "Bai Jian?" As she replied, she turned to Jianzhe. "Are you applying to Jiayi?" With his hard work, he should be aiming for Jiangjing Art University. Her words prompted a glance from Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing. Jianzhe felt even more self-conscious as he tugged at Bai Lian's sleeve, whispering, "Sis, I'm not even sure I can get into Beijing University's grad program, let alone Jia. Isn't your calligraphy practice going really well?" Bai Lian was surprised. "You might not know." Qiu's father laughed as he explained to Bai Lian, "He needs knowledge of ancient literature theory, and Buqing is just trying for a PhD at Beijing University." "Right, it's very hard to get in," Jianzhe murmured to Bai Lian. "Sis, please stop mentioning it." Bai Lian, "Very hard. Do you know what they examine in literary classics?" Qiu Buqing finally couldn't hold back, as everyone in calligraphy was aware that grad school required knowledge of literary classics. He said evenly, "Not to mention others, just take the two major pieces of tedious ancient text you've never studied. Would you say it's difficult or not?" Chapter 385. 149 Brother Jiang gives a present. The principal of Beijing personally invites. Second update. _1 Ren Wanxian lowered her head to hide the mocking smile in her eyes. Who would dare speak of that in front of Qiu Buqing? Qiu Buqing was a high-achieving student in the humanities at Beijing University and was preparing for his PhD exams. "Buqing!" Qiu Shuezheng put his teacup down on the table and reminded, "That's enough, come out with me." Qiu Buqing pursed his lips and said no more. A group of people followed Qiu Shuezheng outside. Bai Lian took a seat next to Jianzhe, slightly leaning back in the chair, her hand resting on the table, only lifting her chin slightly. "Don't you really want to get into Jiayi?" I do want to. Jianzhe clicked his tongue. Who wouldn't want to get into Jia? But even Jian Rong might not be able to get into Jia. Jianzhe sighed. You heard him just now. My calligraphy skills are catching up, and next year I could pass a decent grade, but those ancient phrases, I simply can't comprehend. It was still manageable with the objective questions, but regarding the subjective ones involving ancient texts, sometimes Jianzhe couldn't even understand the meaning of the ancient text itself. If you want to take the test, that's enough. Bai Lian poured herself a cup of tea, her voice lazy. As for the rest, you don't have to worry. She took a light sip of tea, eyes narrowing slightly in the sunlight. Huh. Jianzhe didn't understand and instinctively refilled Bai Lian's cup with tea. Saying, Bai Lian lowered her head, carelessly blowing away the foam on her tea. After the new year, find some time to go to the library with me. Outside. Qiu Shuezheng looked at the three people with a stern expression. What are you three doing here today? The president asked when you will return, Qiu Buqing said with his head down. Facing Qiu Shuezheng, he was still very respectful. He meant the president of Beijing. It'll be at the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association. Qiu Shuezheng said lightly, his gaze shifting from Qiu Buqing to Ren Wanxian. Are you two not planning to come back? Ren Wanxian dared not look at Qiu Shuezheng and just turned her head away. Qiu Buqing was also silent. Nobody wanted to be trapped in Xiangqing. Grandfather, I still need to apply for a PhD at Beijing University. What could he do by staying in Xiangqing? Never mind, Qiu Shuezheng questioned casually, unsure if their return would actually annoy someone. Seeing the two like that, he said, the three of you go back. There's no need to pay a New Year's visit to me this year. He didn't bring up the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association again, and both Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, it was Bai Lian's first New Year in this world. At the Xiangqing building, the same number 12 bus. The road beside the big water wheel had been renovated, expanding by 3 meters. Bai Lian walked all the way to the city wall, stopping at the same spot as last time. She took out 5 incense sticks from her pocket and placed them carefully. Then, she took out an additional stick and placed it to one side. This was for the Bai Lian, who had disappeared in the lake. Bai Lian lit the 6 incense sticks, then took out a handful of paper money, watching it all burn up. She then sat to one side, waiting for all 6 sticks to burn out completely before she got up, patting the dust off her sleeves. When she returned to Sinan community, it was just past 10 o'clock. Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun told her to focus on her homework. When Bai Lian's exams had been poor in the eyes of the Ji family, nobody let her be distracted by menial tasks. Now that they knew she might get into Jiangjing University, even Shenqing was afraid that the sound of her cooking would be too loud and disturb Bai Lian. Bai Lian hadn't properly celebrated the New Year for 2 years. This year, with the Ji family, she had a different experience. On New Year's Eve, she sat in the living room watching TV with Ji Heng and the others, holding 3 red envelopes. Her phone was flooded with messages of good wishes. Only when Bai Lian unlocked her phone and saw 99 plus unread messages did she realize, in just a few months, she had gotten to know so many people. Most of them were classmates from class 15, each of whom she replied to. Only at the end did she swipe to Jiang Fulai's page, with the last message he sent still there, a picture. This year, he was celebrating with Jiang He, Ming Dongheng, Qi Yundai, and 2 people from their lab. Bai Lian then sent him a picture of her red envelopes. Approaching midnight, Ji Heng, who couldn't keep his eyes open, went to his room to sleep. The community was filled with the sounds of fireworks and firecrackers. Ji Xiaojun went down to set off fireworks and then came up to watch them with Shenqing from the balcony. Bai Lian returned to her room, where she received a bunch of new messages from those who timed it specifically for the new year. She had just opened WeChat when a new message popped up. Downstairs, the room Shenqing had prepared for Bai Lian had a window. She looked down and saw smoke swathing the area below. Xiangqing hadn't banned fireworks yet, and the excessive fireworks made her feel like she was in a fairyland, completely obscuring her view. Downstairs. When Bai Lian reached the ground floor, Jiang Fulai was standing on the left side of the road, a tall figure. He was dressed in a white shirt, eyes slightly squinting, his demeanor relaxed. The white cuffs were loosely rolled up twice, giving off an unapproachable keep away chill, as he still seemed too distant to approach. Chapter 386, 149 Brother Jiang gives a present. The principal of Beiqing personally invites. Second update. _2, he fiddled with a silver lighter in his hand. His well-defined fingers pressed the metal switch, and a pale blue flame rose and vanished. You down here? Sensing Bai Lian's approach, he turned his head and handed her the lighter, for the fireworks. The buildings in Sinan community were widely spaced, so Jiang Fulai set up the fireworks in the middle of the road. Bai Lian took the lighter, crouched down to light the fireworks, and asked, "Where's Jiang He?" "He's asleep." Jiang Fulai had deliberately waited for him to fall asleep before leaving the house. Bai Lian gave him a skeptical look, then retreated to Jiang Fulai's side and looked up at the fireworks. The fireworks were silent for a second. The next moment they shot up into the sky like silver flowers, bursting open in multicolored parachutes that slowly drifted down. Before they completely faded, 3 streaks shot up into the sky, bursting into red, orange, and yellow colors like 3 blossoming roses. Holy shit, look, a bunch of people opened their windows. Some held up their phones to start recording. Bai Lian quietly watched the fireworks. The whole show lasted about 5 minutes. In the end, fireworks burst in the sky and slowly formed 4 characters. Happy New Year. As Bai Lian looked at these words, something cool was placed in her right palm. Happy New Year. She heard a very soft voice by her ear. When she looked down, it was a red tourmaline, the translucent red gemstone sitting beautifully in the snowy palm of her hand. This, Jiang Fulai looked down and elegantly tapped the red tourmaline in her palm with his fingertip. Fireworks filling the sky behind him, can be worn on your ribbon. Bai Lian looked at the red tourmaline, finding it vaguely familiar. She had a photographic memory, and it seemed like the jewel the Ren family wanted to auction off at her first visit to the auction house. Wait a minute. Bai Lian clasped the red tourmaline, squinting at Jiang Fulai. How much did you pay for tonight's fireworks? Jiang Fulai. This wasn't unfolding the way he had planned. Would Bai Lian ignore him for 3 days if he said he had spent $1 million? I don't know. Jiang Fulai spoke indifferently. It was sent by Jiang Shijue. Far away in Jiangjing, where Jiang Shijue was on time for paying respects at his family shrine at midnight, he sneezed violently. He quickly knelt down, wondering if the ancestors were displeased with the incense he had carefully selected. The first day of the year, Bai Lian returned to Purist Street with Jiheng. Whenever they encountered an acquaintance, they would stop. Bai Lian collected quite a bounty of candy and snacks in her pockets along the way. Happy New Year. Jiheng looked up to see the neighbor on the left. The neighbor turned and walked away upon seeing him. Jiheng, holding his smoking pipe, was taken aback. The neighbor muttered under his breath, "No way I'm playing chess with you during the new year." Bai Lian still didn't know what Jiheng had done to a group of neighbors before they set off. Hearing the words, playing chess, Jiheng also entered the yard somewhat sheepishly and dared not speak any further. On the 3rd day of the new year, Bai Lian was in the yard explaining the meanings of words to Jiheng, when she received a call from the principal of Xiangqing High School. It's about Beiqing. The principal of Xiangqing glanced at the 2 people in his office, speaking in a hushed tone. People from Beiqing are here at our school, currently in the office. Do you have time to come over? Beiqing High School? Bai Lian made a pause gesture. Hadn't Lu Lingxi mentioned this to them? Jiheng immediately got up with his smoking pipe and moved the embroidery frame out without delay. After Bai Lian finished her call with the principal, she turned to see Jiheng embroidering seriously. Grandpa, I'm going to the school for a bit. She methodically put on her Bluetooth earpiece and bade Jiheng farewell. Jiheng lowered his head slightly. It was only after Bai Lian left that he murmured to himself, Quantum entanglement. Q. What was again? Jiheng expressionlessly put down the needle in his hand. Xiangqing High School. The meeting room. The principal respectfully poured tea for the 2 esteemed guests. The principal of Xiangqing High School wasn't on the same level as that of Beiqing High School. The Beiqing High School principal sat upright and proper. He held his teacup, but didn't drink, only watching the Xiangqing principal. Where's that student? Schools compete with each other too. Last year, when Bai Shaoke got into Jiangjing as the top scorer from Beijing, Jiangjing directly allotted 10 app spots to Beijing High School. This year during the college entrance examination, Xiangqing High School produced a student who seemed capable of competing with Song Min. No matter who ended up being the top scorer, Beijing High School couldn't let him go to another school. Of course, they didn't believe Xiangqing High could replace Beijing. Principal Li, don't hurry, she'll be here soon. The Xiangqing principal refilled Principal Li's cup and he lowered his head to check the time, estimating that Bai Lian should be arriving soon. He'll go downstairs to receive her. Bai Lian had never been to the meeting room before, and he wanted to take the opportunity on the way to persuade Bai Lian to thoroughly consider it. As soon as he left, Principal Li and the teacher of Beijing International class discussed in whispers, "We must get him to our school, no matter what." The two had assumed the top student was a boy. It was mainly a preconceived notion, as apart from Bai Shaoqi, they had not seen any female students among the top 10 in the science subjects. 100,000 yuan in scholarship money, and if she gets the top score, 800,000 yuan in a grant for education, plus extracurricular coaching from a teacher from Jiangjing. The teacher of the international class knocked on the table while looking at the surrounding campus environment. He will definitely not refuse. Beijing had also brought their school's sincerity this time. The principal and the teacher of the international class came to personally invite, just to persuade him. Who in Xiangqing wouldn't want to climb out of this place, with only its shabby train station? Today, many roads were still under construction, causing both visitors much inconvenience. Principal Li also felt that there was no way the other party would refuse, and even after all this time, he still wanted to exclaim, "A full score of 150 in mathematics? Who on earth can achieve such a feat?" Such a prodigy had never been seen before, even in the IMO competition. It's like a comet streaking across the sky. The international class teacher squinted, eyes glued to the meeting room door. This student had even more potential than Song Min, and only lagged slightly in the sciences. With a little better mental state during the exam, she might be able to compete with Song Min for the top spot once more in Beijing. Now, they dared to only dream that this person could compete with Song Min for the Beijing top score. It was less than 5 minutes before there were voices of conversation outside the door. Both visitors subconsciously straightened their clothes. The door was pushed open with a creak. The Xiangqing principal led in a girl wearing a blue coat. In her right hand, she carelessly twirled a stack of A4 papers. The Xiangqing principal introduced her with a proud tone. "Principal Li, this is our school's top student, Bai Lian." Bai Lian's grades had grown under the watchful eyes of the whole grades teachers. From the first score of 450 to now 692. Principal Li had only gotten to know Bai Shaoke in the past 2 years of school. In the following year, he only remembered Song Min and Bai Shaoqi. As for Bai Lian, he might have heard of her, but why would he particularly remember such a student? At this moment, was he just surprised that the student who had scored 1 point higher than Song Min was actually a female student? Next to Principal Li, the international class teacher stared blankly when he saw Bai Lian's face. Bai Lian had been in the international class before, and the very first time he saw the name, Bai Lian, he was very displeased. At first sight of Bai Lian, he immediately remembered her. The teacup in his hand was knocked over in shock. Bai Lian? The Bai Lian with 150 in mathematics and a total score of 692. He was somewhat bewildered. Was this the Bai Lian that he had driven out of the international class to the liberal arts class? He still didn't know. The most frightening thing about Bai Lian wasn't her mathematics, but rather the physics that had even touched the heart of Principal Ma. Chapter 387, Shocking Beijing High School. Ren family extends an olive branch _1. Bai Lian stood behind the headmaster of Xiangqing, nodding her head politely. "I was also a student of Beijing High School before." "Then why did you come here?" Principal Li looked at the headmaster of the international class and then at Bai Lian. He was hesitant. Why would Beijing let go of this person? Everyone in Xiangqing had always wanted Bai Lian to go to Beijing, feeling gratified that the students could have a better platform. After all, with the teaching staff at Xiangqing, projects were often blocked by Beijing, and the principal hoped the students could receive a better and more comprehensive education. But now, looking at Principal Li and the headmaster of the international class, then positioning Bai Lian behind him, I only just found out that Miss Bai Lian was previously from your esteemed school. Now that Miss Bai has left the school, we should respect her wishes. When Bai Lian first came to Xiangqing, her grades were nothing special. And thinking of her sudden transfer to Xiangqing, the principal's smile also slightly receded. Beijing has better teaching resources and renowned master lectures in the last semester, said the headmaster of the international class, knowing that money was no object to Bai Lian. If you're willing to return, you can receive a better education and score higher. He was deeply impressed with Bai Lian. When she first arrived at Beijing High School, the Bai family donated a large sum to the school with only one request, to have her in the international class, which he initially agreed to. He taught mathematics, supervising only top students, and couldn't stand someone who was almost completely clueless about math for even a second. He promptly moved her to the arts class, and at that time, Bai Lian became the talk of the entire Beijing High School. The thorn in the flesh of Beijing High School. The headmaster of the international class had almost forgotten about her, but now, dredging her from his memories, he felt quite bewildered as he faced the girl before him. I think Xiangqing is quite good. Bai Lian lowered her eyes, telling the Xiangqing principal, I also told Mr. Lu I'm not leaving. She genuinely disliked Beijing High School. They wanted the Bai family's money but didn't want to accept the Bai family's young lady. Of course, the young lad's grades weren't good, but that wasn't a justification for their ambivalence. Then let's not leave, regret filled the Xiangqing principal, who patted Bai Lian's shoulder. You go back and continue studying. Bai Lian turned and walked towards the door. Seeing her actually leaving, the headmaster of the international class raised his voice. Bai Lian, haven't you always wanted to be in the international class? Educational resources are ruthless. Having a good teacher as a guide is several times better than working in isolation. If you don't come with us to Beijing now, you won't have another chance later. Bai Lian didn't pause in her steps. She was still thinking that it was fortunate Jiang Fulai wasn't there, otherwise, she would have loved to debate with them about what a good teacher is. She earnestly didn't want to return to Beijing High School. Principal Li and another had come excitedly in the early part of third grade, hoping Beijing High School would gain a powerful new addition. If she doesn't want to return, then let it be. Principal Li had come personally and still couldn't persuade Bai Lian, now feeling somewhat annoyed. He lowered his head to check Bai Lian's information on his phone, which wasn't very useful. He had just asked someone from Beijing to collect it, and most of it was details of Bai Lian hanging out at bars and street racing. Looking at these, how could Principal Li not figure out how she managed to score 692? Her grades are not as stable as Song Min's, and it's only been half a year. I wonder if she can truly surpass Song Min. It wasn't long before. The Song family also heard the news. Mrs. Song stood in front of a table, holding a yellow rose, arranging flowers, murmuring, she really isn't planning to return to Beijing? Right? Song Min wore headphones, a recording playing on his mobile phone screen. Well, that's a pity, Mrs. Song's eyes dropped. Song Min wasn't paying attention to what Mrs. Song was saying. He wasn't very concerned about whether Bai Lian was returning or not. He was solely focused on the recording sent by Bai Xiaoqi. After listening, he replied to Bai Xiaoqi, it lacks a bit of the killer instinct of gambling with liquor. Yen Lu's song had become a hit, and Bai Xiaoqi had transcribed the score knowing Song Min liked it, recorded it with a guzheng, and sent it to Song Min. Bai Xiaoqi, I'll revise it then. If you think it's okay, I'll post it online. Bai Xiaoqi, I'm still working on Autumn again. I'll let you hear it once I finish. Few who liked the White Robe Journey did not enjoy Yen Lu's new song. After leaving, Bai Lian went to the library to borrow the books listed for her by an academician from Ma Institute. He had listed only 4 books, and the library had none of the 3. These 3 books are too obscure, the librarian apologized to Bai Lian, we can't find them at all. Chapter 388, Shocking Beijing High School, Ren family extends an olive branch _2 by Lien hadn't expected that such a large library would not have all 4 books she was looking for. She thanked the librarian and then complained to Jiang Fulai. In the end, she found 2 more of the ancient texts she wanted, went to the front desk to check them out, and the librarian was surprised to see such vastly different styles of books. After getting the books, she took bus 12 straight back to Purist Street. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette in his mouth, was helping his boss sell holiday goods at the shop when he saw Bai Lian approaching. His eyes lit up, and he stood up from the small stool. "Sis." Bai Lian had returned home but hadn't had the chance to see Mao Kuan and the others yet. Mao Kuan immediately began to report the recent events to Bai Lian. At the same time, at the intersection of Purist Street, a car slowly stopped. Ren Qian and his group got out. Ren Wanxian sat together with Ren Qian, her brow furrowed tightly. This was the first time Ren Qian was visiting the Ji family for the Lunar New Year. Ji Xiaorong and Ren Zhouwei got out of the car in front. Ji Xiaorong immediately spotted Bai Lian in front of the small convenience store, talking with a blonde guy. "Your niece?" Ren Zhouwei saw Bai Lian following Ji Xiaorong's gaze. As soon as Ren Zhouwei spoke, Ren Qian also saw Bai Lian. "What's she doing over there?" "You guys go ahead, I'll wait for her." Ji Xiaorong walked towards Bai Lian, and meanwhile, "I'll buy some tobacco." Ren Zhouwei earned a lot, but Ji Xiaorong always lived a simple life. Even the branded clothes Ren Zhouwei bought him he wore just like any other clothes. Ren Qian looked at Ren Wanxian, and Ren Wanxian pursed her lips. It just rained the day before yesterday. She was wearing new clothes today, and the stone-paved streets of Purist Street could be so muddy that one wrong step would cause dirty water to splash. She was already annoyed being here and did not want to stay with Bai Lian even a second longer. "Forget it." Ren Qian glanced at the blonde guy beside Bai Lian and didn't pressure Ren Wanxian. "Did you say someone from Beijing was coming today?" "My senior brother said the Jian family will come today," Ren Wanxian told Ren Qian. Master Jian was the former president of the Beijing Writers Association. Xiangqing is an unremarkable city among the vast Beijing. Hearing Ren Wanxian say this, Ren Qian was quite surprised. The Jian family from the 3 big families of Beijing? Right. Ren Wanxian carefully avoided a stone slab. "My senior brother is good friends with Master Jian's grandson." The 3 old families of Beijing, Bai, Song, and Jian. The Jian family is known for its scholarly heritage, while it said the Song family even has connections with Jiangjing. The Bai family is nouveau riche. These families might be slightly inferior to the Su family, but are incomparable to Xiangqing. The combined GDP provided by both the Ren family and the Chen family is not even 1/10 of just one of those families. Just thinking about the name Bai, Ren Wanxian frowned. Why are there so many with the surname Bai? What are they doing in Xiangqing? Ren Zhouwei asked in shock. Beijing should not be aware of Director Chen's demotion. How could their reach extend through Jiangjing to Xiangqing? Jian Rong said something about the Jian family. Ren Wanxian was about to continue when she heard Bai Lian talking to Ji Xiaojun from behind. She stopped talking and said no more. Ren Qian did not urge Ren Wanxian to continue, as this was not information just anyone could be privy to. In other words, the news of the Jian family coming from Beijing, Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing were the first to know. Even Chen Zhu and the others would have to exchange favors to inquire about it. However, upon hearing Bai Lian's voice, Ren Qian also turned back and greeted her warmly. His gaze fell on the 4 books Bai Lian was carrying, the outermost one being classical literature. "Aren't you studying science? Why are you looking at classical literature?" Ren Qian knew that Bai Lian had previously been in a training class. And because of this, there had been unpleasantness with Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian did not speak, and Ji Xiaorong raised his head slightly, explaining for her, "The child wants to expand her knowledge." Ren Qian nodded approvingly, "But as a high school senior, you should still focus on your studies." Ren Qian had not notified Ji Heng in advance that he would visit for New Year's greetings. Ji Heng was also caught unprepared. He wanted to call Ji Xiaojun and Shun Qing back home to prepare a meal. As soon as Ji Xiaorong entered, he went straight to the storage room to help clean. Ren Qian stopped Ji Heng, who was about to make a call. "I'm just here to pay a New Year's visit, and I have to get back to other things later," he said, shifting the topic. "So President Su is not coming back for now?" Ren Qian looked at Ji Heng's courtyard. No major new additions had been made. Neither Ji Xiaojun nor Ji Heng had bought a car yet. He's busy, Ji Heng said gruffly, as indeed the Su family had enough on their plate. Due to events in Xiangqing, Su En gained most of the decisiveness in the Su family, and also because of the Chen family, the Zus received many offers. Is that so? Ren Qian changed the subject. He looked at Bai Lian. Do you have time to come over to the Ren family for a meal on the 5th day of the new year? Bai Lian, no time. This was not a lie either. According to President Jian's words, they would fly to Beijing on the 4th day of the lunar year, and should be in Xiangqing by the 5th. As she said this, Ren Wanxian did not believe her and just glanced at Bai Lian's back. Starting from the 1st day of the Lunar New Year, the Ren family had a stream of subordinates coming to pay New Year's greetings to Ren Qian. Today's visit to the Ji family was just a spare moment for Ren Qian. As for the Ji family, looking at this desolate courtyard, who would come here to pay a visit? Indeed, no time. Ji Heng also looked up at this moment, speaking on Bai Lian's behalf. We have guests visiting on the 5th and preparations today are rushed. If you have time on the 5th, you can come over for a meal. Aside from a few neighbors, the visitors to the Ji family would be Ji Xian's students. And then there was Director Chen. With Su En temporarily unable to return, Ren Qian would not come over for a meal either. He smiled but did not echo the offer. When Bai Lian returned to her room to put away the books, her phone rang just as she put them down. It was a contact saved as, "My godmother's phone can't go through, and am not at Bacter Street. Do you have time to help me see what's going on?" She had added this contact at Granny Wang's place. The two of them rarely contacted each other. Seeing this message, Bai Lian frowned and stood up. She replied with a 1, put on her coat and left. Ji Heng never asked where Bai Lian was going. But as soon as Ren Qian saw her, he greeted her warmly. "Where are you going? Do you want Wan Xian to accompany you?" Chapter 389, 151. But her teacher was Liang Zuan. Second update, _1, going to visit Grandma Wang in the next street over. Bai Lian reached out to open the yard gate, slightly turned, and glanced at Ren Qian. Grandma Wang in the next street? Ren Wanxian gripped her phone tightly, looking towards Ren Qian. "Grandpa, I'm discussing something with my senior." Ren Qian didn't insist on Ren Wanxian going with Bai Lian anymore. Ji Heng picked up the smoking pipe on the table and stood up. He knew that Ren Wanxian didn't like him smoking, so he retreated to his own room. Once everyone left, Ren Wanxian looked around, and seeing no one, she lowered her voice. Jian Rong seemed to say that a very important elder from Jian family is coming to Xiangqing, and they are looking for an opportunity to meet that elder. Upon hearing the last part, Ren Qian sat upright. An elder whom even Jian family wants to meet? So mysterious? Who could it be? He exchanged puzzled looks with Ren Jiawei. Inside a courtyard on the street next to Purist Street, the old person's coughing echoed one after another, and Ning Xiao was patting the elder's back with an extremely distressed look on his face. The sound of knocking on the door came. He watched as Grandma Wang finished her water before he went to answer it. He thought it would be the neighbor from next door, but to his astonishment, it was Bai Lian. Alien? Bai Lian hadn't expected to see him either. Their eyes met until a weak voice came from the room. "Who is it?" "My classmate." Ning Xiao opened the door to let Bai Lian in. Struggling to sit up, Grandma Wang's eyes weren't too good, but through the window, she could make out Bai Lian's face with a trace of joy. "Alien." Bai Lian entered as if she knew the way. First, she glanced at the 3 ancestral tablets in the main room, which had fresh fruit offerings. Then, she went into the room to see Grandma Wang, and seeing her trying to sit up, she quickly helped her and naturally checked her pulse. "Be careful." Bai Lian looked down, feeling a weight in her heart. Cough cough. "I didn't realize you two were classmates." Grandma Wang's murky and dim eyes lit up, and her withered face seemed to gain some life. "Does he often do homework with you?" "Yes." Bai Lian continued patting her back until Grandma Wang's coughing subsided. "We and another classmate went to Jiangjing for tutoring before the new year." "Good, good." Grandma Wang was somewhat excited. "Then I'm relieved." She was frail, having been kept awake by her cough these past days, but under Bai Lian's care, she fell asleep in less than 5 minutes. "I'll teach you a set of massage techniques later." After Bai Lian tucked her in, she stepped out of the room to talk to Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao, seeing his grandma fall asleep in less than 5 minutes under Bai Lian's hands, knew the massage was effective. He was just a bit surprised. Bai Lian knew how to do this too? After teaching Ning Xiao, Bai Lian remembered Xiao Wang's issue. "Where is your grandma's phone?" Ning Xiao finally found the old-style cell phone in a corner. It was out of power. Bai Lian understood the situation before she replied to Xiao Wang. "Her phone ran out of battery. Spend more time with her when you can." "Wang, thank you." The next day, Tuesday, the 4th day of the month, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai went to the prison early in the morning to visit a certain Mr. Zhang. Alien, Zhang Shi's hands were still cuffed as he walked in, greeting them first. "Brother Jiang, Happy New Year." Then he had the look of someone about to cry. "Got beaten again?" Jiang Fulai stood behind Bai Lian, arms crossed, his stance lazy. His narrow, light eyes occasionally swept over him, appearing quite disdainful. Zhang Shi eyes, "Not really." Fights were common, but he wasn't crying because he got beaten up, but because Qi Yundai had come over that morning. "He's making me memorize legal terms." Zhang Shi eyes looked at Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai, complaining about Qi Yundai's evil deeds. Bai Lian hadn't yet grasped what legal terms were. Jiang Fulai gave Zhang Shi'ai a glance and asked sincerely, "Is that thing really worth memorizing? Isn't it something you can remember just by looking at it once?" Zhang Shi's sobbing came to an abrupt halt as he looked up at Jiang Fulai blankly. He felt like crying even more. In half a month, Zhang Shi'ai had made considerable progress, reaching a second-year level in mathematics, and his English improved the fastest. While he was making crafts in prison, not only did he strive to be the first, but he also managed to memorize words while being the first. Every few days there would be complaints about him. A staff member from the prison whispered to Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai while seeing them out, "Because he's always reciting words loudly while queuing for the toilet, disturbing people in the next stall." He didn't dare talk to Jiang Fulai. They left the prison gate. Bai Lian settled into the passenger seat and bowed her head to fasten her seatbelt. "Where are you going?" Jiang Fulai's fingers rested on the steering wheel, casually tapping it. Chapter 390, 151. But her teacher was Liang Zuan, second update, _2, Calligraphy Association. Bai Lian fastened her seatbelt, then leaned back in her seat and lazily turned on the car's Bluetooth, beginning to play her daily English reading. Jianjia hadn't left. Qiu Shuezheng was also at the Calligraphy Association. She went to the Calligraphy Association to wish the two of them a happy new year. Jiang Fulai started the car. "All right, it's on the way." The car quickly arrived at the Calligraphy Association. Jiang Fulai parked at the entrance and let Bai Lian get out. Resting his arm on the steering wheel, he said at a leisurely pace, "I'll be free tomorrow." Jiang Fulai had just returned at the end of the year, and a pile of work was waiting for him in the lab. After today's group meeting, he could take a few days off. Bai Lian closed the car door and gave him an "okay" gesture. "Then tomorrow I'll go to the library on time." She waited there as he drove the car away. Only when the car slowly disappeared at the intersection did she walk into the Calligraphy Association. Several elders had already arrived early at the Calligraphy Association. Because of the new year, red lanterns were hung inside the Calligraphy Association, making it very lively. When Bai Lian entered, two kids were already sitting in the yard and had started practicing calligraphy. When Jianjia saw Bai Lian, he smiled and greeted her with New Year's wishes. The two children also recognized Bai Lian. With Jiang Fulai not around, the kids were especially cheerful in wishing Bai Lian a happy new year. Bai Lian always had candy in her pockets, which she now took out for the two children, while saying to Jianjia, "I'm going to the library near number 1 middle school tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" Jianjia was taken aback. Bai Lian tilted her head slightly, raising her eyebrows. "If you're busy, you don't have to come. There's no rush." The graduate exam was still a while away. "It's not that I have anything," Jianjia thought for a moment. "I'll go to the library to find you tomorrow." Bai Lian went to look at the children's calligraphy. Okay, bring your graduate exam books. The yard of the Calligraphy Association was not small either, 10 meters both in length and width. There were about a dozen small tables arranged on the left side, with 4 large trees planted on both sides. The main gate was at the front, and the other 3 sides were surrounded by buildings, with the council hall directly opposite the gate. Now the sun had slowly risen, streaming through the gaps in the trees and spilling onto the white paper underneath the children's hands. Exam books. Jianzhe was somewhat puzzled. A melodious ringtone interrupted Jianzhe's thoughts. He took out his phone and answered the call. Dad? Jianzhe, just what are you thinking of doing? Jianzhe's father lowered his voice. I told you, your grandfather is going to Xiangqing today. There are students at the Calligraphy Association today, Jianzhe responded. On the other side of the phone, Jianzhe's father was a little irrational. Do you really plan to take root in Xiangqing? What on earth attracts you there? Do you know that Jian Rong is going to take the exam at Jiayi? Your grandfather is finding people in Jiangjing for him. Jianzhe thought about his improved calligraphy. I think it's quite good. Are you coming? The other side hung up the phone in a huff. Jianzhe looked at the busy tone on his phone, shrugged and said earnestly, although no one would believe him. The Ren family. Ren Qian, dressed in a formal suit, came down from upstairs, talking on the phone with a stern expression. No news from Mr. Chen yet? Don't know when he'll return? He hung up the phone with a worried frown. The driver was waiting respectfully downstairs. Ren Qian sat on the sofa, picked up a teacup, took a gentle sip, and then asked, Did you pick up the people? They've arrived. People from the Jian family are now at the mansion. The driver nodded, having just picked them up. Ren Jiawei was surprised. The Jian family from Beijing? A trace of a smile appeared on Ren Qian's face. Yes, thanks to Wan Xian, her information was very timely. It's just that I don't know exactly who is the high-profile person that the Jian family is waiting for. Could it be Mr. Chen? I'll go wait with the people from the Jian family tomorrow. Ren Qian tapped on the table. Sir, his assistant reminded him, you mentioned yesterday that the Ji family has invited you to dinner tomorrow. Ren Qian waved his hand dismissively. Just say we are too busy with something. What he cared about was Su and not the real Ji family. Moreover, there was something more important happening tomorrow. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning, Bai Lian, holding her backpack, had just opened the courtyard gate when she saw Mr. Chen raising his hand in greeting. Upon seeing Bai Lian, his eyes lit up, and he first offered his New Year greetings. Then, he took out a white bag and handed it to Bai Lian, explaining, Miss Bai, this is a notebook that Su Wenyao asked me to bring to you. After handing it to Bai Lian, Mr. Chen walked past her and greeted, Uncle, Happy New Year. He had brought back quite a few things from Jiangjing, both large and small packages. Bai Lian looked down and through the semi-transparent bag, could vaguely see the black physics notebook inside. Incredible! It even followed her here. In Xiangqing Library, Jianzhe had already arrived. He sat in his seat, feeling nervous as he watched the 2 study machines opposite him tackle incomprehensible problems. Bai Lian had long told Tang Ming to meet Jianzhe and save seats for them upstairs. It wasn't until he saw a white figure appear at the stairway entrance that Jianzhe finally let out a sigh of relief. Bai Lian placed her backpack next to Jianzhe and quietly pulled out a chair to sit down. Sister, Jianzhe asked in a low voice, am I here to study? The two sat at the very edge of a long table by the window. Bai Lian opened her backpack and took out a collection of problems and classical literature books. Bai Lian, Tang Ming opposite them said in shock, are you switching to the liberal arts? No, Bai Lian shook her head and then looked at Jianzhe. I've looked it up. Besides objective questions, the subjective part is about distilling points from classical texts to write essays. She tilted her head slightly, her tone lazy, her pitch-black eyes reflecting the rising sun. The occasional flickering light in her eyes was like a white tiger ready to pounce. Intimidating. Jianzhe had never seen Bai Lian with such an aura before, and he was slightly taken aback. Right. Do you want to try for Jiayi? Bai Lian asked as she pulled the classical literature book towards her, resting her chin in one hand and squinting her eyes. I do, Jianzhe whispered. But everyone wanted to try for Jia, but it's not like you could just try and succeed. Even Jian Rong was looking for connections. If you want to try, you can. Bai Lian flipped through the classical literature book, smoothing out the pages with her fingertips, facing the sunlight with a soft smile. Then you would also be my junior. Jianzhe was starting to understand. Are you not a science student? Arts and sciences are different. Bai Lian had never learned how to teach someone literary interpretation, but she remembered everything her teacher had taught her, to impart knowledge, to educate, and to resolve doubts. Now it seemed everyone's thinking had already solidified. She was good at science, naturally born for it. Bai Lian raised her eyebrows, her tone unusually proud and disdainful. Right now, indeed, I am studying science. But her first teacher was Liang Zuan. Chapter 391. What kind of people are hiding in 152 Xiangqing? What books do you usually read? Bai Lian tapped on the table and asked Jianzhe, since she had never asked about Jianzhe's matters and only had a rough idea of what the school taught these days. Since birth, Jianzhe had been learning to write big characters with his family. The Jian family was a scholarly family, and since a young age, they also fostered the younger generation of the family. But this generation had Jian Rong eclipsing the others, so Jian Zhonghai wasn't as concerned about his grandchildren's education and focused all his attention on Jian Rong. When Bai Lian asked him what books he liked to read, Jianzhe paused for a moment before looking at Bai Lian, hesitantly saying, Rebirth of the Dragon Emperor, The Beauty Bodyguard, Campus Belle. She made a pause gesture. Jianzhe scratched his head. Does it seem very unambitious? Not at all. Some people only want to be gangsters. Bai Lian didn't object to these things. She had been taught etiquette from a young age but still maintained her true nature, and it was because of Liang Zuan. Liang Zuan's method of upbringing was quite unique. He never stifled a person's character. His education was to make a person comply with natural law, to make his students become individuals with complete personalities. She was just struck by the word rebirth. Were there really such books? Bai Lian silently took note of the book title and then looked at Jianzhe. But if you want to take the entrance exam for Jia, you should put aside these hobbies for now. After you're admitted into Jia, you can read them. First, read the 13 classics. Fostering literacy in classical literature was important. I browsed through this book last night. You can start with this one. Bai Lian didn't know how well Jianzhe did in his university studies. But since he wanted to take the entrance exam, he must have some basic skills. You need to have a good grasp of Old Chinese phonology, syntax, and semantics, so you can read literature. If there's something you don't understand, ask me. Similarly, modern Chinese is also an art. Fortunately, the Bai Lian of the past had left her with precious memories of 19 years, and with her own memories of 23 years in ancient times, she possessed a breadth of knowledge and worldly experience that few could match. Jianzhe took the classical Chinese book Bai Lian handed him, quite surprised. Most people think that classical literature entrance exams are quite easy nowadays, but in reality, while objective questions aren't difficult, subjective essay questions are extremely tough. The question Jianzhe did yesterday was, one should devise good methods to invigorate one's tactics. Such questions test a student's literary foundation as well as their breadth of knowledge. Jianzhe didn't expect Bai Lian to have actually done the research. He lowered his head and began to read seriously. About 10 minutes later, two figures, one large and one small, walked up the stairs at a steady pace. The leading figure with long legs, although walking slowly, had a wide stride. The little figure behind him was climbing the stairs with difficulty, trying hard to keep up with his pace. Suddenly, Jianzhe noticed that the two people sitting across from him had straightened up. Before he had time to ponder why, a cold and deep voice suddenly came from overhead. What's he doing here? Jiang Gongzi? Jianzhe slightly raised his head and saw Jiang Fulai standing next to Bai Lian, hand resting on the back of the chair, casually looking at him. Jianzhe felt a tingle in his scalp. He never imagined he would run into Jiang Fulai in the library. He wanted to stand up, but Jiang Fulai gestured for him to stay. Here to read books? Bai Lian spoke softly. He's preparing for Jiai. Jiang Fulai pulled out the chair next to Bai Lian and sat down, looking over at Jianzhe for a moment before resting his gaze on the language book. Keep it up. He quietly uttered these two words. Jiang He sat opposite Jiang Fulai, and a row of 6 people studied and answered questions in their books. Occasionally, Ning Xiao would ask Jiang Fulai about a question. After studying for half an hour, Jianzhe was about to take out his phone and scroll through some videos when he looked up and saw that everyone at the table, including Jiang He, was seriously reading. He silently put down his phone and continued to read, feeling like it had been a century. When he looked up again, the 5 people beside him were either reviewing summaries or doing problems, and not doing anything else. Jianzhe looked down at the time on his phone. Had it only been an hour? It was his first time studying with such exam-obsessed maniacs, and the whole morning felt surreal to Jianzhe. Bai Lian, have you finished the comprehensive science test paper? Ning Xiao asked about the winter vacation homework, the expansion papers issued by the school. Done with it. As Bai Lian was working out a problem, she had Jiang Fulai help her take it out. Her backpack was hanging on the back of the chair. Jiang Fulai casually pulled it open. Bai Lian's backpack was very neatly organized, filled with papers and a collection of questions, and he took out the bundled papers that were clipped together. But wait, what's this? 3 notebooks? Jiang Fulai handed the papers to Ning Xiao, then tapped Bai Lian on the shoulder. Classmate Bai Lian, what are these? Chapter 392. What kind of people are hiding in 152 Xiangqing? _2 he asked. Bai Lian's hand, which was writing the symbol alpha, paused mid-arc. An alarm bell rang in her head. Notebook? Bai Lian took out 3 notebooks, 3 of them written by 2 people, physics by Su Wenyao and biochemistry by Liang Wuyu. I prepared the physics one especially for Zhang Xiai's, she said calmly. She indeed needed the chemistry and biology. As long as it didn't involve physics, then everything was negotiable. Jiang Fulai glanced at the physics notebook. Can he understand it? The notebook and error collection from a Jiangjing University Physics Department ace. Even Ning Xiao would need to study it seriously. Give it to him first. Bai Lian found a good home for the notebook. Even if he doesn't understand, Qi Lu will tell him. Jiang Fulai reluctantly believed her. After studying until the afternoon, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai went back to Pura Street for a meal. Some of the things that Director Chen had in the morning were prepared by Jiang Fulai, who went early to worship the tree god with Ji Heng and others, and at noon, there was a vegetarian feast at the tree god temple. They didn't go back. In the evening, Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun prepared the meal and reminded Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai to come back for dinner. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jianzhe exited the library with light steps. He, who got into Beijing University through an arts exam, had never studied this seriously even in his senior year of high school. Only after Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai got into the car did he ask Tang Ming, who was beside him, "Do you study every day from 8 until now? Without a single break in between?" Not exactly, Tang Ming shook his head. Jianzhe breathed a sigh of relief. I get up at 6 every morning to memorize English. Tang Ming shared his schedule with Jianzhe. Then I come to the library at 8 and go back at 5 in the afternoon. After dinner, I do the school's basic question bank until midnight. That's considered early. Ning Xiao and Sister Lian seemed to sleep at 1. As he spoke, Tang Ming frowned. No, I have to stay up until 1 tonight as well. There are just over 150 days left. Jianzhe? How did they manage that? Jianzhe felt he was already quite amazing after focusing for 2 hours. If it weren't for Jiang Fulai sitting next to him today, he'd probably have spent at least 2 hours on his phone. He asked cautiously, "Which university are you 2 seniors in high school planning to apply to?" Ning Xiao, Jiangjing University. He answered with a lot of confidence this time. Jianzhe, who even found it difficult to dream of attending Jiangjing Art University. Isn't it? In this Xiangqing, why does it seem like everyone who comes by can attend Jiangjing University? Did Jiangjing University become as common as cabbage? Wouldn't this be among the top 10 even in Beijing? Jianzhe began to doubt his life choices. Who exactly were Bai Lian and her two classmates? He carried his book and took out his phone, playing a racing game on his way to Xiangqing train station. His grandfather, Jian Zhonghai, was still waiting there to pick someone up. Xiangqing train station. It has been renovated, but the foundation is old, and the train station still looks run down. The new South Station is under construction and will connect to the high-speed rail. Ren Wanxian frowned as she stepped on the ground, following Ren Qian out of the car, very curious. "Grandpa, is the old president really waiting here in person?" "Yes." Ren Qian had already seen a large group of black-suited bodyguards up ahead. He hurried over and greeted the man in the center, Jian Zhonghai, with great politeness. "President Jian, the person you are waiting for hasn't arrived yet?" Jian Zhonghai was not only the former president of the Beijing Writers Association but everyone who had reached this position knew. Becoming president meant holding multiple positions, like vice chair of the Beijing Political Consultative Conference, the head of the Department of Literature and Art. The efforts of the Jian family for generations were not something any ordinary family could match, especially since they were from Beijing. Jian Zhonghai had silver hair, donned a gray coat, and his forehead bore 3 deep wrinkles. Intellectuals often held each other in contempt, and he glanced at Ren Qian, speaking succinctly, "His train is at 7 in the evening." Jian Zhonghai got the information from the people he had arranged. In actuality, after his elder brother left home, he never returned to the Jian family, and even seeing his brother was difficult for him. Who could have known that without the Jian family's protection, the other could still make it step by step and eventually become the sect leader of the Jiangjing Bureau of Literature and Art. The Jian family repeatedly asked him to come back, but he ignored them. This time, Jian Zhonghai was not even sure whether his brother would meet him. Listening to Jian Zhonghai, Ren Qian felt a tumultuous surge within him. The train was at 7 in the evening and Jian Zhonghai was already waiting at 4? Jian Zhonghai was the previous president, and if he hadn't retired when it came to administrative status, Ren Qian, from a Tier 18 small city, couldn't compare at all. Even if he had retired, the connections he still held were something Ren Qian coveted a great deal. Chapter 393. What kind of people are hiding in 152 Xiangqing? Understood, to have Jian Zhonghai waiting here so early? Who could be the VIP that Jian Zhonghai is waiting for? He felt even more fortunate that he hadn't gone to the Ji family today. "I have prepared a dinner for you and your distinguished guest." Ren Qian handed a gift list to Jian Zhonghai. "Please see if there is anything your guest might not like." It's not easy for someone like Jian Zhonghai to come to Xiangqing. Recently, Ren Qian's power had become more dispersed, and the items he had prepared for Jian Zhonghai were extremely rare. Jian Zhonghai looked it over and his attitude towards him improved significantly. Ren Wanxian and Qiu Buqing stood aside, unable to say anything in such a situation. The few people were just talking. Jian Zhe appeared from behind the crowd. When Ren Wanxian saw Jian Zhe, she was shocked. "What are you doing here? Did Qiu Shuezhing let something slip?" She couldn't help but look at Qiu Shuezhing, frowning. Did Bai Lian also know? Jian Zhe just walked forward, stopping beside Jian Zhonghai. "Grandfather." "Grandfather? Jian Zhonghai's grandson?" Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian were dumbfounded. How could a member of the Jian family appear in Xiangqing? Jian Zhonghai had 2 sons and 2 daughters, and several grandchildren. Among them, Jian Rong was his favorite and had been cultivated by his side since childhood. As for Jian Zhe, from childhood he had been hiding comic books under the bed. Jian Zhonghai had scolded his family extremely harshly. He glanced at Jian Zhe without saying anything. Jian's father pulled Jian Zhe aside and scolded him in a low voice. "Your grandfather arrived yesterday. How come you are only here now?" "I went to the library with Sister Bai." Jian Zhe spoke up. "Sister Bai is very impressive. I think her calligraphy." Although Bai Lian was 2 years younger than him, they were used to calling her sister. He tried to promote Bai Lian to his father. Jian's father interrupted him, not caring who Sister Bai was, and just coldly looked at Jian Zhe. "Can't you make some normal friends? Look at Jian Rong's friends, then look at yours. Never mind that, can't you tell the difference between your grandfather and other people in importance? Isn't Jian Rong also not here?" Jian Zhe didn't want to argue about this with his father. He looked around and didn't see Jian Rong. You think you are like Jian Rong? Jian's father lashed out again. He is studying in the mansion, waiting for your elder uncle. Your grandfather will personally take him there. Jian Rong was the hope of the Jian family. His matters were of utmost importance. How could he possibly be here? If Jian Rong could go, why couldn't he? Jian Zhe was very unsatisfied. He decided to go back and study for 4 more hours that night. Meanwhile, at the Ji family, Ji Heng was playing chess with Director Chen. When Director Chen saw Jiang Fulai, he quickly got up and with teary eyes offered his seat. Sir, would you like to play a few games with Uncle Ji? I'll go help in the kitchen. Ji Heng didn't seem to care, but his play was incredibly fierce at 5 in a row. Jiang Fulai glanced at Director Chen, then sat down opposite Ji Heng, picking up a white piece casually. The ordinary white piece seemed to exude the radiance of white jade in his hands. Jiang He sat on a slightly higher stool next to Ji Heng, holding a fruit dish and watching the two play chess. Ji Heng arranged the black pieces and upon seeing Jiang Fulai sit down, suddenly asked, Do you know how to play Go? A little, Jiang Fulai nodded. Okay, Ji Heng decided on the spot, then let's play Go. The white pieces go first, and Jiang Fulai made the first move. Chess is like life. Ji Heng played a solid and reliable style, while Jiang Fulai's style was inscrutable, appearing very casual. Bai Lian stood to the side and watched for a while, until she received a message from Ding Jian. Ding Jian. Image, Ding Jian. What's this place? Looking down, Bai Lian saw a picture by the Shangqing building with Ding Jian's luggage beside it. Bai Lian, weren't you on the 7 o'clock train? Ding Jian. There's a villain among the crowd? Bai Lian. Wait there, she told Ji Heng she was going to pick someone up at the city gate. The city gate was close to Pura Street, just 4 stops away. Jiang Fulai watched Bai Lian leave, then raised his hand to play another piece. Ji Heng didn't pay much attention to this move, but after the 10th piece, the white pieces on the board formed a pattern full of hidden danger, step by step leading to a trap. Ji Heng's mouth twitched. No way, who changes their playing style midway through a game? At the city gate. When Bai Lian found the person, Ding Jian was standing next to his silver luggage, looking quite desolate. You're alone. Bai Lian thought he had company. It's the holidays, I didn't want to make anyone work overtime. Ding Jian looked up and explained, I'm not a 3-year-old child. His trip to Shangqing had been leaked by someone. So he had to abandon the train and take a bus from Beijing to Shangqing, which was quite a hassle. He was unsure whether he could still check into the hotel he had booked. Ding Jian looked at Bai Lian, puzzled. Is the tourism industry here so developed? But last month, Shangqing suddenly became incredibly popular, and with the Tourism Bureau seizing the opportunity to promote it, all the hotels in Shangqing were fully booked after the 2nd day of the lunar month and impossible to reserve. Otherwise, Ding Jian certainly wouldn't have troubled Bai Lian. He was a person who did not like to impose on others. Let's go to my grandfather's for dinner first. Bai Lian went to pick up Ding Jian's suitcase. It's very heavy, Ding Jian started to protest. His 28-inch suitcase contained not only daily necessities but also a slightly smaller zither case. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Lian effortlessly lifted it with her left hand. At the Ji family, Director Chen came out with a glass of milk for Jiang He. Where's Miss Bai? He looked around, not seeing Bai Lian. Gone to pick someone up, Ji Heng replied without looking up, while Jiang Fulai returned his attention to Director Chen. Gone to pick someone up? Su En and the others were not around, so who else was in Shangqing? Director Chen pondered for a moment, then discussed with Ji Heng. Uncle, let's go fishing tomorrow. In another 2 days, Big Brother Ji won't have time. Ji Xiaojun would have to start working on the 8th day of the lunar month, and Director Chen would also have to work. Ji Heng, frustrated by the chess game, responded perfunctorily, all right. 5 minutes later, Ji Heng said to Jiang Fulai, observing his playing style, don't deliberately lose. Jiang Fulai, who had been letting him win from the start. 20 minutes later, looking at the besieged black pieces, Ji Heng conceded, let's play 5 in a row instead. Dinner's ready. Ji Xiaojun came out with bowls and chopsticks, peering outside. Alien hasn't returned yet? As he spoke, there was a commotion outside the door. Chapter 394, 153 Dean Jian, Jianzhe's cheating friend, second update, _1 by Lian's voice was speaking. Jiang He, who couldn't understand Go and sat in a chair, half asleep, was suddenly alert. He jumped up to open the door. But Director Chen was faster. Holding his chopsticks, he came out, walked to the gate and opened it. Miss Bai. After he spoke, he saw the silver suitcase in Bai Lian's hands. Director Chen reached out to take it. Bai Lian waved her hand, not giving it to him, and then turned her head. We've arrived. It was then that Director Chen noticed the elderly man beside Bai Lian. The Chen family didn't deal in the arts. The senior Chen had once fought against thieves, Chen Beixian was trained in sniping, and Director Chen himself had come out of the military. Jiangjing was so vast, he didn't recognize Dean Jian, only finding him vaguely familiar. If it had been the president of Jiangjing University or Jiangjing National Defense, Director Chen would have definitely known him. Dean Jian hadn't seen Director Chen either. Bai Lian put the suitcase aside and introduced Dean Jian to the family. Dean Jian stood beside her and quietly tried to lift the suitcase with one hand. He couldn't budge it. He stared at the suitcase, puzzled and silent for a long time before he came to his senses and introduced himself to people like Ji Heng. Bai Lian and I are friends, just here for a visit to Xiangqing. Having struggled with his mother since his childhood, what hardship hadn't he endured? Here, he had none of the airs of a dean. Shen Qing's eyes lit up. She greatly admired teachers who practiced the arts. Quick, please, have a seat. It was Jiang Fulai, though upon hearing he was a Jian, who gave him a longer look. That look was chilling. Jian Zhongyou was quite confused at the dinner table, thinking he hadn't offended the young man, right? Why did he seem so fierce, to the point that even Jian Zhongyou felt somewhat daunted? Of course, he wasn't aware that the screenshot Bai Lian had taken before contained the words, Dean Jian. In a few words, Jiang Fulai guessed Dean Jian's identity. Everyone at the table was very talkative, except for Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, and Jiang He, who spoke little and ate politely, obviously having received specialized training in etiquette. Whenever someone asked her something, Bai Lian would always swallow her food before speaking. We're going fishing tomorrow. Ji Heng, knowing this was Bai Lian's friend, was very polite to Dean Jian. Do you have any plans? You can join us for fishing and also take a look at the Xiangqing River. It's quite spectacular. He knew Bai Lian was on a tight schedule, with her senior year being very busy, using every bit of time for homework. Dean Jian thanked him. Thank you. Before coming to Xiangqing, he had also looked up the history of the place and was quite interested in Xiangqing. He had come to find Bai Lian and also wanted to get a good look at its history. In the evening, Dean Jian temporarily stayed over at Ji Heng's place. Xiangqing train station. At 7:30, the train arrived, but the person Jian Zhonghai was supposed to meet wasn't there. Where is the person the old president was supposed to meet? Ren Wanxian had been eager to see who Jian Zhonghai was supposed to pick up. But she didn't see anyone. Ren Qian was also puzzled. Jian Zhonghai was quite astonished. He took out his phone and made a call. 2 minutes later, he furrowed his brows, saying to his father, "The person has arrived, but they don't want to see us." They avoided the train and went straight back to the mansion. "We'll discuss this when we get back." Jian Zhe seldom left Jiangjing. Within the Jian family of Jiangjing, meeting him was as difficult as reaching the sky. Now that he was out of Jiangjing, it was the only chance to persuade Jian Zhe. The group headed back to the mansion, while Jian Rong wanted to return to the Calligraphy Association. With Ren Qian and Jian Zhonghai both present, hearing his son talk so insignificantly, Jian's father scolded in a low voice, "Even Jian Rong is obediently following your grandfather. With this opportunity, you should show your best, and you want to go back to the local Calligraphy Association for what?" Obviously, it was to practice calligraphy. Jiang Fulai made him write 100 big characters every day which, due to an early departure that day, he had yet to complete. "Dad, would you and Grandpa like to visit the Xiangqing Calligraphy Association?" Jian Rong tried to sell the idea to Jian Zhonghai. It's really nice, and the kids there are adorable. Jian's father's forehead throbbed with veins. He wished he could cover his son's mouth on the spot. Jian Zhonghai glanced at Jian Rong. If I have time, I might take a look. Jian Zhonghai was a proper former president with an administrative rank, not just any ordinary deputy position. With his status, if it weren't for Jian Zhonghai wouldn't have come to this place in his lifetime, let alone visit a local calligraphy association. It was utterly unthinkable. The next day, early in the morning, Ji Heng brought the New Year's gifts to the Ren family. Being no ordinary household, Ji Heng had put thought into it, presenting a painting he had embroidered himself, along with some expensive tobacco and alcohol. In-law, Ren Qian personally came down to greet him, directing someone to bring the gifts into his study. Have lunch here at noon, he'll have it prepared. Ren Qian looked around, Bai Lian hadn't come. Chapter 395, 153 Dean Jian's cheating friend, second update, _2, thank you, no need, we're going fishing in a bit. Ji Heng politely declined an invitation to stay for lunch at the Ren family. Are you guys going? Polite words are something everyone can say. Ren Wanxian gave a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I still have homework to do. That's too bad, I have some important matters to attend to, Ren Qian said with a tone full of regret. He was going to see elder Jian Zhonghai. Even without the Jian family's matters, Ren Qian wouldn't go fishing with Ji Heng. If Suan was around, he might consider accompanying them for a bit. He sent Ji Heng off with all due courtesy. Now, the Jian family was the important matter. Upon returning home, Ren Qian took busy Ren Wanxian to the mansion to see Jian Zhonghai. Jian Zhonghai was practicing his calligraphy early in the morning while Jian's assistant was keeping Ren Qian company, who waited an hour before Jian Zhonghai came down. Elder President Jian, Ren Qian casually chatted for a while before asking, Who are you looking for? I know many people in Xiangqing, I could help you look. To be frank, Jian Zhonghai put down his teacup and looked up. It's my older brother. He has some misunderstandings with our Jian family. Jian Zhonghai's brother? Ren Qian had not heard of him. The assistant by Jian Zhonghai's side glanced at Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian. Our uncle is the president of the Jiangjing Music Academy, the director of the Jiangjing Culture Bureau, and settled in Chang'an District, Jiangjing. Jiangjing Music Academy? Jiangjing Culture Bureau? A realization struck Ren Qian. How could the Beiqing Jian family have such relatives? With that in mind, he showed even more respect to Jian Zhonghai. I will have someone keep an eye out. Jian's assistant, after observing them, knew that Ren Wanxian and Ren Qian had no idea what it meant to be settled in Chang'an District. Bai Lian still went to the library early in the morning. Jiang Fulai sat next to Bai Lian writing a paper. Everyone was busy with their own things. Jianjia, who had an extremely hard time sitting there yesterday, felt much better today. Although it was still a struggle, he no longer checked the time every so often as he had done the day before. With Jiang Fulai around, even going to the bathroom required a great deal of determination from Jianjia. Bai Lian knew that Jianjia had trouble focusing while reading, which is why she had him come with her to the library. Habits are cultivated. Yet, unexpectedly, Jianjia was much quieter in the library than Pu Xiaohan. She rested her chin on her hand, pensively saying to Jiang Fulai, Why don't you stay at the library for a few more days? Jiang Fulai slowly typed out a line, his posture casual and his tone seemingly indifferent. If you insist on me staying a few more days, then sure. Bai Lian reassured him, Yes, I'll treat you to milk tea later. Tell me, what do you want to drink? The same as you. Jiang Fulai wasn't particularly fond of milk tea. All right. Bai Lian capped her pen with one hand, then lazily reached out to tap on Jiang He's head. Xiaoniao, what about you? What do you want to drink? Jiang He, Tang Ming, having fully realized Jiang He's peculiarities in the past 2 days, quietly gossiped to Tang Ming after Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai went downstairs. Why is Xiaoniao called Bird? Don't know, Ning Xiao said calmly, pointing out the essence, but it must have been Lian who gave the nickname. Otherwise, Jiang Xiaoniao wouldn't be so silent. A little after 4 in the afternoon. Ji Heng called her to bring Ning Xiao and the others to join them for dinner. Ji Heng's voice was quite excited over the phone. It seemed like they had caught quite a few fish. Bai Lian couldn't help but feel happy for him, and after hanging up, she looked at Jianzhe. She remembered Jianzhe did not go home for the new year. Are you coming to my grandpa's for dinner tonight? They caught a lot of fish today. Dinner at Bai Lian's place? Jianzhe hesitated a bit. Won't that be too much trouble? Ning Xiao and I are going, said Tang Ming to Jianzhe. It wasn't the first time they had eaten at Bai Lian's grandfather's house. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao were very familiar with Xin Qing and Ji Heng. Not to mention that Pu Xiaohan stealthily added Ji Heng on WeChat, coquettishly asking him to make clothes for her. Tang Ming was quite amazed. Okay then, Jianzhe nodded. He did not have many friends but had met quite a few people through Bai Lian since coming to Xiangqing. And that included the two academic aces before him. When leaving the library for Purist Street in the evening, Jianzhe quietly asked Tang Ming what Ji Heng liked, wondering if he should buy something for him. Buy some fruits and tobacco to take over, Ning Xiao suggested from the side. There's a small store on Purist Street that has those. The young people got off the car on Purist Street. The three of them were going to number 112 to buy tobacco and fruits while Bai Lian accompanied them to the convenience store. Items in the convenience store weren't expensive, and the tobacco was very ordinary. Jiang Fulai carried his computer in one hand and kept the other in his pocket, following behind them lazily. The store owner gave them a little discount and also handed Bai Lian and Jiang He a lollipop each. Chapter 396, 153 Dean Jian, Jianzhe's cheating friend, second update, _3 Tang Ming complained to Jianzhe, why don't we have one? Jianzhe. Maybe it's because you're just average looking. Tang Ming. Then what about teacher Jiang? Jianzhe, a death sentence. Luckily, a phone call saved Jianzhe. He had never been more grateful for his dad's call than at this moment. Didn't I tell you there's a banquet today? Jian's father whispered from the other end of the phone, where are you? Jianzhe walked to the side and spoke softly, I'm having dinner at a friend's house, I won't be coming. Anyway, his presence wouldn't make a difference. It was likely a banquet that Jian Zhonghai was hosting to promote Jian Rong. Whether he attended or not was inconsequential. On the phone, Jian's father glanced at Jian Rong talking to Jian Zhonghai on the sofa and then back down at his phone. He couldn't understand why Jianzhe lacked ambition. Master Jianzhe doesn't have time? Where did he go? Jian's assistant looked at Jian's father, surprised. Jian's father forced a smile. He's having dinner with a few friends. Friends? Those fair-weather friends from Xiangqing? Taking another look at Jian's father, the assistant then realized and went to report back to Jian Zhonghai. It wasn't that the assistant looked down on Jianzhe's friends. It was mainly because Jian Rong's friends included well-known figures from the Beiqing circle, and one of them was even the top scholar of Beiqing's college entrance exams from last year. The contrast was simply too stark. Jian's father felt humiliated by that look. If Jianzhe were by his side, he would surely have been beaten up again. If he's busy, let it be, Jian Zhonghai said indifferently. Where Jianzhe went to eat wasn't a concern to him, as long as Jian Rong was there. Then he turned amiably to Jian Rong and said, are you sure your uncle added you? Jian Zhongyo was an odd one. Jian Zhonghai knew his contact methods, yet Jian Zhongyo didn't add the older generation to his contacts. Only some younger family members and occasional assistants or secretaries went through. Jian Rong nodded. I was just asking uncle about where he lives. Good. Jian Zhonghai laughed heartily and clapped Jian Rong on the shoulders vigorously. Meanwhile, Jianzhe hung up the phone. Tang Ming and Ning Xiao each carried a bag, and they handed one to Jianzhe as well. Let's go. The group made their way to Ji Heng's yard. Ning Xiao, who had been there once, recognized the way and led Tang Ming and the others. Bai Lian walked behind with Jiang Fulai and was accompanied by Jiang He. The setting sun stretched their shadows long. Bai Lian was wearing a lead white top with batwing sleeves and a silver-white pleated skirt that fluttered as she walked. After a few steps, she paused, looking Jiang He up and down before lazily commenting, your legs are really short. Jiang Fulai followed leisurely behind Bai Lian. His gaze was light, only looking down at Jiang He disdainfully when Bai Lian spoke. Heh. He gazed at Jiang He, emitting a heartless chuckle. Jiang He quickened his pace, clearly frustrated. Jiang He was slow, and Ning Xiao's group had already reached Ji Heng's place, while the three of them hadn't even made it to the corner. Does Sister Bai live here? Jianzhe asked curiously, looking around. Right? Tang Ming said, chatting with Jianzhe on the side. Ning Xiao raised his hand to knock on the yard's door. As soon as his hand reached up, Shen Qing opened the door. I could hear Tang Ming talking from far away. Come in quickly, I've specially simmered soup for you both today. Jianzhe, who hadn't met Shen Qing before, entered hesitantly behind Ning Xiao. There were only two others in the yard besides Shen Qing. They were Director Chen and Dean Jian. Both squatted in the middle of the yard watching fish. Director Chen greeted Ning Xiao and then pointing to the largest fish in the middle, introduced it to the group. I caught this one. Dean Jian pointed to the fish next to him, slowly saying, this one is the one I caught. Chapter 397. 154 Shocked Jianzhe ignites the east of the city _1. The weather in Xiangqing was not cold, so Director Chen had rolled up his sleeves. He had a very down-to-earth air about him. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming both showed great respect to Director Chen, complimenting his fish when they entered. Only Jianzhe stood at the doorstep, hesitating and even feeling a bit surreal, as he looked at the old man squatting beside Director Chen, somewhat afraid to go in. This student, Shen Qing, saw Jianzhe holding a bag and carrying a backpack, and smiled. Aren't you coming in? Jianzhe came back to his senses. He hadn't met the elder from his family, but his father and grandfather would always mention the elder at the dinner table, saying he was the pride of the Jian family. The younger members of the family had all seen the official photo from Jiangjing Music Academy. Jianzhe did not have face blindness, yet the serious, scholarly face from the official photo was now casually squatting on the ground of the courtyard, in front of the fish, wearing a pair of handmade cloth shoes, stained with yellow mud. Compared to the lofty image of the dean of the Jiangjing Music Academy, the contrast was just too stark. Even though they had the same face, Jianzhe hesitated to recognize him for a moment. As for Jian Zhongyou, he didn't know any of the Jian family members, and only thought the young man had been staring at him for too long, but he didn't take it to heart. Xiaohan loves fish head hot pot the most, Shen Qing said to Bai Lian, who had just returned. Bai Lian put down her backpack and explained to Shen Qing, she went to see Grandpa Tao. There's a TV station interviewing him today, and she's helping him tidy up his appearance. Grandpa Tao's puppet show had become popular, and many big V bloggers were riding on its trend. The TV station was even stirred up to feature a special interview with Grandpa Tao. Speaking of this, Bai Lian suddenly remembered, and she paused beside Jian Zhongyou. There's a traditional town here, and the street is full of stalls, old martial arts gyms, sugar painting, puppet shows. Do you want to go there later and have a look? She remembered Jian Zhongyou came for tourism. Sure, Jian Zhongyou wasn't really here for tourism, but since he was here, they'll have a look. The two chatted about this. Jiang Fulai held the grapes Bai Lian had given him, delicately peeling them as he spoke to Director Chen beside him. I want to attend the meeting. This wave of traffic is yours to harness. Make sure the Culture and Tourism Department is aware during the meeting. Director Chen rolled down his sleeves and nodded. We have already added many stalls and encouraged more vendors to come over, and the supporting facilities have increased accordingly. Maintaining public security in the east of the city and guiding tourists is the priority, Jiang Fulai said as he finished peeling, and handed some to Bai Lian, who was still talking with Jian Zhongyou. Before returning, we need to elevate the influence of traditional crafts and strive to discover more artisans like Grandpa Tao, one by one. Adding some traditional crafts interaction activities to get more young people involved is vital for drawing in and maintaining interest, and you don't have to worry about the initial investment. Director Chen, who was not sensitive to these matters, made sure to remember everything Jiang Fulai said. The patrol team has all gone to the east of the city, where there is a high volume of people, and we are currently developing a tourism line in the west of the city. Before returning to Jiangjing, Director Chen patrolled the east of the city every day. The whole of Xiangqing, along with the Culture and Tourism Department, were fully energized, not even taking a break for the new year. With the high volume of tourists, the stalls in the east did not raise their prices. In fact, Grandpa Tao continued to perform for children for free. The South Station was rushing to complete construction, and the North Station's railway station had been renovated again, with the tourist line already in operation. The hub station was connected from Ring Road all the way to the tourist town in the east, striving to turn the area into a traditional cultural tourism district. The initial promotion had gone so smoothly thanks in no small part to the influence of Jiang Fulai, who had invested most of his capital into the push. The people of Xiangqing kept their traditional friendliness, with most of the guest houses being run by locals, charging only for meals. In their words, they had never imagined people would come to see Xiangqing on purpose, because even the locals wanted to leave, so they were especially hospitable to tourists. At the dinner table, a big bowl of soup was brought to the table, and Xinqing specially served one bowl each to Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. "Thank you." Both expressed their gratitude politely. Bai Lian glanced at that big bowl of soup, then circumvented it to serve herself some fish soup. Jiang Fulai didn't drink any soup, only eating a bit of the fish head. As for Director Chen, he looked at Ning Xiao and Tang Ming, with words on the tip of his tongue. Sitting beside Tang Ming, Jianzhe dared not look at Jian Zhongyou on his left nor at Jiang Fulai on his right, and just kept his head down eating. After finishing their meal, Director Chen quickly and deftly helped Ji Xiaojun wash the dishes. Ji Heng's courtyard was lively until 9 o'clock when everyone departed. Bai Lian returned to her room, drying her hair while she took out her phone, opened Chengdu, and searched. Chapter 398, 154 Shock Jianzhe ignites the east of the city _2, Rebirth of the Dragon Proud Sky. She wore a loose white pajama, lazily sitting by the window, her hair all swept to the left hand holding a towel against her hair tips, while the right hand scrolled through the screen reading about Long Outyin. She could speed read 10 lines at a glance. Could there really be such a thing as rebirth? After reading a few chapters and seeing nothing about how Long Outyin was reborn, Bai Lian skipped ahead, ready to listen to some English, when a message from Jianzhe popped up at the top of her phone. Bai Lian clicked on it and took a look. "Your family, that Mr. Jian, he looks a bit like one of my elders." Bai Lian? Jianzhe, the one I told you about before, the one who learned zither as a child. Does this Mr. Jian play the zither? Upon reading this, Bai Lian sat up straight, methodically tapped on the head of the Calligraphy Association's director, took a screenshot, then replied. He didn't come back for the new year. It was 10 minutes later, while chatting with Ji Heng, that the director of the Calligraphy Association saw the reply. "Just don't let him spread my message." After reading the reply, Bai Lian relayed to Jianzhe, "It's him." At the other end of the phone, Jianzhe, who had just boarded a taxi, suddenly wanted to stand, his head banging hard on the car roof. The driver glanced in the rearview mirror, breaking in alarm. "Young man, do you need to go to the hospital?" No need, Jianzhe replied stiffly. Though he had suspected the old Mr. Jian was his elder from the moment he first saw Jian Zhongyou. Still, the shock was inevitable when Bai Lian confirmed it. The Jian family would resort to anything to meet Jian Zhongyou, even spending a lot of money every year to bribe the people around him. For example, when Jianzhe saw yesterday that Jian's father and the rest couldn't meet their target, he thought it was another false lead, but he didn't expect that Jian Zhongyou really came to Xiangqing. And he was at Bai Lian's place. How did he know Bai Lian? The next day, Jianzhe, with panda eyes, came to study with Bai Lian and the others. When Pu Xiaohan arrived holding her incomplete winter holiday homework, she was startled by Jianzhe. "Hi," Jianzhe greeted Pu Xiaohan. They had met at the Calligraphy Association, and at that time, Pu Xiaohan was rather distant with Jianzhe. Seeing him studying with Bai Lian and the others today, she felt a bit more familiar. "Let me copy the winter holiday homework. I didn't do many of the tough questions," Pu Xiaohan murmured, asking Tang Ming for the homework. The extended questions were too difficult. She didn't dare to ask Ning Xiao. His stern look was a big improvement over Jiang Fulai. If it weren't for Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan would not even dare to speak to him. Tang Ming pulled out his homework for her. Jianzhe was shocked as he looked toward Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. They didn't care? Why couldn't he even sneak a moment on his phone? By 2 in the afternoon, Pu Xiaohan finished copying the homework and had gone through the wrong questions given by Bai Lian. Then she packed her bag and quietly said goodbye to Bai Lian. Bai Lian, in going to see grandfather Jian. She was an online friend of the director of the Calligraphy Association and knew he was going to the Eastern City tourist area, so Pu Xiaohan volunteered to be his tour guide. Eastern City. The director of the Calligraphy Association arrived first. He was dressed in a gray shirt, holding a fan Ji Heng had given him. Just after getting off the tourist bus line, a volunteer approached him. "Grandpa, are you here alone for the sightseeing? Would you like some water?" He unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it to the director of the Calligraphy Association. On the 6th day of the lunar year, the crowd was continuous at the Eastern City. The volunteer saw the director alone and of considerable age. He made a point of finding a young person to be responsible for his safety. Pu Xiaohan hadn't yet arrived when the director was taken to watch a puppet show. Next to it was a stand for performances by the audience. The volunteer gave the director a sugar painting and even led him to the stand prepared for amateur performers. In addition to puppets and masks, there was an arrow placed beside the stand. A child of 7 or 8 years old went up to perform a face-changing act. The director, motivated by the warmth, spur of the moment sat down and picked up the arrow beside him. He was proficient with most instruments, except for this one. Play moon reflected in the second spring. A bunch of people below were clapping. Here, no one recognized him, but they were clapping and cheering below the stage, not for grading or performing, but for the sheer joy of sharing the experience. The director sat on the stool, his right hand relaxedly holding the bow, with his middle finger and ring finger casually inserted between the bow stick and hair. With a mostly young audience and during the festive period, it didn't seem right to play sad music. What did young people like again? Suddenly the director had an idea, then he nonchalantly crossed one leg over the other, squinted his eyes, and drew the bow across the strings, his middle finger and ring finger lightly touching them, bringing forth a lively and vigorous sound from the stage. It was like a wave of joy splashing into a calm lake, bringing about a performance. Chapter 399. 154 Shock Jianzhe ignites the east of the city _3 An arrow rang out, piercing the skies above. It set the entire eastern part of the city ablaze. The young people's eyes lit up. Wasn't this sexy love? Could their traditional instrument, the arrow, actually play that? There were hardly any experts in the audience. All they knew was that this arrow had a really great tune. It was lively yet carried a touch of sassiness, which didn't seem to match the serious and stern old man at all. In an instant, the lightly attended stage began drawing crowds, lured by the sound of the arrow. Countless people recorded the scene, surrounding the stage so tightly that no one could pass through. When Pu Xiaohan arrived, Director Jian was desperately looking for her help. She finally managed to pull Director Jian out of the crowd and handed him the milk tea that Bai Lian had brought for him. The two of them snuck behind a huge blue trash can to drink their milk teas. "Grandpa Jian, you actually know young people's music?" Pu Xiaohan took a sip of her milk tea. She had listened to half of Sexy Love. It was astounding. She had always thought Director Jian was a serious person. She didn't dare overstep boundaries when talking to him online, only to discover today that he possessed an interesting soul. "It wasn't me." Director Jian's eyes were open to a new world by Bai Lian, squatting down with his milk tea. "Your classmate who sits behind you played it first on the zither. She's better at it than me." That serious yet playful charm, Director Jian thought Bai Lian played it spot on. These classical instruments didn't always have to play classic pieces. Letting more people know that even the arrow could play music from all times and places was important. Bai Lian. Pu Xiaohan's eyes twirled. Bai Lian only practiced the instrument at home, and aside from that one school anniversary, Pu Xiaohan hadn't heard her play since. But it made sense, that air of refined rascality, Bai Lian captured it just right. 7 o'clock in the evening. Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai were in the eastern part of the city looking for Pu Shaohan and Director Jian. The tourist route was on the newly built Xiang Mountain Avenue, which connected to Xiangbei. Wallow Road, a popular tourist street, intersected with Xiang Mountain Avenue. The whole of Wallow Road was paved with bluestone slabs, and Peace Road crossed it, also laid with bluestone. The Calligraphy Association Martial Arts Hall was right at the junction of Xiang Mountain Avenue and Wallow Road, and the shopping center on Xiang Mountain Avenue was about to open. Pu Shaohan and Director Jian were sitting at a roadside stall on Peace Road, waiting for their snacks to arrive. Wallow Road was 5 meters wide and Peace Road was a bit narrower, so there were fewer people than on Wallow Road. Today, Bai Lian wore a creamy white linen long dress, her long hair half-tied in a lazy style, with her dark hair draping over her shoulders. Behind her, the lights of thousands of homes blended her into the street's ambience. Jiang Fulai standing next to her seemed somewhat out of place in the crowd. He was dressed in a white shirt, buttoned up to the collar, his refined features softened by the lights, reducing their usual aloofness as he calmly followed Bai Lian through the layers of people. Pu Shaohan didn't expect someone like Jiang Fulai to join them for street food, so she asked the owner to prepare an extra portion. "Did you finish looking around this afternoon?" Bai Lian sat down on the last free stool and started chatting with the two. Jiang Fulai stood behind her, waiting. It was too crowded. Pu Shaohan told Bai Lian about how Director Jian almost didn't make it out. "We didn't finish looking around, and we haven't visited the martial arts hall yet." As she spoke, she pondered how to persuade Bai Lian to record a video session. God, she really wanted to see Bai Lian playing those songs on the zither. Director Jian was very satisfied with what he had seen today. The night lights reflected in his eyes. "This place is quite nice. How about we stay here tonight, to get a feel for the local customs?" The owner brought over 2 servings of chicken strips, thoughtfully providing 4 skewers. Bai Lian speared a small piece with a skewer and handed it back to Jiang Fulai. "I thought about it, but the guest houses here are fully booked." Director Jian was troubled. Bai Lian slowly took a bite and said, "Would you mind staying at the Calligraphy Association?" 8 o'clock at night. At the Xiangqing mansion, Jian Zhonghai and others had just finished dinner. They still hadn't uncovered any news about Jian Zhongyo. Ren Qian hesitated. "The hotels I checked didn't show Director Jian checked in. Are you sure he's in Xiangqing?" Jian Zhonghai held his teacup, his brows knitted in concern, only to ask Jian Rong, who was sitting on the couch, "He hasn't replied to you?" Ren Qian also looked over as Jian Rong opened his phone, the screen displaying the conversation with Jian Zhongyo. Jian Rong. "Hello, great uncle, I'm Jian Rong, Jian Zhonghai's grandson." Jian Zhongyo. "Are you going to learn the zither?" Jian Rong. "I've never learned." Jian Zhongyo. Jian Rong. "Are you in Xiangqing?" No reply came after that. Staring at the single, Jian Rong didn't understand his great-uncle's meaning. "He didn't reply to me." Jianzhe had finished reading in the afternoon and was called back by his father. He sat with Jian Rong listening to Jian Zhonghai speak. When Ren Qian and Jian Zhonghai looked over, he could not help but lower his head, tapping his phone to read a novel. Then a message from Bai Lian came through. "Is the Calligraphy Association empty?" Chapter 400, Sect Leader 155, the next Dean of the Jian Institute, second update, _1 Because Wallow Street became popular, many tourists would visit during the day to see the Calligraphy Association and the martial arts schools. The Calligraphy Association would give away free calligraphy to visitors, so even during the New Year's holidays, Qiu Shuezheng did not go home. The Calligraphy Association had been closing at 10 o'clock at night for the past month. Jianzhe said, "Today Mr. Qiu went home, and there's no one at the Calligraphy Association, he'll be right back." Jianzhe lived at the Calligraphy Association. He had a key. Worried that Bai Lian had been waiting alone for too long, Jianzhe quietly asked Jian Rong, "Can you give me a ride back to the Calligraphy Association?" The mansion was in a special location. There were no buses nearby, and taxis couldn't drive in. So Jianzhe just asked Jian Rong. He got along quite well with Jian Rong because Jianzhe had come to Xiangqing to replace Jian Rong, for which Jianrong was quite grateful. Of course I can. The Ren family had specifically provided a car for the Jian family, and Jianrong went to find Jian's assistant to get the keys. Usually, the Calligraphy Association didn't close because Wallow Street became popular, and many tourists would come during the day to visit the Calligraphy Association and martial arts schools, which gave away free calligraphy to visitors. So even during the New Year's holidays, Qiu Shuezheng did not go home. Jian Zhe lived in the Calligraphy Association and had a key. Fearing that Bai Lian had been waiting too long, he quietly asked Jianrong, "Can you give me a ride back to the Calligraphy Association?" Jian's assistant overheard from the side, his voice slightly loud. "Young Master Jianzhe, you said your friend is waiting for you? You want young Master Jianrong to give you a ride to your friend?" "What?" Jian's father quickly lowered his voice and looked at Jianzhe. "Didn't I tell you not to go back tonight and to study with Jianrong tomorrow?" Everyone knew that Jian Zhonghai had found a teacher for Jianrong to prepare for graduate school entrance exams. "I'm studying with other people," Jianzhe frowned, "and Sister Bai is still waiting for me." All this talk about Bai Jian, Jian's father felt a surge of blood rushing to his forehead when he heard about the friends his son was making. Their voices grew loud, and Jian Zhonghai could hear them too. He put down his teacup and glanced at Jian's assistant. "Young Master Jianrong still has to study, you take him to the main road." One could hail a taxi from the main road. Ren Qian sat next to Jian Zhonghai, sipping tea quietly, not intervening in their family matters. Jian's assistant respectfully answered, "Yes." He took the car keys and drove Jianzhe. Jianrong looked at Jianzhe somewhat apologetically. He could have insisted on taking Jianzhe himself, but Jianrong didn't want to upset Jian Zhonghai. Jian's assistant dropped Jianzhe off on the main road. "Take care on your way, young Master Jianzhe." After the drop-off, Jian's assistant went upstairs to find Jian Zhonghai. "This Jianzhe is becoming increasingly disobedient." Jian Zhonghai put down his pen with a cold expression. "Didn't his father say he was going to prepare for the graduate school entrance exams too? Why haven't I seen him studying, and what is he off to do now?" "I heard it's to deliver keys to his friend." Jian's assistant shook his head. "Let Jianrong lessen his contact with him." Jian Zhonghai lightly blew on the wet ink. "Mixing all day with friends who were up to no good." Meanwhile, Jian Zhe quickly arrived at the door of the Calligraphy Association. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the brightly lit scene opposite, where Jiang Fulai stood out from the crowd. Close to 9 o'clock, the number of tourists showed no sign of decreasing. Jian Zhe made his way through the crowd to speak with Bai Lian. "Shall we go to the Calligraphy Association now? But why are you still here so late?" "Oh, it's not me." Bai Lian slightly turned her head, her tone casual. "He wants to stay here." She nodded her chin forward. Only then did Jianzhe notice in front of Bai Lian were Pu Shaohan and an old man. The old man turned around, giving Jianzhe a small nod. "Excuse me." Very polite. No, Jianzhe thought only Bai Lian would be there. He stammered for a moment. No trouble at all." A puppet show had just ended. The crowd gathered in small clusters. Jianzhe, holding the key to the Calligraphy Association, walked ahead, his steps soft and lacking strength as if treading on cotton. When he was opening the door to the Calligraphy Association, Jianzhe was still in a daze. Sect leader Jian was going to stay here? As soon as the door to the Calligraphy Association opened, Bai Lian went to turn on the lights in the courtyard. Sect leader Jian stood on the steps, observing the small table in the yard with an ink stone on it. After so many years, looking at the Calligraphy Association again, these writing supplies were no longer his nightmare. "You should stay next to Jianzhe," Bai Lian had asked Qiu Shuezheng. She opened the door to the room next to Jianzhe's, which was furnished with disposable amenities. "This is usually for receiving guests. If you need anything, just look for Jianzhe." After speaking, Bai Lian also reminded Jianzhe, "Take good care of sect leader Jian." "I know." Jianzhe nodded solemnly. Sect leader Jian went in to inspect the room. Outside, Pu Shaohan spoke to Bai Lian. "Sister Lian, do you want to record a video?" "What video?" Bai Lian sat lazily on a small table, her slender fingers adjusting the ink stone. Chapter 401, Sect Leader 155, the next Dean of the Jian Institute, second update, _2, this kind. Pu Xiaohan took out her phone and played a video of a girl playing the Guzheng 4 by Lian. She was playing Gambling with Liquor. Pu Xiaohan pointed to the girl in the video and said to Bai Lian, "She's super popular lately, and I heard she's about to play Autumn again." The comments are all suggesting that Dean Jian should take her as a disciple. Should we also jump on the trend and show off our skills? Bai Lian looked down and saw the girl's name, Bai Shaoqi. What an unlucky illegitimate child of an outer chamber. Oh, no playing. Bai Lian leaned back, crossed her arms, and raised her eyebrows. Pu Xiaohan, why did she sense a hint of rebellion? After Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai left, Dean Jian finally took out his phone, opened WeChat, and casually asked Jianzhe, "Add WeChat." Jianzhe mechanically took out his phone and scanned Dean Jian's WeChat QR code. "Add friend." All in one go. Dean Jian's video went viral online. Recently, Xiangqing tourism was already a hot topic. It's easy for videos about Xiangqing to trend, especially when the era player is an expert like Dean Jian. Xiangqing, era version of Sexy Love. Strong sense of contrast. It's the era of information technology. In one afternoon and evening, the hottest video broke 10 million views, over 3 million likes, and hundreds of thousands of comments. The oppression from the Eru. This is a real rhythm master, covering face. It's still the old man. Only professionals know how awesome the old man is, crying, "Folks, I need to make a trip to Xiangqing." Indeed, the masters are among the folks. In the midst of the regular comments, one suddenly popped up, "Masters are among the folks? Why don't you check out at Jian Zhongyou? Should I go? Is this for real?" With such widespread viewership, people had started to recognize Jian Zhongyou. Suddenly, it pushed the entire video to the peak of popularity. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year in the morning, in the mansion, Jian Rong, through the citywide push of big data, came across this video. He excitedly found Jian Zhonghai with his phone. "Grandpa, great-uncle is really in Xiangqing." Jian Zhonghai took the phone, agitated. "Where is this?" "Xiangqing tourism area," Jian Rong replied. "Good, good." Jian Zhonghai hurriedly headed outside. "Let's go find him there today." As long as Jian Zhongyou was still in Xiangqing, everything would be easy to negotiate. Jian Rong followed Jian Zhonghai with his phone in hand, and then suddenly thought of something. He opened his phone and sent a message to someone. "Confirmed, my great-uncle is in Xiangqing, Beijing. By family." Bai Shaoqi was reading the comments. Her social media account had also been promoted, from the first Jiangjing Music Academy video of The White Robe Journey to the current Gambling with Liquor, each one with high popularity. She knew that Jian Zhongyou also had an account on this app, so she worked hard to run it. Good looks, good family background, and as a Beijing high school academic achiever, her Guzheng playing also mesmerized the netizens, and she even interned at Jiangjing Music Academy. All sorts of records had netizens gasping. Willing to spend money on a social media account, her popularity with the Guqin online was second only to that of Jian Zhongyou. Most comments tagged at Jian Zhongyou, asking him to take a glance at Bai Shaoqi and to consider her the next successor to the Guqin tradition. Beside him, Bai Qiming was on the phone with Bai Shaoka and suddenly stood up. "Are you serious? Is President Jian in Xiangqing?" Although Bai Shaoka was only a freshman, he had always worked hard to develop his connections in Jiangjing. He had left for Jiangjing on the 4th day of the new year. Bai Shaoqi, with her sharp ears, also straightened up when she caught the words, "President Jian." "All right, father understands." Bai Qiming hung up the phone, then arranged for money to be sent to Bai Shaoka before telling Bai Shaoqi, "The Jian family says President Jian is in Xiangqing." As he mentioned Xiangqing, Bai Qiming subconsciously frowned. Bai Lian was in Xiangqing. He shook his head, pushing thoughts of Bai Lian to the back of his mind. "Pack your things right now. I'll have the driver take you to Xiangqing and I'll speak to the school on your behalf." Bai Shaoqi hadn't seen President Jian for a long while, and she thought he would reach out to her after he had specifically greeted her last time, but that contact had never come. Hearing this news now, she couldn't contain her excitement. The 8th day of the new school year was approaching for seniors, But for Bai Shaoqi, President Jian was the priority. Bai Qiming directly secured a week's leave for her. On the 8th day, in the afternoon, the Ren family's stretch business van stopped at the intersection of Xiang Mountain Avenue, with Jian Zhonghai, Jian Rong, and an assistant stepping out. Jian Zhonghai had not found President Jian here yesterday and was prepared to look around once more today. The assistant got out of the car and spotted Jianzhe across the street. Master Jianzhe? Jianzhe's father, who had just exited from the front passenger seat, heard this and hurriedly looked across the street. Jianzhe stood with 2 girls and a blonde guy. One of the girls was tall with her hair half up, secured with a hairpin, and was holding a mobile phone, seemingly playing a game, while the other was holding a camera, talking to the blonde guy. The blonde guy looked like a typical thug. Jianzhe's father's face turned dark in an instant. Jian Zhonghai glanced over indifferently, then averted his gaze as the assistant subtly looked back at him. "Grandpa, you'll go ask if Jianzhe wants to come," Jian Rong whispered before running towards Jianzhe. Jian Zhonghai gave a signal to the assistant, who immediately followed. Upon reaching Jianzhe, Jian Rong realized that one of them was Bai Lian, whom they had met in Jiangjing. "Oh, it's you." Jian Rong's eyes brightened. Mao Kuan, with a cigarette dangling from his lip, squinted at Jian Rong without saying a word. Bai Lian slightly lifted her gaze, politely greeted him, "Hello." Then she returned to casually flipping through vocabulary flashcards, polite yet aloof, not one for much conversation. The assistant stood respectfully behind Jian Rong, anonymously scanning this motley crew, his gaze lingering on the blonde Mao Kuan for quite some time on seeing him measure up Jian Rong in a rude manner, his brows furrowing at Jianzhe's friend's lack of manners. "She and her friends start school tomorrow." Jianzhe walked up to Jian Rong, slung an arm over his shoulder. "We're planning to go for hot pot, you coming?" The assistant, upon hearing Jianzhe's words, refocused his attention on Jian Rong's response. "Not this time." Jian Rong hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "I have to pick up Shaoqi's sister later." "Do you want to join us?" "Shaoqi's sister?" Jianzhe was unfamiliar. "That's Shaoka, Beiqing High School's top scholar's sister." The Jian family looked down on the Bai family's mercantile ways and hadn't had much interaction, but Jian Rong and Bai Shaoka had been close friends since middle school. Bai Shaoqi, very famous, recently quite big on social media, don't you know? Bai Shaoqi. Pu Xiaohan packed away her camera in her backpack, a bit surprised. "The one from the internet?" As an internet sensation herself, Pu Xiaohan had a decent impression of Bai Shaoqi, chiefly because Bai Shaoqi played the guqin well and had even played The White-Robed Journey. Bai Lian finally looked up, licking her lips and squinting her eyes dangerously. Seeing Bai Lian's reaction, Mao Kuan immediately lowered his head to smoke, silent. With the group's reaction neither cold nor warm, the assistant finally couldn't help but interject and explain. "Miss Bai is not just the one from the internet. She has been to Jiangjing Music Academy for rehearsals. Our uncle, that is, President Jian of Jiangjing Music Academy, do you know him? He thinks highly of Miss Bai, who has much potential and is very likely to become the next sect leader for President Jian." The assistant had great respect for Bai Shaoqi, who might become the close disciple of the uncle. After speaking, the assistant sighed, wondering why had bothered explaining so much to them. They didn't even grasp the significance of the potential next sect leader. Chapter 402, 156 brought back to the Bai family to ride on their popularity _1 Mao Kuan was not one to follow these things. When Jian's assistant spoke, he just took a drag on his cigarette and glanced at Jian's assistant without giving an opinion. If you mention the boxing champion, he might engage in trivial chat. Pu Xiaohan was aware of Bai Shaoqi. A very famous rich second generation online, she played the guzheng well, and Pu Xiaohan admired her for that. However, when Jian's assistant brought up the matter of accepting a closed-door disciple, Pu Xiaohan looked at Jian's assistant with some skepticism. When Director Jian played the era last time, Shed mentioned Bai Shaoqi to him. Why hadn't she heard him mention this? Director Jian, uncle is going to take on a closed-door disciple? Jianzhe, after spending a couple of days with Jian Zhongyou, hadn't heard of such a thing. Yes, Jian's assistant said, looking at everyone's reactions and not wanting to say more. He then urged Jian Rong, "Young Master Jian Rong, we should be going. A word out of tune is not worth discussion." After Jian Rong and the assistant left, Pu Xiaohan was still asking Jian about this matter. Jian just scratched the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. "No, I don't know my cousin's friends either." "But Bai Lian," Pu Xiaohan whispered to Bai Lian, "I think you also play the guzheng very well, just not as skillfully as Bai Xiaoqi. I've been making some short videos about face-changing art and traditional Chinese music lately. It just so happened that Pu Xiaohan's recent short videos involved research on the erhu, pipa, and guzheng, and Bai Lian's previous rendition of Traveler in White was emotionally engaging, though it lacked a bit of proficiency. This was completely normal. Bai Xiaoqi had studied the guzheng for more than a decade, while Bai Lian had also learned for 10 years, but hadn't touched the guzheng for over 2 years, and naturally became rusty. The skills might become rusty, but the emotions were her instinctive response. Mao Kun's admiration for Pu Xiaohan shot up. He thought that if he repeatedly mentioned a name in front of Bai Lian, he would be held down by her and beaten up. Mao Kun looked at the vibrant ponytail in front of him and had a sudden whimsical thought. Was it because of the ponytail? He was pondering the possibility of tying his hair into a ponytail. The group went for hot pot. Mao Kun discussed Yang Lin's situation with Bai Lian. "I reassigned a brother to watch her by playing cards downstairs. Her father didn't come back for the new year." "Okay," Bai Lian estimated the time. Meanwhile, at Jiheng's place, director Jian had not expected his video to go viral. He didn't dare stay at the Calligraphy Association any longer and took refuge with Jiheng instead. The head of the Jiangjing Music Academy called him helplessly. "Do you know how many journalists have come to interview us, asking whether we've taken advertisement fees from Xiangqing to have you perform on stage?" Director Jian also felt helpless. "I was just inspired by the people here and went on stage to play the erhu. I'll explain it myself." He had no idea that no one in Xiangqing would recognize him. Instead, netizens recognized him. He took out his phone, logged into his video account, and posted a message. "V Jian Zhongyou. I'm visiting Xiangqing for tourism. If possible, I hope to find a success to be the next guzheng sect leader." Picture. The picture was of Xiang Mountain Avenue. Xiangqing was already a hot topic recently. Jian Zhongyou was only famous in classical music circles, and most ordinary people didn't know him. But with Xiangqing being so popular right now, the curious outside the circle flocked to Jian Zongyi's page when they found out the old man from the street performance was such a big shot. His original following of over 10 million had now terrifyingly doubled to 20 million. Everyone could see his newly posted status. Not only did this set the classical music circles abuzz, but Jian Zhongyou had set a new record. Suddenly, the number of people wanting to travel to Xiangqing was growing exponentially. The Academy's phones were exploding with journalist calls again. People inside the circle knew the significance of the next sect leader, while those outside didn't. But after a wave of explanations by netizens, they also realized this was a leader in classical music. In no time, the news about who the next sect leader will be exploded across the internet, especially among the Jian family. Jian Zhonghai received this news immediately, and though he had his doubts about Bai Xiaoqi, his hands trembled all of a sudden. He interrupted his itinerary, saying to Jian Rong, "I will go with you to pick up Bai Xiaoqi." Bai Xiaoqi had just arrived in Xiangqing. The Bai family's driver brought her over. Aside from that, Bai Qiming had also provided her with a bodyguard. As soon as she arrived in Xiangqing, she received a call from a classmate who had performed with her at the Jiangjing Music Academy. They were extremely excited. "Xiaoqi, are you in Xiangqing now?" Bai Xiaoqi, who had slept the entire way, was unaware of the news about Jian Zhongyou. "How did you know?" "I just do." The girl suppressed her excitement. "It's most likely you who Director Jian is looking for to be the next sect leader. Such wealth and honor." Chapter 403, 156 brought back to the Bai family to ride on their popularity _2. The two chatted for a brief moment before Bai Xiaoqi hung up the phone, hastily clicking into the video notification as it came through. Upon seeing Jian Zongyi's message, she was more shocked than anyone else. Her upbringing was unlike any other. From a young age, her mother taught her and Baishauka to endure what others could not, saying that only when they became strong would others take notice and bend the rules for them. It was clear Baishauka had succeeded. The Bai family had even personally requested for her brother to return. Baishauchi knew she was slightly behind her brother. Until now, she took a deep breath, attempting to stay calm, but an undeniable joy shimmered in her eyes. She had no idea what Jian Zhongyo intended, but she understood the power of online supporters, and public opinion was on her side. She had originally started the video account to build her popularity and to keep up with Jian Zhongyo, aware that he had always been promoting classical music. Her videos also swayed towards Jian Zhongyo, so from the beginning, fans had been tagging Jian Zhongyo under each of her videos. Immediately after, Bai Kaiming's call came through. Clearly, the Bai family was paying close attention to this as well. Bai Kaiming's voice was gentler than ever today. "Xiaoqi, if you need anything, just tell the family. Do you have enough money?" On the other end of the phone, a great uncle from the Bai family clan watched by Qiming couldn't resist snatching the phone away. "Xiaoqi, your great uncle will send you some money right away, and what about your gift to present to your master? We will prepare it for you immediately." After the call, the clan's great uncle brought his hands together in prayer and kindly said, not bad at all. "Qiming, it's really Gui Yueqing who knows how to raise children. Look at these two kids, both remarkable. You and Yueqing should find a chance to bring her back home. It's never good to have a child out of wedlock spoken about openly, and so initially, the Bai family only brought Baishauka and Baishauchi home. As for the mother of the two, it was as if they knew nothing about her. Gui Yueqing was very tactful, stating from the start that she could stay out of the Bai family's door, even willing to let the children be registered under Ji Mulan's name. Ji Mulan refused to put up with this disrespect and simply divorced. The Bai family did not bother with Gui Yueqing, but now, both children were more outstanding than the other. Baishauka was accepted by Jiangjing University, and now Baishauchi was about to become a disciple of Director Jian, with netizens starting to hype them up. Analyzing Director Jian's stature, he was a figure on par with the Chancellor of Jiangjing University. Thinking of this, a deeper smile appeared on Bai Kaiming's face. The Bai butler also offered his congratulations, adding tea for the two, whereas for another member of the Bai family still in Xiangqing, Bai Lian, the entire Bai family had already forgotten about her. The following day, the 8th day of the new year, Xiangqing No. 1 High School's senior year began early. Today was Saturday, and Bai Lian had gone to the prison early to visit Zhang Xiai's, thoughtfully bringing his notebook for him before heading to school. As soon as the new year began, about half of the classmates who turned up were huddled around Wang Qi. Seeing Bai Lian enter the classroom, they shouted without any fear for their lives. "Sister Lian," Wang Qi had a white towel draped over his right shoulder and a rag in his hand, diligently wiping Bai Lian's desk and chair clean as she stepped through the classroom door. "Please, have a seat." He bowed and made a gesture of invitation with great respect. Bai Lian glanced at him and then tossed her backpack onto the desk. Wang Qi threw the rag onto an unoccupied desk in the back and reached out to massage Bai Lian's shoulders, but upon looking down at Bai Lian's pristine white shoulder and then at his own hands, "You should go copy homework," Bai Lian said, motioning Pu Xiaohan to hand the holiday homework to Wang Qi. Wang Qi was constantly tagging the entire class over the holiday. Bai Lian had monopolized the source of homework he could copy. As school resumed, Wang Qi came to acknowledge his fault. "Thank you, sisters." Wang Qi tearfully received the homework notebook from Pu Xiaohan, having come early today specifically to copy homework. "Have we become internet famous lately?" Those who hadn't finished their homework copied from others, while those who had completed theirs discussed together. "Yeah, did you also see that local feature? That Guzheng piece was pretty good." Pu Xiaohan shared a music clip from her video with Bai Lian. "It's this, gambling with liquor. I learned the climax part from Grandpa Jian, and he helped me record it." She only posted a video once every half-month, and they were of very high quality. She hadn't taken on any ads or promoted any products, and during the New Year period, She occasionally live-streamed the bustling scenes of the city's east side without showing her face. Chapter 404, 156 brought back to the Bai family to ride on their popularity _3 Bai Lian put on her headphones and listened for a while. It's pretty good. Pu Xiaohan only learned this part to play it. She had no technique, relying purely on emotion, but both technique and feeling are very important for the guzheng, and for beginners like Xiaohan, her emotions were in the right place and her proficiency was very high. Of course, Ning Xiao, hiding behind the scenes, glanced at Bai Lian. If it were him and Tang Ming, Bai Lian would probably only give them a humph. Really? Xiaohan shared her feelings with Bai Lian. I think Bai Xiaoqi played very well, but her rendition of Gambling with Liquor was too soft. That's why she suddenly had the idea to learn the piece from Ding Jian. Only someone who had truly experienced the battlefields could convey that sense of clashing iron and charging steeds. Gambling with Liquor had become a hit, and Bai Xiaoqi's guzheng performance drove its popularity to unprecedented heights, almost outranking Yan Lu, who just released a new song. Bai Lian hadn't listened to Bai Xiaoqi's guzheng, so she made no comment. Today's first class was with Lu Lingxi. She greeted everyone with a smile. Everyone arrived very early today. Good, no one is late. As she spoke, her expression paused slightly when her gaze landed on the empty seat behind Bai Lian. In just 150 days, he'll be sending you off to the exams, and you'll be stepping into society. Lu Lingxi had the entertainment committee prepare a countdown, rested her hands on the desk, and looked at them tenderly. I know you are all good kids, but as a teacher at the start of the new term, I hope you can stay clear-headed and, no matter when and where, ensure your own safety first. Everyone nodded obediently. Lu Lingxi glanced at Bai Lian and saw that she neither spoke nor nodded, just looking at her. Lu Lingxi. Jian family mansion. Bai Xiaoqi stood on the second-floor balcony, briefly starting a live stream. Miss Xiaoqi, is this? You're in Xiangqing? Wow, don't tell me it's like the rumors online. Dean Jian actually came to see you, right? I just arrived, resting for the day. Bai Xiaoqi replied politely. That mansion behind you, is that it? It looks so luxurious. Bai Xiaoqi nodded. Staying at my brother's friend's place. There's a blogger named One Big Bowl with each meal who imitated your Gambling with Liquor guzheng piece. It's a mess. Bai Xiaoqi was the first to popularize the guzheng piece for this song, and a bunch of people tried to imitate her playing, especially after yesterday's incident with Dean Jian, when many bloggers jumped on her popularity. Bai Xiaoqi was disgusted with those online celebrities who could only imitate and ride on others' coattails. Hopefully they'll have some originality. Having said that, she ended the live stream, less enthusiastic than before. As a newly popular blogger, Bai Xiaoqi occasionally live-streamed her daily life at her fans' requests. Especially over the last 2 days, her fanbase had grown rapidly, with many from the Jiangjing Music Academy following her. She descended the stairs. Downstairs, Jian Zhonghai smiled as he introduced her to Ren Qian. This is Xiaoqi, Jian Rong's friend's sister. She was just talking to her fans. Ren Qian nodded politely towards Bai Xiaoqi. Not particularly interested. Jian Zhonghai glanced at Ren Qian and said with a smile, she is a disciple our future uncle wants to take under his wing, and her brother was the top scholar from Beijing in the previous session. Ren Qian quickly stood up and greeted Bai Xiaoqi. Everyone in the room was very courteous to Bai Xiaoqi, all except for one person. Bai Xiaoqi looked at the young man sitting on the couch beside her. He glanced at her curiously, then his eyes returned to his phone, which made her frown. She remembered that he seemed to be Jian Rong's cousin, apparently exiled to Xiangqing. She paid no further attention to Jianzhe. Did great-uncle mention to you where he is? The assistant to the Jian family brought Bai Xiaoqi some tea, very respectfully. No, Bai Xiaoqi took her seat and answered. Jian Rong was a young man who followed Bai Xiaoqi's account. What's happening in your comment section? Before, the comments under Bai Xiaoqi's videos were all messages tagging Jian Zhongyo, but now there seemed to be some about other bloggers. Bai Xiaoqi didn't want to mention them, just some people trying to ride on the popularity. She opened her social media account and posted an update. Bai Xiaoqi, The scenery is really nice. Picture, location, Xiangqing. The update had a location tag. Chapter 405. 157 New Digital Vest, Sister Lian's Piano Recording, Second Update, _1 Sunday. Pu Xiaohan arrived at school early in the morning and was talking in a low voice with Weng Qi, the entertainment committee member. Why are these people all blindly following trends? Weng Qi's voice was indignant, and this song was even written by Sister Lian and sung by Yen Lu. Xiaohan is a fan of this song, so how can they accuse her of riding on her coattails? I also said that Bai Xiaoqi was riding on Sister Lian's popularity. Pu Xiaohan had only used a section of Guzheng music while recording a face-changing video. Bai Xiaoqi became famous because of gambling with liquor and planned to record Autumn again afterward. The entertainment committee member also frowned. To say they are imitating is one thing, but they even criticized Xiaohan for playing poorly. It's okay, Pu Xiaohan quickly composed herself. Having been a blogger for so long, her mental resilience was strong. It's just a few words. In a few days when the heat dies down, there will no longer be such voices. As soon as Bai Lian and Ning Xiao entered the classroom, their voices became much quieter. There was an inspection today. Bai Lian wore the blue and white school uniform, put her backpack on her seat, and raised her eyebrows. What are you talking about? Nothing much, just stuff on the internet. Pu Xiaohan shook her head. She didn't want to affect the studies of the 2A students following her, and changed the subject. What do you think about me asking your grandfather to make a Chinese-style outfit for graduation and using that to shoot a video? Do you think he would agree? That's how things were on the internet, and Pu Xiaohan knew Bai Lian didn't go online, so she didn't want this matter to affect her mood. Bai Lian unzipped her backpack, took out her pen, and said to Pu Xiaohan, "Give it a try." Pu Xiaohan's eyes lit up. That meant there was a chance. She took out her notebook and began to write a plan. Afternoon after school. Pu Xiaohan followed Bai Lian back to the Ji family's home. Ji Heng was embroidering a robe in the courtyard. After Lance returned to his country, his colleagues were impressed by his clothes and asked Lance for the same design. Jiang He sat beside him, reading a big book. Jian Zhongyo took out Bai Lian's guzheng, sat cross-legged under the banyan tree, and slowly plucked at the guzheng strings without any specific melody, just following his heart. As soon as Pu Xiaohan stepped into the courtyard, she feared disturbing this scene. She walked in quietly and handed a bunch of fruit candy to Jiang He, only speaking to Ji Heng when he looked over. The Year 10 class wanted to order custom graduation outfits, and she also wanted to record a video. Normally, Ji Heng would refuse, but this time, he hesitated. Are you planning to record a fully traditional Chinese-themed graduation outfit video and take graduation photos? Exactly, Grandpa. Pu Xiaohan sat next to him, helping him massage his shoulders. Do the other people in your class also want to wear such clothes? Ji Heng was unsure. Pu Xiaohan was surprised. Of course, I've asked them already. Since the class fund was being used, she had asked in the group chat. Everyone was already curious about the clothes Bai Lian usually wore, and now that they heard they could order such outfits for the graduation photo, everyone was excited. She showed her phone to Ji Heng, where the chat was filled with everyone's cheering voices. Ji Heng was silent for a while before he said, "All right." Pu Xiaohan cheered. Pu Xiaohan was very proactive. Seeing that Ji Heng agreed, she planned to start capturing details from today. She didn't bring a camera, so she called her dad to bring it over. Bai Lian stood beside Jiang He, holding her school jacket, and wearing a loose t-shirt embroidered with a big cabbage that didn't fit her style, with a bright red sun on the back. Jiang He, sitting on an elevated bench, swung his legs and slowly unwrapped a fruit candy, then lifted his head and handed it to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it. He then unwrapped another candy and went to find Pu Xiaohan in the storeroom. Pu Xiaohan, holding her phone and busy capturing Ji Heng's collection of fabrics, didn't take it but opened her mouth directly. Jiang He, at 6 o'clock. Pu Xiaohan's dad couldn't find the entrance to the Ji family's house. Seeing Pu Xiaohan was busy, Bai Lian put down her summary to go pick up Pu Xiaohan's dad. The alley was full of twists and turns. At the entrance of Purist Street, Bai Lian saw a middle-aged man. He was of average height with a somewhat round face, holding a black bag and looking down at a phone in his hands. Uncle Lu. Bai Lian hesitated for a moment. As soon as Uncle Lu saw Bai Lian, he hurriedly wiped his eyes. Ah, Bai student, gosh, I'm really sorry for troubling you to come pick me up. I just don't recognize the way. He walked over with a light step, smiling at Bai Lian. It's no trouble. Bai Lian wasn't wearing her jacket, just walking beside Uncle Lu. What's wrong? She was always direct. It's embarrassing to say, and I hope you don't laugh, Uncle Lu knew young people were all on Weibo. He had seen the entertainment committee members and even liked their comments every day. Thinking Bai Lian knew about the incident with Pu Xiaohan, I'm just upset by those comments. Chapter 406, 157 New Digital Vest, Sister Lian's Piano Recording, Second Update, _2 Uncle Lu knew that Pu Xiaohan was a blogger, and he liked, commented, and shared her videos daily, reporting any malicious comments and sending her private messages. These last couple of days, due to Bai Xiaoqi's influence, a swarm of trolls had descended upon the comments section of Pu Xiaohan's videos. There were paid trolls as well as passers-by. These people hadn't even watched Pu Xiaohan's previous videos, and were spewing all kinds of abuse in the comments of her latest one. Pu Xiaohan had long been aware that being a blogger would attract these issues, and she adjusted quickly, but her parents didn't have such thick skins. They had only this one daughter, and when she got her first troll, her dad could spend the whole night awake arguing with them. Now, seeing those comments, it was inevitable they'd feel upset. Don't tell Xiaohan about this, Uncle Lu immediately said to Bai Lian, rubbing the back of his head. At his age, to be seen crying by Pu Xiaohan's classmate was deeply embarrassing for Uncle Lu, so he straightened his chest and walked ahead. Bai Lian led him to the courtyard and opened her phone to download an app. She hardly had any entertainment apps on her phone. But she remembered which video app Pu Xiaohan used, so after downloading it, she didn't bother to fill out the registration and just entered using her phone number. She sat next to Director Jian, her back to the well, eyes downcast. Resting her elbow carelessly on the stone table, she looked vaguely menacing in the gentle sunset. What are you doing? Director Jian called Bai Lian's name a couple of times and, seeing her distracted, he put down the guzheng. He came over to her. Bai Lian had just logged in. Director Jian happened to see her logged in as user 2589741, an obviously new account, and exclaimed incredulously, "You really don't go online?" He had always thought Bai Lian was just being dismissive, and the realization left him utterly astounded. Bai Lian lazily opened the search bar. Director Jian wasn't the type to peep, so he sat back down, chatting with her about Yen Lu's new song. Bai Lian searched for the one bowl per meal account. Not only did she find the user, but also a bunch of recommended videos. The first video was a clip from an entertainment news segment showing Bai Xiaoqi's live stream. It was a screen-recorded segment of Bai Xiaoqi chatting with her fans. It doesn't matter, I don't care, everyone knows I'm not bothered by it. If they want to imitate, then let them. I play softly? No problem, actually, there's no need to argue with those who don't understand guzheng. We just need to play our best. I'm still in Xiangqing, Director Jian. I'm not sure. Everyone, please stop asking if they want to use gambling with liquor. How could she understand it better than me? Bai Lian pursed her lips. She took out her earphones and listened to the segment of Bai Xiaoqi's video. Bai Xiaoqi had added a drum set to the guzheng piece and tweaked it slightly herself. From Bai Lian's perspective, emotionally it really was lacking and too soft, not like something she had written. Pu Xiaohan's video she had watched the day before. It was a face-changing video where she added a segment of gambling with liquor during the general's transformation. Although Pu Xiaohan's skills were average, this part had been guided by Jian Zhongyou, so the emotion in gambling with liquor was captured very well. Being from Xiangqing herself, she revered the song and, having seen Yen Lu practice the spear, only someone who understood could perceive the emotion within. Bai Lian returned to Pu Xiaohan's video homepage to see the latest video had garnered 290,000 comments. Surfer expert. Do you really not know the background music is answering the two? Smile? Oh, nowadays anyone can be a blogger. Can the platform ban these idiots who know nothing and just ride on the hype? Dark night covers eyes. At Bai Xiaoqi of Beijing High School, a top student who has performed at Jiangjing Music Academy, are you going to be the Guzheng sect leader in the future? May I ask the blogger, which school do you come from, where have you performed? Oh, Xiangqing High School? Troublemakers always come from bad lands, shy. Having never been online, Bai Lian didn't know how toxic some people could be. She also was unaware of the extent to which silent spirals of this kind could spread, how good Pu Xiaohan's performance actually was, but such opinions were buried beneath the weight of the other side's comments, thus creating an uncontrollable scene where everyone was maligning Pu Xiaohan. Newcomers to the internet could easily be swept up by this rhythm, joining in the outrage. The two highest voted comments were, "Fight the waves. Don't let every Tom, Dick, and Harry come leeching for attention, don't know anything and yet dare to judge? Do you know more about the style of gambling with liquor than at Bai Xiaoqi? 1 bowl per meal, how fat are you to have such a username? Are you not showing your face because you're too ugly?" Bai Lian took a deep breath. She stood up, with a whoosh, her expression icy cold. Next to her, Director Jian jumped in fright. He stopped plucking the strings and looked up at Bai Lian. "What's wrong?" Bai Lian shook her head, not speaking, and went to find Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan had just finished shooting Ji Heng's storeroom with her camera. Finished recording? Bai Lian quietly leaned against the door frame, waiting for her to wrap up before raising an eyebrow. Yeah, Pu Xiaohan nodded, reviewing the video shed shot. In it, her dad was talking to Ji Heng. The two of them were bragging about each other's daughters under the guise of casual conversation. Bai Lian nodded. All right, let's make a video. Pu Xiaohan followed Bai Lian outside, taking a big step over the threshold, confused. What video? Bai Lian walked to the stone table and said softly to Director Jian, "Please let me use the Guzheng for a bit." Director Jian casually handed her the Guzheng. "It was yours to begin with. What do you mean, let you use it for a bit?" And he got up to give his seat to Bai Lian. This part of the courtyard was set up by Ji Heng for Bai Lian to play the Guzheng, the stone slightly raised. She simply sat on the ground, casually placing the Guzheng on her thighs. Bai Lian, Pu Xiaohan watched her, sensing what she was about to do, somewhat excitedly. "Bai Lian, are you going to record a—" "No." Bai Lian's fingers touched the strings, cutting her off. "It's gambling with liquor." Pu Xiaohan suddenly stilled, staring blankly at Bai Lian. The courtyard lights lit up, casting a chilly light on Bai Lian's head. Beneath the light, her eyes were intensely dark. "Why are you acting like Yen Lu?" Her fingertips remained on the strings, her posture both casual and defiant. The style of gambling with liquor. Who could understand it better than me? Chapter 407, 158 Counter-Kill_1. The section you played. Bai Lian raised her right hand, touching the strings to demonstrate a part in the middle. It can be more explosive. It's not about the strength of the fingers, but the power of the arm and the wrist. You need to lift your arm. Bai Lian looked up and demonstrated the section again, her fingers hooking the strings, her wrist and arm gathering strength. Zeng, the tone instantly elevated. The following part is in the bass. Shift the focus forward, and the wrist must move too, to produce a resonant vigor. She was originally using the Guzheng for her composition, and the strings would erupt in full force once plucked. Playing the Guzheng also required strength in the wrist, arm, and waist, and Bai Lian had a natural talent for it. It's said that the Guzheng and pipa are two formidable instruments, but mastering the rhythm required to bring out this kind of killing aura is the most difficult aspect to control. Pu Xiaohan was on the side recording her explanation with a camera, and in the end, it was a complete performance. When Jiang Fulai came to pick up Jiang he only heard the sound of the Guzheng coming from the yard. He didn't enter, just stood at the doorway listening quietly. The girl's fingers swept the strings, producing sounds that were sometimes short and sometimes exuberant, occasionally fierce as if thousands of horses were galloping. At the end, the sound stopped abruptly. Standing at the storage room entrance, Ji Heng and Uncle Lu hadn't reacted yet. Bai Lian put down the guzheng and stood up to open the door. Jiang Fulai stood quietly at the doorway, still wearing a black coat, with only the yard light illuminating him, his light-colored pupils reflecting the light, appearing lonely and indifferent, until Bai Lian appeared in his eyes. "Were you practicing the guzheng?" "Yeah." Bai Lian stepped aside to let him in, her demeanor as usual. "You got off work early today." He hadn't gone to the lab the past couple of days to study with Jianzhe, and Bai Lian thought he would be working overtime. "I went in early today." Jiang Fulai glanced at her before entering, and after the two went inside, Pu Xiaohan was still reviewing the video. He casually asked Pu Xiaohan a few questions. Uncle Lu initially wanted to smoke, but suppressed the urge when Jiang Fulai walked in. After seeing Pu Xiaohan finish recording, he took her home, declining Ji Heng's invitation for dinner with a smile. "My wife is still at home, and it's getting dark, she's alone." Jiang Fulai stood aside coldly, taking out his smartphone to open the video app. His phone did have the app installed, and after finding Pu Xiaohan's page, he casually scrolled through it, seeing mostly insults directed at the vlogger, unavoidable skepticism and doubts within the online world. Until he saw one comment. "Out of the mountains hardships come the crafty folk." To most people, Xiangqing was just like that. Initially, Jiang Fulai's application for scientific research in Xiangqing hadn't gone smoothly, until he took control of the Jiang family's power and allocated research funds to Xiangqing. Only then did the CRSF base officially settle in Xiangqing. Even now, there were still voices of opposition in Jiangjing. Bai Lian moved to bring the yard stools back into the main house, and Jiang Fulai followed her, bringing Ji Heng's teacup inside as well. "You don't seem to play the guzheng much anymore." "Except when writing songs for Yen Lu." "I do play, but I don't enjoy it as much." Bai Lian was silent for a moment before speaking. Those who used to play the guzheng with her were no longer around, and she knew that Head Ji was always looking for a suitable successor for the guzheng. If the third princess were still here, she would definitely be the best candidate. Of course, now pharmacology was her real passion. Bai Lian quietly watched as the light filtered through the dust in front of her, reaching out to grab it. "Quantum mechanics. Do you know there's a type of crystal that can preserve light for an hour?" Jiang Fulai set down Ji Heng's teacup, turning to look at her. "An hour?" Bai Lian's attention was piqued. The theory she had learned in modern times said that light and time were elusive. The speed of light is too fast. Time is only a concept. Yes, anything is possible if you desire it. Jiang Fulai tilted his head, pausing to think, his expression softened. This crystal, combined with a magnetic field, can change the speed of light's propagation, preserving it for an hour. You can't enter the lab now, but when you get to Jiangjing, it'll take you to see it. 11 o'clock at night. Bacter Street. At the bar, Bai Lian was grading new papers, dressed in loose casual clothes, with a black pen in hand and a small desk lamp on the left side. Sun Chun wore a tight black outfit, tossing a cocktail shaker, mixing a low-alcohol drink for Bai Lian. Mao Kun sat next to Bai Lian, not understanding. "Our headquarters are in the west of the city, at Xiankang Pharmacy." Xiaoqi spoke beside her. "The first batch of medicinal farmers has already received funding, and the number of farmers growing medicinal herbs will increase. This month I'm planning to visit the 4 major cities and Jiangjing. Their Blatilla striata and Amomum villosum are quite cheap." Chapter 408. 158 Counter-Kill _2 The countryside in Xiangqing is now seeing a rise in the cultivation of traditional Chinese medicine. Profit from the price difference. By the way, Xiaoqi also wants to expand the market in the eastern part of the city. Bai Lian bowed her head to right. There are already a few Xiankang traditional Chinese medicine shops in Xiangqing. Gather those traveling doctors, those old Chinese medicine practitioners, have them get certified, and employ them to offer free consultations at the shops. We need to let people witness the value and effectiveness of complete traditional Chinese medicine. The Great Internal Paste is now available in hospitals and represents a notable brand of Xiankang pharmacy. Several traditional Chinese medicine shops have opened in Xiangqing, but their influence is still not strong enough. To spread their influence, we need to open shops not only in the 4 major cities but also in Jiangjing. With Director Chen's support, opening stores in Jiangjing shouldn't be a problem. The problem is how to gain a firm foothold in Jiangjing. I'll go and report this, Xiaoqi said politely. Considering this a possible strategy, Xiankong can't rely solely on the great internal paste. We have become too prominent recently, and the major pharmaceutical companies will definitely try to suppress it, especially the international pharmaceutical giant Luo family, who will certainly react to a decrease in sales of their injury ointment. We need to integrate our product line, launch more medicines, otherwise, our cash flow won't keep up. Will people come for free consultations? First, let them get certified, then recruit some traditional Chinese medicine doctors who can perform acupuncture. Bai Lian stopped writing, leaned back, and drew out the dagger tied to Mao Kun's knee, its cold light reflecting off her face. Teach them a set of acupuncture techniques and find an opportunity to introduce it. According to Lance, the effects of acupuncture for myopia are quite good, and there has been no rebound even after several months. Bai Lian had tried it on herself and felt this set of medical acupuncture could be promoted by Xiankong Pharmacy of Xiangqing. Xiankong Pharmacy has gained a certain level of public trust with the government's assistance, and tourists from other places have recently been bringing back the great internal paste as a special product. Besides tourism, it has also created another path for Xiangqing. The Xiangqing officials are also strongly supporting their industry. With a good reputation, the myopia acupuncture treatment won't be considered a fraud. Okay, Mao Kuan took a drag of his cigarette, not daring to glance at the dagger. I'll find someone to do it. His dagger was custom made by his godfather. It was sharp enough to sever hair with a blow. Xiankong Pharmacy, Bai Lian was technically a shareholder. Mao Kuan provided the personnel and funding, which initially even came from his adoptive father. Xiaoqi contributed ideas. Sun Chun occasionally helped Xiaoqi with designs. As for Xiao, he would cheer for Xiaoqi and Bai Lian. Bai Lian's left index finger slowly ran across the dagger, a drop of fresh blood sliding down her fingertip. In the lamp's light, she gently smeared the drop of blood on the edge of the blade and chuckled softly, "Barren mountains and treacherous waters." In the light, her smile didn't reach her eyes. Her dark pupils even seemed to reflect the glint of blades and swords. "Are there still people at the fighting arena?" She licked the bleeding finger and turned to Mao Kuan. "The Pu family." Mrs. Pu was in the hall, occasionally glancing at Pu Xiaohan's room. "Xiaohan has been in there for so long, is everything all right?" Could she be thinking of something drastic? She suddenly stood up again. "I just went in to bring some fruit," Mr. Pu comforted her. "It's okay, she's just editing her video, working very hard." Inside the room, Pu Xiaohan was editing the video of the day. By midnight, the video of her eating a large bowl was finally uploaded. After posting the video, Pu Xiaohan turned off her phone and took a cup to go out for water, only to be surprised when she opened the door to find her parents right outside her bedroom. "Mom, Dad?" Pu Xiaohan touched her head, puzzled. "What are you doing?" Mrs. Pu, holding a rag, was wiping Pu Xiaohan's doorframe. "Cleaning." Pu Xiaohan, still confused, filled a cup with water and then returned to her room. A certain ancient residential area in Xiangqing. After taking a bath, the dashing Jiang Fulai tied the sash of his black bathrobe and casually wiped his hair before tossing the towel aside. He clicked on the video of Pu Xiaohan eating a large bowl, saved it, and then edited out a part in the middle. Leaning back on the wash basin, Jiang Fulai watched it twice. Finally, with a grand gesture, he threw 100,000 yuan worth of popularity into the video. The success of Pu Xiaohan's account was by no means unattributed to Mr. Jiang's efforts. Online, the video posted by Pu Xiaohan was pushed to almost everyone who had followed the matter. Even those who had not followed her could still come across this video in their feed. Some started off with insults, while others clicked to watch the video immediately. The beginning of the video was very dark, featuring only 2 vigorously written words, "Xiangqing * gambling with liquor," followed by the 4 characters shattering and the accompaniment of music. What appeared was a montage of Xiangcheng's eastern tourist area, interactions of tourists on the stage, volunteers distributing bottled water and calligraphy, and the joyous smiles of men and women, old and young. The video slowly converged from the scattered scenes to focus on a guzheng musical instrument, which someone placed on their lap, and a pair of hands were placed upon the strings, hands that, if one were to describe them, shone with a pearly luster under the light, distinct in their articulation. The face wasn't in shot. Listening to the voice, it was female. Her slender fingertips flicked a string, producing a sound that was distant, almost ethereal. Even the low tones with heavy accents are not difficult to present. Fingers placed here need to exert more force, hence the entire arm's strength must be channeled down to the fingertips, to finally burst forth like this. Zheng. The sound quality is very rich. The fingering of this song was not difficult, but Gambling with Liquor did not have a guzheng score to begin with. Bai Shaoqi's score was entirely her own creation, and naturally, it fell short when compared to Bai Lian's original. Subtitles were provided alongside, and at this moment, even those who didn't understand the guzheng could easily grasp the forceful method Bai Lian taught. The third segment, Bai Lian replayed the music that Pu Xiaohan used in the middle of her video. Viewers could only see the hands on the screen, flickering almost like afterimages. Though it was a quiet courtyard, for a moment, it felt as if one could see a warrior charging over on horseback, with gusts of yellow sand swirling up. At the end, there was a line of text. Although Xiangqing is quite poor, most of the people here are very kind. I hope everyone won't dislike this place because of me. I never said that teacher Bai Shaoqi didn't play well. I was just expressing my view on the song, Gambling with Liquor. Lastly, as everyone knows I'm a fan of the Bai family, my first two videos were about them, and the prototype for the previous face-changing video was General Bai Li. I thought using a song that depicts his daughter, a song that portrays the Bai family's military, would be more meaningful, a 3-minute video. Not very long, Bai Lian proved through actions that this section should be played with such vigor. She convinced all the netizens with her skill. Who would believe that until today? I always thought that Bai Shaoqi played quite well. It turns out that her way of playing really can be described as mild. I wanted to say this yesterday, but since all the hot comments were scolding the blogger, I didn't dare to speak up. Most are just bandwagoning. When someone watches a video without a thought as to whether it's right or wrong, hot comments quickly occupy their brain, subconsciously making them believe it's correct. Hot comments are also man-made. Everyone should pay more attention to ordinary people's comments and not just focus on the hot ones, otherwise, it will affect your judgment and cognitive level over time. Bai Shaoqi blended drum sets and other sound effects to adjust the grand atmosphere of the song. Her understanding wasn't wrong, but today, Pu Xiaohan's video proved, this song doesn't need drum sets, doesn't need electronic sound adjustments, only a guzheng is required to bring out the battlefield's vigor. Soon, someone posted screenshots of 2 comments from yesterday under the video. Don't ride the coattails of anything that comes by when you don't have a clue. Can you understand the style of Gambling with Liquor better than at Bai Shaoqi? For your information, Bai Shaoqi will be a student of President Jian in the future, wind under the eaves. At Pu Xiaohan, Gambling with Liquor is of this style, get it. 46,985 likes. Chapter 409, 159 Jiangjing Incoming Call, Second Update, _1. In the middle of the night, Pu Xiaohan's video's popularity was skyrocketing. The next day, early in the morning, several students from Class 15 gathered around, discussing this matter excitedly. When Bai Lian arrived, she was still replying to messages from Jiang Fulai. Jiang teacher? Image. It was a picture of him sitting in a car, capturing the moment the sun rose from behind the mountains. His composition was as soulless as his paintings. Just leave it there, I'll take a photo for you next time I visit, Jiang teacher. As Bai Lian sat down, Pu Xiaohan was talking to Wang Qi and the others. I really don't know, someone just suddenly gave me 100,000 in popularity points? Damn. Wang Qi looked at Pu Xiaohan in shock. Your fans are so rich? Bai Lian raised her head and, looking at Wang Qi's and Pu Xiaohan's reactions, knew that this issue was almost resolved. She took out her chemistry workbook and began to do the problems with relief. At the same time, at Ji Heng's home, Jian Zhongyo had been engaged in deep conversations with Ji Heng for the past 2 days and hadn't paid attention to the internet. With his phone on Do Not Disturb, it wasn't until he received a call from a student this morning that he learned about the sudden appearance of his future sect leader, Bai Shaoqi. He put on his glasses and logged into his own account, only to receive a flood of mentions, all under Bai Shaoqi's video, alerting him to check out this blogger. The latest popular comment, Xiang'o, Dean Jian, did you go to Xiangqing to see it by Shaoqi? Jian Zhongyo clicked on the mention and went into Bai Shaoqi's video account. There were similar popular comments under Bai Shaoqi's video. You're really in Xiangqing, aren't you, blogger? Dean Jian must have come to see you, right? Bai Shaoqi didn't respond, but it was like trying to hide something only to make it more conspicuous. Teacher, the student on the phone was also surprised. She's playing mind games with you now? Using public opinion to propel herself to Dean Jian's attention was a smart move by Bai Shaoqi. If Dean Jian really had the intention, he might impulsively accept Bai Shaoqi as his closed-door disciple under the encouragement of netizens. But Dean Jian was very sober. He followed Bai Shaoqi's video and saw her feud with Pu Shaohan. Dean Jian sneered, I've seen this type of person too many times. Had it been someone else, he would have let it go. After all, he was of a considerable age and there was no need to get involved in a squabble with a kid. But this was Dean Jian, who had made a last-ditch effort with his mother to leave the Jian family when he was young. He directly replied to Xiang'o, she has nothing to do with me. I don't know her. Then he clicked into Pu Shaohan's video from his following list. Pu Shaohan's recent face-changing video had attracted a barrage of passers-by, and it garnered quite a few friendly comments. Dean Jian saw a comment under Pu Shaohan's video. Let me tell you some trivia. Bai Shaoqi is going to be Dean Jian's student. He took a screenshot of the comment and then posted a public update. Image, sheer nonsense. I only have 3 students, and there will only be 3 in the future. He never considered taking her as a student. Bai Lian had a teacher of her own. Dean Jian, a master of classical music, became famous in Xiangqing because of a video, and he was also a hot topic recently. The Bai family was willing to spend money, and Bai Shaoqi's private life was closely watched by many. A well-off female top student who released a video about studying at the Jiangjing Music Academy, a sphere inaccessible to the average person. The curious were in the majority. And with her hit song, Gambling with Liquor. All of this was pushing her towards the position of Dean Jian's closed-door disciple, and Bai Shaoqi's sudden trip to Xiangqing seemed to corroborate the speculation. Until now, Zhen Zongyi's statement, I don't know her, swept across the entire trending topic. Netizens clicking through the trending searches saw Dean Jian's response, so he never actually considered taking Bai Shaoqi as his student? What was Bai Shaoqi implying with her rhythm on the internet these past 2 days? One moment she posted a status about her arrival in Xiangqing, the next she vaguely mentioned Dean Jian during a live broadcast, and even her statement from yesterday about gambling with liquor, and which style she understood better made it to the hot searches. Now, with a turnaround, yesterday she insinuated someone was dining off the heat she created. Looking back at her responses and her previous updates, she looked like a jumping clown. A flood of netizens rushed to comment below Bai Shaoqi's video. And you said someone else is riding on your popularity by eating a big bowl. Looks like you've got a thing for clout chasing with Dean Jian, too, smiling naively. The other side has responded. Your understanding that gambling with liquor needs a drum set to bolster its presence is wrong. What do you say? The guzheng and pipa are truly deadly weapons, Teacher Bai. Do you know that people in ancient times used guzheng music to intimidate others? Such comments were endless. That's how netizens are, like weathercocks, turning whichever way the wind blows. Xiangqing, the mansion. Bai Shaoqi was in her room, looking at these comments with a very ugly expression. She listened to Eat a Bowl's new video repeatedly, unable to refute. Her understanding was indeed wrong. These were not important for Bai Shaoqi. Having a mistaken understanding was a good thing for her. But what Bai Shaoqi did not expect was Jian Zongyi's reply. I don't know her. I only have 3 disciples. These 2 sentences were too much of a blow for Bai Shaoqi. She had devoted all her heart and effort to the Guzheng over the past half-year, barely paying any serious attention to her academic subjects. And now, this was Jian Zongyi's response? Bai Shaoqi's chest heaved violently. Her phone rang. It was Bai Shaoqi. She tried to calm herself and answered, "Brother?" "Shaoqi," Bai Shuke's voice was very steady. "Jian Rong told me about the thing with Dean Jian. Come back to Beijing immediately, and don't delay your classes. I've sent you a set of exercises from Jiangjing. Be in Beijing in 3 days." "Okay," Bai Shaoqi took a deep breath, still not understanding. "I thought he really valued me." There were only 2 possible reasons. First, he had never valued her at that time. It was because of the Eat a Bowl video exposing her weakness in Guzheng that had been seen by Dean Jian. Now everyone on the internet knew that Bai Shaoqi's Guzheng skills were not even as good as a random person hired by a blogger. "You're too impulsive." Bai Shuke's voice was like a bucket of cold water poured directly from the top of Bai Shaoqi's head. "Have you forgotten what I used to tell you?" Bai Shaoqi shuddered inwardly. Ever since she had seen Bai Lian in Jiangjing, her mentality had shifted. Her self-confidence and arrogance were being shaken by Bai Lian. "I'm heading back to Beijing now," Bai Shaoqi calmed down, "to focus on preparing for the college entrance exam and catch up on the effort I've fallen behind on." The incident with Bai Shaoqi was like a farce. It had started with a bang, but when it came time for her to leave, only Jian Rong was there to see her off awkwardly. In the afternoon, when Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School let out, the milk tea shop next door had 2 more patrons today. Aside from Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, 3 people, Jianzhe and Pu Xiaohan, were also sitting with their books at a nearby table. "My grandfather had previously mentioned that she was great-uncle's disciple," Jianzhe spoke to the 3 at the next table. "I thought it was true. It's really awkward now. I heard that on the way back, her car hit the guardrail, and she injured her head, almost flipping the vehicle." Bai Lian wasn't the type to enjoy gossip, so Jianzhe spoke to Pu Xiaohan instead. Jiang He was sitting next to Pu Xiaohan reading. "She's that unlucky?" Pu Xiaohan was somewhat surprised. She had heard that Bai Shaoqi was a rich second generation, and that she even brought bodyguards with her when she came to Xiangqing. Why would she have an accident on her way back? Yang Lin delivered the milk tea they had ordered. She was in her school uniform, bangs as long as ever, glasses obscuring nearly all of her eyes, but her arms were no longer strictly covered. To serve the milk tea more conveniently, she had rolled her sleeves up a bit, revealing a small section of her thin, pale wrists. "Thank you." Bai Lian was sitting on the sofa by the window and thanked her. On the table, the black phone was vibrating. She picked it up and saw it was from Suen. Bai Lian still held a pen in one hand, and with the other, she casually answered. On the other end of the phone, Su-en stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in Su family's office, overlooking Yunshao district. He now had a direct way to contact Bai Lian. "Alien, does your grandfather have enemies in Jiangjing?" "What do you mean?" Bai Lian's pen tip paused on her homework book, sitting up straight. "Someone's been inquiring about your grandfather at Yunshao Hotel." Su-en pressed his brow, deeply concerned. Bai Lian's eyes narrowed slightly. "Who?" Chapter 410, 160 Ji Heng's Secret. The villain causes trouble _1 Jiangjing. Su-en walked back to his desk, flipping through documents. "The news from the hotel," Su-en said gravely. "I had thought it was just a business partner, and the hotel did not disclose the guest's information. However, people have still been conducting covert inquiries these past few days, and they might soon find out about you." After the incident at Su-en's wedding banquet, Mrs. Su and the Qi family would surely probe for information at the hotel. Even Zu's assistant had received hints both openly and implicitly. All of these were within Su-en's control, except for this one force that left Su-en at a loss for how to proceed. Su-en also found it odd. If someone were investigating Bai Lian, he might understand, but why would anyone look into Ji Heng's affairs? The Su family had no clue whatsoever. "Fine, it's probably not an enemy," Bai Lian mused as she twirled her pen in thought. After being together for half a year, Bai Lian knew Ji Heng well. If not an enemy, then who could it be? Jiang Fulai arrived late tonight. By the time he got there, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming had left, their discussion with Bai Lian having been sufficient. The black business car's rear door opened. Ming Dongheng turned off the engine and rolled down the window without getting out. As he stepped out of the car, he saw Bai Lian sitting by the window. The milk tea shop had already closed, leaving only the dim yellow light beside her. Jiang He sat next to Bai Lian, not reading, but yawning and leaning on the table, cocking his head to look at her. Jiang Fulai pushed aside the door curtain with his hand, the clear, tinkling sound of the wind chimes accompanying his entrance into the milk tea shop. Have they all left? Jiang Fulai sat opposite Bai Lian. Yeah, you're a bit late today. Indeed, after Jiang Fulai finished with his team today, he checked the lab equipment, considering whether to design a light storage chip. Reviewing the materials had delayed him by an hour. Jiang Fulai wanted to ask more, but his gaze shifted to the cut on her finger. He reached out and gently held the back of her hand, his fingertips pressing into her palm, then looked down at her index finger. There was a small, bloody cut there, not long, but visibly deep. The blood had not coagulated even after a whole day, seeping intermittently. Jiang Fulai raised his head to look at her but said nothing. This wound was neither painful nor itchy for Bai Lian. She just looked down at Jiang Fulai's fingers. His fingers were long and clean, glowing softly, with some thin calluses on his thumbs, and they felt a bit cool to her. A minor cut. Bai Lian propped her chin lazily with her other hand, her cool black eyes half closed as she looked at him. I'll heal in a few days. Jiang Fulai lifted his gaze, watching her quietly as if looking towards her shoulder. He gently lowered his eyelashes and fell silent again. Back in the car, he took out the first aid kit, selected an adhesive bandage, and sprinkled some medicinal powder on her wound. The rear light was on. Bai Lian watched him attentively apply the medicine to her cut. She wanted to tease him, saying that for such an injury he would be laughed at in the barracks, but seeing his earnestness, she suddenly couldn't bring herself to speak. This man was seriously concerned about whether she was in pain. The car reached Pura Street. Jiang He was drowsy in his seat. Jiang Fulai got out of the car and walked her down the alley of Pura Street. The street's alleys were all fitted with solar lights, which even at night, were very bright. I used to be quite afraid of the dark. Bai Lian rarely brought up her past, perhaps because the night was quieter, but I overcame it later. That's impressive. He kept his gaze lowered towards her and praised her earnestly. Reaching the corner, Ji Heng's yard lay just ahead. Bai Lian stopped, she adjusted her backpack and stood her ground. You should go first. Jiang Fulai stood at the corner and didn't move. Bai Lian. He suddenly spoke. Bai Lian waited for the rest of his words. Behind him was a dim light that illuminated his sharp profile within the shadows, his eyes intensely focused on her. Can I hug you? Bai Lian stood in place, momentarily stunned, as the breeze gently brushed by. Perhaps 2 minutes passed. Jiang Fulai leaned in slightly, his left hand clasping around her waist. Her body temperature was a bit higher than his. He enveloped her quietly, as if embracing the moonlight he held so dear. The fingers at her back tightened slightly, yet he held back the force with restraint. Bai Lian thought she could hear the heartbeat against his chest and the faint scent of mint surrounding her. The two parted ways. Jiang Fulai took out his phone and headed back. He wore a black trench coat, his entire demeanor cool and detached. On the driver's seat, Ming Dongheng hadn't turned off the car since Jiang He was still inside. When he spotted the figures, he opened the rear door. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Just now, young Master Jiang's movements were in perfect sync. Young Master, the butler called just now, hoping you would return the call, Ming Dongheng reported, glancing inadvertently at the rearview mirror. Chapter 411. Ji Heng's Secret, the Villain Causes Trouble under Sku. Jiang Fulai looked up, his pale eyes as cool as ever. Ming Dongheng dared not probe further. his hand trembled, and he quickly averted his gaze, placing his hand on the steering wheel. He quickly stepped on the accelerator. In the back seat, Jiang Fulai turned off one light, leaving only one on for Jiang He to sleep, and unfastened a button on his shirt. He reached for the phone on the partition and dialed a series of numbers. "Young master," the voice on the other end of the phone was somewhat aged and very respectful. "You haven't been to Ember for a long time. The professors there have been asking about you." "No." Jiang Fulai leaned back relaxedly, with a light from the lamp falling obliquely to his right, most of his face concealed in the shadows, his voice lazy. "Your vital signs," Jiang Fulai interrupted him. "I'm taking medication." "Medication?" The other side paused. "Yes." Jiang Fulai lowered the car window slightly, letting the wind pour in, the corners of his mouth lightly lifting up. "Someone prescribed me medication." Indifferent, yet with a hint of subtle pride. The butler was silent for a long while before saying, "I'll send the blood draw team from Mtar to Xiangqing." Jiang Fulai responded nonchalantly. "Young master," the butler reminded him, "the clan has learned about your association with a young lady, and your uncle probably knows too." Jiang Fulai stiffened at this, his relaxed expression vanishing, and he answered coldly, "They don't need to worry about this." On the other end of the phone, the butler sighed softly. Ji Hung was designing graduation attires for Class 15 and was still drawing in the courtyard. Dean Jian was observing his design in pajamas. First, Ji Hung drew designs for the girls. Pu Xiaohan collected the class opinions. The boys couldn't articulate their preferences and left it to Ji Heng's discretion, whereas the girls had plenty of bold ideas. Alien, seeing Bai Lian return, Ji Heng looked up, hesitating slightly. "For your class graduation attire, would you accept a cardinal red color?" Bai Lian had been given a vibrantly colored dress by Ji Heng when she first arrived, but she had never worn it. After synthesizing the opinions of the girls in Class 15, he felt a white top with a red skirt would suit these youthful and beautiful girls. Ji Heng had never asked her why she didn't wear such colors before, but now he decided to ask her. If she didn't want to wear it, he would make an individual piece for her in the same style but a different color scheme. Bai Lian closed the door and, hearing his question, looked over at Ji Heng. Graduation pictures were also due in May. She calculated the time. "I can," Bai Lian replied to Ji Heng. Ji Heng was taken aback. He had thought Bai Lian would say no, but hearing her agreement, he smiled. "I thought you didn't like this kind of color scheme." "Not at all." Bai Lian put her backpack in her room and came out to fetch water. "I like them all, you can go ahead with confidence." After a moment of thought, she carried the water and squatted down beside Ji Heng. "Uncle Su said today that someone at Jiangjing Yunxiao Hotel was inquiring about you." Ji Heng's hand, holding a pencil, paused. After a moment of reflection, he shook his head. "It's nothing." Bai Lian observed Ji Heng's expression, which was almost as she expected. Those people had no ill intent. That meant there was nothing to worry about. Everyone has secrets. Both she and Ji Heng had theirs. Ji Heng never inquired about hers, and she wouldn't probe into his secrets either. Bai Lian stood up, carrying the water. Seeing that Bai Lian had only greeted him since entering and none else, Dean Jian became anxious. "Bai Lian, I see you also like the zither. Why won't you accept my suggestion?" "Where did you see that I like the zither?" Bai Lian asked lazily. "Just." As Dean Jian looked through the door at the zither on Bai Lian's table, he started. "You don't like it, yet you buy a zither for 288,000 yuan?" Zither were cheaper than pianos, and one worth 288,000 yuan was already considered a collector's item. Dean Jian knew of the exhibition at the time, but he hesitated and decided against visiting, fearful he might impulsively take the zither home. As the dean of the Jiangjing Music Academy, he didn't have such an amount in savings. Most of it went to supporting children learning the zither and some to charity donations. This 288,000 yuan was also a significant sum for him. He had not expected that upon his arrival at the Ji family residence, he would see the zither of his dreams sitting on Bai Lian's table. "Ah!" Bai Lian slowly lifted her head, looking at the cool zither on the table. 288,000 yuan? "You didn't know." Dean Jian was mid-sentence when he suddenly sneezed. Ji Heng put away his pencil and looked up at Dean Jian. Caught a cold? You should go back to your room to rest. I'm going to sleep too. Bai Lian returned to her room, poured the water into the wooden tub, carelessly let down her hair, and then picked up her phone. Chapter 412. Ji Heng's Secret, The Villain Causes Trouble Under 3. Took a photo of the Guzheng. By student, image, by student, 288W. Jiang Fulai selected, by student, image. To reply, you still take the best photos, teacher Jiang. Next time I'll let you take all the photos, Bai Lian. Dean Jian stayed in Xiangqing for several days. Because his era music had blown up, a lot of musicians had come to Xiangqing lately, all wanting to perform on the public stage in Xiangdong, among them some internet sensations. Many videos became viral, reaching a phenomenon level. The hype about Dean Jian gradually got overshadowed by these people, and he finally could step out of the Ji family to take a good look around the city's east side. Xiangqing Mansion. Jian Zhonghai hadn't managed to find Jian Zhongyo during this time and seemed to age years in an instant, his gaze filled with deep world weariness. He still refuses to see Miha. Your elder uncle might not know you're here, Jian's assistant comforted Jian Zhonghai. It's been so long he might have returned to Jiangjing, sighed Jian Zhonghai as he set down his chopsticks. Now that his spy in Jian Zongyi's camp had been exposed, getting information next time wouldn't be as easy. The Jian family was also getting ready to go back to Beijing. Outside the door, Jianji came in with 2 books in his arms, knowing his grandfather and father were about to return to Beijing and came to see them off. Jian's assistant glanced at Jianzhe. Is young Master Jianzhe really preparing for the graduate entrance exam? Yes. Jian's father quickly pulled Jianzhe over to Jian Zhonghai. Dad, look at Jian Rong's teacher. Jian Zhonghai didn't pay much attention to Jianzhe. He glanced casually at him. I will have someone send you a copy of Jian Rong's class material. Jianzhe looked down, not saying he didn't want it. Thank you, Grandpa. Looking at Jianzhe with frustration, Jian's father said, We are leaving tomorrow night. You make sure to come and see off your grandfather. You may not be as smart as others, but can't you at least learn to ingratiate yourself? Jianzhe scratched his head, about to leave for the library to read. No can do, he'll probably be at the milk tea shop at that time. He had gotten into the habit of reading there every day. Milk what milk? Jian's father twisted his ear. You must make sure you're there tomorrow. Meanwhile, at Beijing High School, in the principal's office. Xiaoke left in a hurry. His mentor called him into the lab. The genteel-looking woman brought New Year's gifts to Principal Li, smiling. She sent me to come see you. He's in the lab? Principal Li looked up abruptly. He was quite surprised. Although Bai Xiaoke was the Beijing top scholar back then, Principal Li knew he was still far behind those students from Jiangjing's affiliated middle schools, so it was unexpected that he found a mentor after only half a year at Jiangjing University. Such progress? Yes, but he's just started. No one else knows yet, except Jian Rong. You must know her, right? She and Xiaoke have been close friends for many years. Gui Yueqing was very polite. She lowered her head and picked up the teacup. I heard you and Xiaoqi's homeroom teacher visited Xiangqing? The incident with the Bai family hadn't looked good back then. Ji Mulan wasn't someone easy to deal with, and Principal Li was also aware of the situation with the 3 Bai children. Before the visit, Principal Li didn't know the person was Bai Lian, who had a significant connection with Bai Xiaoqi and Bai Xiaoke. To look into the school's situation, nodded Principal Li. After finishing a sip of tea, Gui Yueqing set down the teacup, her eyelashes drooping, seemingly offhandedly. As I recall, Ziying Cheng's teaching resources aren't that great, right? This was a fact, but after Bai Lian's scores came through last time, Beijing Education Bureau had allocated quite a lot of resources there. You see, Gui Yueqing said as she stood up, leaning slightly towards the principal, you are so busy, I won't disturb you any longer. After the visitor left, Principal Li looked at the large present laid out on his desk, a thin layer of sweat forming on his back. Are you sure? The person on the other end of the phone sounded very surprised. Principal Li took a deep breath. Gui Yueqing just wanted him to take a side. Our school's top scorer from last year just got resources from Jiangjing. Issue a notice, as of today, Beijing High School will no longer share resources with other schools. This had a lot of impact on other schools, but Beijing High School itself was unaffected. Jiangjing allocated some teaching resources to schools below it every year, based on the high school entrance examination scores, and Beijing High School almost enjoyed all the resources exclusively. If this announcement is issued in case some other school gets hold of the teaching resources before us in the future, we also won't be able to. The person on the phone hesitated. Don't worry, even if we hypothetically let someone else score higher than our top scorer, our school will still perform better than Xiangqing, Principal Li confidently stated, as every student in the international class was ranked in the top 100. The next day, Friday. Xiangqing Middle School always distributed synthesis and expansion papers every Friday, but today, there was not a single one. Teacher, Wang Qi raised his hand after the second chemistry class in the afternoon, asking the chemistry teacher, "Don't we have a comprehensive paper this week?" The papers for seniors were very important. The high school examination paper setters would create some new types of questions. The setters were in Jiangjing, and it was not easy to obtain their regular papers, along with some exercises meticulously researched by elite teachers from Jiangjing and the 4 major cities. There were almost 1 or 2 questions exactly the same every year. Tricky and novel, that was the reason all schools kept having their students work on these papers non-stop. But today was strange. It was the weekend, and yet not a single paper had been distributed. The chemistry teacher was very aloof. He looked at Wang Qi. "Do you want to do papers?" Wang Qi was astonished. "No." "Teacher, come to my office." The chemistry teacher, indifferent to his moans, turned and walked away. "I'll tear a couple of papers for you." Wang Qi, why did he have to talk so much? In the principal's office, the atmosphere was somber. After school in the afternoon, Bai Lian, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming, having learned about Beijing's news, he smoked a stack of cigarettes alone in the principal's office. The office was filled with smoke. Seeing the 3 students arrive, the principal opened the window to clear the smoke. He looked at the 3 students, afraid of disappointing them, yet finding it difficult to speak. "Starting this week, we won't have any extra expansion papers, and there won't be any for the next 2 joint tests either. You'll have to." These extra expansion papers were really important for Xiangqing Middle School. They were already behind in educational resources and access to information. "I know," Bai Lian nodded nonchalantly. The principal was taken aback. Beside Bai Lian, Tang Ming scratched his head. "Principal, is there anything else?" The principal had thought that when he brought up this matter, the 3 students might be upset, and the reaction could be intense. But he never expected them to react like this. The principal snuffed out his cigarette, took a long sigh, and said slowly, "Without the extra expansion papers, you won't get the new types of questions, and there will be a certain gap between you and other schools. We haven't provided you with the best." He tried to explain the situation clearly to them. Bai Lian only heard, "Without the new types of questions, there will be a certain gap between you and other schools," and looked up. You need new types of questions?" She reached into her backpack, pulled out a fairly thick workbook, searched a bit more, and then flipped out an error correction book. She handed it to the principal. Chapter 413, 161 Young Master Jiang. Haven't hugged yet today, second update, _1. Principal, we've worked through this book before, and I've marked all the worthwhile problems for Ning Xiao and the others. See if you can print it. Bai Lian placed her backpack on the table. One of the books was a problem set brought to her by Jiang Fulai from Jiangjing Affiliated Middle School this year. Most of the advanced problems were in their problem set. When Bai Lian and Ning Xiao worked on it, they marked all the useful problems individually. The other was new problem types they had excerpted from the Jiangjing University app, which were quite challenging. She had asked Jiang Fulai whether it was okay to show it to others, and upon hearing it was, she originally intended to give it to Yang Lin. Now, she directly handed it to the principal to photocopy the main problems for everyone. This way, Yang Lin had no reason to refuse. "What's this?" the principal asked in surprise, taking it. As he looked down, he saw the bold text, "Jiangjing Affiliated Middle School Current Students Problem Set, Snap." The cigarette but he held between his fingers dropped onto the table as he stared in shock at the problem set from Jiangjing Affiliated Middle School, undeniably the best middle school in the country. The affiliated middle school would invite teachers who set the college entrance exam papers to give lectures and devise practice problems and exams for the students. It could be said that the value of this problem set, especially for the current students, was extremely high. The principal looked up, his hands trembling as he flipped through the problem set. It was indeed from Jiangjing Affiliated Middle School, and he couldn't contain his joy. He sat down again and continued to peruse the book. "Principal," noticing that the principal kept flipping through the problem set without saying a word, Tang Ming couldn't help but called out, "Should we leave first?" The principal didn't lift his head but simply waved his hand, "Yes, yes." He continued reading. Tang Ming. Almost everyone thought Bai Lian and Ning Xiao's rapid progress in their grades had something to do with Biqing's problems. Little did they know, acquiring those problems was something Zhang Fulai or Dean Ma could do at the flick of a wrist. Their grades improved so quickly entirely because they had 2 human-shaped cheats. Milk tea shop. When Bai Lian arrived, Jianzhe was already there. The music inside the milk tea shop was playing Yen Lu's song. It was Friday, and there were many people queuing up to buy milk tea. But not as many people were buying cakes. Bai Lian took out her earphones and answered a phone call. "Recently, many people have contacted me," said Sister Xian on the phone, "asking if Teacher Bai Jian has any new songs to sell to them. They've offered a high price. One person in particular offered a whopping 5 million just for you to compose a guzheng piece, no lyrics needed." Yen Lu's last 2 songs had both been smash hits. The lyricist and composer were the same person. This bit of big news had just emerged in the entertainment circle, as everyone tried to dig up who Teacher Bai Jian was. This person appeared out of the blue and immediately propelled Yen Lu to an unattainable height for others. News of a genius in the songwriting circle quickly spread, and since these people couldn't find Bai Jian, they turned to Sister Xian as an alternative. Many sought Bai Lian for composition, but this was the first request for a guzheng piece. "I'm too busy," Bai Lian said as she sat by the window, put on her Bluetooth earphones, reached out to unzip her bag, and took out the reduced notation sheet from last time, "and don't bother telling me about these requests in the future." Writing songs for Yen Lu was because the client was Yen Lu. "Why don't you start a Weibo account?" Sister Xian suggested over the phone. "This is what the fans recommend. Your lyrics and compositions have attracted a large following." Weibo. Bai Lian sifted through her memory for the term, "Let's talk about it later." Right now, her main focus was on her studies. There's still so much to learn in chemistry and biology. Bai Lian ended the call, took out her notebook, and started writing new problems. During this time, Dean Jian sent her a WeChat message. "I bought a train ticket for tomorrow, Bai Lian. What time?" Dean Jian was leaving Xiangqing. "Are you really going to take the exam for Jiangjing University?" They had discussed this matter countless times, and Bai Lian couldn't be bothered to explain again. 1. Beijing. Bai Xiaoqi put down her pen, having just finished a phone call. Beside her, Song Min was staring at her, and after she ended the call, he asked, "How did it go?" "They disagreed," Bai Xiaoqi shook her head. "They didn't agree even with 5 million? Madame Song was surprised. Even the most indifferent person to fame and fortune wouldn't disregard 5 million, right? Bai Xiaoqi pressed on her temples and continued with the problems on the Jiangjing app. "I'm not sure." She had a lot on her mind lately. Her mother's return to the Bai family was halted, and because of the guzheng, she had fallen behind in her classes. She had almost no idea how to tackle the current problem. The pen nearly ripped through the paper. "Don't rush," Song Min comforted her from the side. "This problem is quite difficult to begin with. Even God Jian hasn't come up with an answer, and I haven't figured it out either. Don't get distracted because of Headmaster Jian's issue." He had become acquainted with Bai Xiaoqi early on because of the guzheng and later found out that she was part of the Bai family and Bai Shuk's sister, with impressive achievements in mathematics. Thinking of mathematics inevitably reminded Song Min of Bai Lian. Bai Shaoqi saw his thoughts drifting away and took a deep breath, bowing her head to continue working on the problem. I know. Song Min snapped back to reality. He pressed a hand to his forehead and continued to open the Jiangjing University app, clicked on a profile, and in less than half a year, he had already garnered over 2,000 followers. However, Ga Jian only followed one person. Song Min clicked to open the list of whom that person followed and saw a casual L. This L has to be a core figure from Jiangjing Laboratory. Bai Shaoqi watched him motionless for a while and couldn't help but glance over. To be mutually followed, Ga Jian must also be a core figure in the laboratory. Everyone knew this. Song Min nodded. His finger tapped to open the chat window with Bai Jian. Scrolling down from the top, he had sent many messages, while the other party had not read a single one. He couldn't help but send another message. Ga Jian, what are you busy with recently? Today, as always, Jiang Fulai came to pick up Bai Lian. Tomorrow, the two were supposed to meet Zhang Xiais. Jiang Fulai also had the day off and arrived early today, at 7, accompanying Bai Lian in homework until 9. During that time, he received a phone call. Jiang Fulai looked at the phone, furrowed his brows, not wanting to disturb Bai Lian's studying, so he went outside to take the call. On the other end was Su Nanjing. His voice was casual and flamboyant, with a hint of teasing. On behalf of your butler, I am tasked to collect your blood. I hope you won't be at the laboratory when I come. Jiang Fulai was not as resistant to this as before. He stood coldly outside the milk tea shop, his voice indifferent. Bring an extra collection tube. An extra tube? Su Nanjing on the phone sounded surprised. You need 2 tubes? Jiang Fulai, looking at the floor-to-ceiling window, had no interest in further banter with Su Nanjing. Yes. He hung up the phone. On the other end, Su Nanjing, heir to the Jiangjing Su family, stared at the phone that had been hung up, dumbfounded. He just hung up on me like that? Look at you. His mother glanced at him. It's quite normal for young Master Jiang to hang up on you. I remember the first time I went to see you study. What did he say? Su Nanjing, I've said it 100 times, bring your brain when you come. Thinking about this still made Mrs. Su laugh. The young master of the Su family had been as haughty as Jiang Shijue since he was young. No one at home could control him except for Jiang Fulai. Not to mention Su Nanjing, even Su Nanjing's father felt apprehensive around him. Even though Su Nanjing's father belonged to the same generation as Jiang Fulai's father, he dared not utter a word in front of the younger man. Hearing Mrs. Su mention this, Su Nanjing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now that I think about it, Mrs. Su suddenly spoke, isn't there a rumor that he has a girl? Su Nanjing tossed a peanut into his mouth. Seems like it, from Xiangqing, a high school senior. Ah. Mrs. Su was taken aback. A senior? That's rather young. Is she at the affiliated high school? When it comes to high schools in Jiangjing, the affiliated high school was the top institution with half of Jiangjing University's students hailing from there, so naturally, Mrs. Su would assume that the girl by Jiang Fulai's side was from that school. Su Nanjing gave her a look. She attends high school in Xiangqing. That's where they met. Today is Friday, and early in the morning, Jiang He went to Ji Heng's place along with Director Chen. Xiangqing? Mrs. Su had only recently come across this place. It was trending, but that didn't hide its remoteness on the outskirts. Will she come to Jiangjing in the future? I don't know. Jiang Fulai had kept things so secretive that Su Nanjing had learned of it only through hearsay. It seemed the girl's academic performance was quite ordinary. Passing the entrance exam for Jiangjing University would be a challenge for her. Would Jiang Fulai scold her when teaching her problems? Knowing nothing, Mrs. Su waved her hand in irritation. Remember to take a photo for me, bring over some practice problems. I don't know what kind of person she is. She was best friends with Jiang Fulai's mother. But what matters are the elders in Jiang family and the Gao family, Mrs. Su sighed. Given the status of the Jiang family, she could understand why Jiang Fulai kept information about the girl's secret. If this child truly came to Jiangjing, she wondered whether the Jiang butler would be able to protect her. The battles between the families in Jiangjing were fraught with danger, truly troublesome. You're worrying too much, she might not even manage to pass the exam. Su Nanjing raised an eyebrow. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Fulai returned to Bai Lian. Today is Friday, and early in the morning, Jiang He went to Ji Heng's place along with Director Chen. At 9, Jiang Fulai took Bai Lian back. I've given the practice problems to the principal. Although Jiang Fulai had said that she could do as she pleased, Bai Lian still told him, sitting in the passenger seat and fastening the seatbelt. Jiang Fulai tapped his fingers on the steering wheel, dressed in a white shirt today, glanced sideways as she buckled up, and said casually, "You may give them to whoever you want." The car slowly made its way towards Pura Street. Jiang Fulai got out of the car and escorted her inside. Stopping at the same bend as last night, Bai Lian paused there. Whenever Jiang Fulai escorted her, she would stop here and watch him leave first. Today, however, he just stood there silently without leaving. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow. "What's up? Going to take Jiang He back with you?" No. Jiang Fulai's figure was shrouded in shadows cast by the solar lights, his cold, distant features lowered. He softly said, "I didn't get a hug today." Chapter 414, 162 Affection, Looking for, First Shift, _1. The light was dim, and the only shadows cast on the wall were those swaying from the phoenix trees in the neighboring yard. Jiang Fulai slightly lowered his head, his voice still carrying its usual coolness at the end. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, and occasionally, snippets of conversation would drift over from the courtyard not too far away. He gently pulled Bai Lian toward him, embracing her lightly. His gaze swept past the black tips of her hair, the wooden hairpin shimmering slightly in the lamplight, and her slender, fair neck. Only this time, he rested his chin on Bai Lian's shoulder. He gently rubbed it against her shoulder. Down the alley, there was just a faint whiff of cool mint in the air, creating an atmosphere that was quiet yet somehow restless. All right, he let go, stepped back, and watched her for a moment, his shallow, pretty phoenix eyes bending ever so slightly. "Good night." In the courtyard, Ji Heng sat on the stone table, drawing design diagrams, while beside him, Jiang He held half an apple in one hand and a puzzle piece in the other, leisurely fitting pieces together. The nearby lamplights stretched their shadows long. Bai Lian opened the door and came in, her voice calm, "Grandpa, I'm back." She would always say this to Ji Heng every day when she returned home, and likewise before leaving the house, and Ji Heng would always wait up for her, no matter how late. "There's still tangyuan in the rice cooker," Ji Heng said, looking down at his paper, studying it for a while before finally making a stroke. Bai Lian set her school bag down in her room, served herself a bowl of tangyuan, and while eating, pulled out her phone. "A message from Su Wenyao. I asked a friend to find this new question bank for you." Su Wenyao. Image. The contents were all biology and chemistry. Thanks to Principal Huang's relay, he understood Bai Lian's weaknesses well, and these materials were not easy to come by. Su Wenyao, shall I send it to your school? Su Wenyao had been to Xiangqing and knew Bai Lian attended Xiangqing No. 1 high school. Bai Lian, you'll have someone pick it up from you tomorrow. Yen Lu had finished her scenes in Xiangqing and was off to Jiangjing to shoot the last segment, which should take a bit over a month to complete. Sun Chun and Xiaowu had gone to Jiangjing in the last couple of days, partly to deliver a contract to Yen Lu and partly to scout the traditional medicine market there. Now with traditional medicine on the decline, Xiaoqi was very ambitious. Speaking of which, Bai Lian turned to Sun Chun's WeChat, asking her to see Su Wenyao the next day. While eating the tangyuan, Bai Lian continued to check her phone non-stop. After watching her for a while, Ji Heng set down his pen, took out his own tobacco pipe, and said, "If you're eating, then don't study. You should balance work and rest." Bai Lian took a sip of soup, looked up, and asked, "Grandpa, what does wave-particle duality of light mean?" Ji Heng. He lowered his head, and pried out a piece of the puzzle that Jiang He had just put together, saying sternly, "You got this wrong here." Jiang He still had the apple in his mouth, watching wide-eyed as Ji Hung removed the piece he had just placed, and then forcefully squeezed it into a spot where it didn't belong. Jiang He, Saturday. Su Wenyao found some free time to visit the Su family. He happened to run into the hurried Wang director, who had just come back from abroad. Upon seeing Su Wenyao, Wang director's face sprouted a bunch of creases with a smile. Wenyao. Wang director, Su Wenyao was very polite to him but also quite distant. He headed straight for the elevator, leaving Wang director behind, who spit out a pa near the elevator doors. He had business left unfinished abroad, but upon hearing Chen Ye's news, he hurried back. However, the Su family remained tight-lipped about the matter, and he could not pry any information even from the lips of Mrs. Su. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and a middle-aged woman stepped out. "Oh, Wang director," the woman, followed by a secretary, looked spirited and efficient. "You're back from vacation. I'll have a drink with you another time. I need to go report to our old master." Wang director's face darkened. He recognized the woman. She was from the Ma family, the one he had lost a case to before. He had not expected that this time she would seize the opportunity at the wedding banquet. Getting to know Shinmin watching the woman's retreating figure, his smile twisted unnaturally. Who would have thought that in Su En's second marriage, he would marry someone unknown, yet manage to invite Shinmin and the Chen family? Upstairs. Su Wenyao was reporting to Su En about the laboratory situation in school. Ji Milan followed Su En, studying design, but also striving to get closer to the Su family. She understood a bit of what Su Wenyao was saying. Outside, Mrs. Su, leaning on her cane, entered. She knew that Su Wenyao would be coming to Zus today, so she came directly. "Wenyao, what's been going on with you and Shuyun lately?" "I have made things clear with her." Su Wenyao did not want to discuss this with Mrs. Su. Rubbing his forehead, he stood up. "Grandma, I still have to deliver exam materials to Alien's friend. I'll head downstairs first." Chapter 415, 162 Affection, looking for, first update, _2. He headed straight out the door. Su En and Ji Mulan didn't speak. Ji Mulan had no say in Su Wenyao's business, and Su En always refrained from restraining Su Wenyao, something that bothered the elder Mrs. Su greatly. The Qi family was among those she deemed most suitable. Bai Lian is also taking the college entrance exam this year, isn't she? Elder Mrs. Su brought up by Lian, looking toward Su En. "I heard from the Qi family that they can arrange for her to study at the affiliated middle school." The affiliated middle school wasn't one you could simply attend if you wished. The Qi family would expend a great deal of effort to get Bai Lian in. Hearing Elder Mrs. Su discussing this matter, Ji Milan clasped her hands tightly, visibly excited, as she quickly turned to Su En. Su En pondered for a moment. "I'll ask Alien." Bai Lian didn't have class today, so the reply came quickly. Seeing the response, Su En wasn't surprised. "Mom, you can tell the Qi family not to bother." "She's not coming?" Elder Mrs. Su was very surprised. But she wasn't really concerned about whether Bai Lian would come or not and didn't ask further, only watching Su En. "There aren't many days left until the college entrance exam. You two must take good care of Jiue." Su Jiue was the hope of the elder Mrs. Su, boasting even better grades than Su Wenyao had at the time. A top 3 rank is assured. The Su butler chimed in aptly from the side. "May the ancestors bless us." The elder Mrs. Su put down her cane, clasping her hands together, aiming for a national second place. Ji Mulan didn't understand much about the affiliated middle school, but her smile widened when Su Jiue was mentioned. What if she gets the top rank? At the mention of this, elder Mrs. Su gave Ji Mulan a glance, picked up her teacup, took a sip, and remained silent. Taking first place in the national exams isn't so easy. The Beijing top ranker is only around 50th nationally. A second-place rank would also be unprecedented for the Su family. Our highest was when young Master Wenyao ranked 12th, the butler explained with a smile. This year's top rank will definitely belong to someone from the Liang family. The betting pools have 82% staked on them. Was the Beijing top ranker really so undervalued? And the Liang family? Betting pools? What are these? Ji Mulan lowered her gaze, yet another realm she hadn't heard of. Downstairs. With cell phone in hand, Su Wenyao sent out a location, then waited by the sidewalk. He was dressed in a black wool overcoat, with a white sweater underneath, a gentle complexion, tall with long legs, and a black scarf around his neck. His eyes scanned through the crowd. He had met Bai Lian's friends before. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming both had the air of top students. This one would likely be the same. Soon, his sight landed on a woman in black thigh-high boots, leather pants, a tight sweater, and draped in a long cotton coat with the zipper undone. Frosted fingertips held a cigarette, wavy hair, and fiery red lips, a kind of decadently beautiful. Despite the overt and bright beauty, she gave off a fragile vibe as if she'd shatter with a mere touch. Beside her stood a spirited young man with red hair. Su Wenyao hadn't yet connected these two with Bai Lian's friends. It wasn't until the woman stopped in front of him, looked him up and down, pulled out her phone to compare and then, with a hitch of her lips, said, "You're the friend delivering something to Miss Bai?" Su Wenyao glanced at her, then nodded, "Yes, Su Wenyao." He extended his hand, politely intending to shake hands. Sun Chun glanced at the seal on his bag with Jiangjing University's logo, then at his clean hands, and smiled without raising her hand. By her side, Hong Mao eagerly grasped Su Wenyao's hand. "Mr. Su, right? Hello, you can just give me the sister stuff." He took the items meant for Bai Lian. Bai Lian's two friends were truly odd. Su Wenyao watched the pair walk away. Screech, a red sports car stopped in front of him. Qi Shuyun stepping out from the driver's seat, removing her sunglasses. "Su Wenyao, are you breaking up with me over that woman just now?" Su Wenyao returned to his senses, looking at Qi Shuyun, Xiangqing. At noon, the coffee shop on the first floor of the library wasn't very crowded. When Ming Dongheng entered, Bai Lian was unusually lying on the table, asleep. He lightened his footsteps and stood about 2 meters away from the table, looking at Jiang Fulai hesitantly. Jiang Fulai was sitting beside Bai Lian, looking down at her. After spotting Ming Dongheng, he gently moved his chair and walked towards him. Ming Dongheng, holding his phone, tried to lower his voice as much as possible. "Mr. Su has arrived in Beijing. The butler said you shouldn't go to the research base for the next few days." Jiang Fulai stood by the door, his gaze fixed in the direction of Bai Lian. From this angle, he could see her exposed profile. The coffee shop was dimly lit on the inside, and her skin was excessively pale. Her long eyelashes cast a shadow on her eyelids. It was obvious she wasn't sleeping peacefully, her brows were tightly furrowed. He wondered if she also slept like this at night. Jiang Fulai thought quietly to himself. "What fragrance has the butler always used?" Jiang Fulai asked Ming Dongheng. "Ming Dongheng?" The topic changed so suddenly, and before he could reply, Jiang Fulai had raised another new topic. Ming Dongheng looked up, bewildered. "Should I ask?" "Yes." Jiang Fulai straightened and returned to sit beside Bai Lian. Ming Dongheng curiously looked at Bai Lian. This was the first time he had seen her asleep in public. Though Bai Lian seemed indifferent and careless about everything, deep down, she was extremely observant of these etiquettes. Perhaps he had stared for too long. Ming Dongheng felt a chilling gaze upon him and abruptly looked up, meeting Jiang Fulai's pale but incredibly dangerous eyes. He jerked into alertness. He quickly turned and fled the scene. What business did he have staring at Miss Bai? "Mr. Xiaoming." Tang Ming happened to bring over 2 cups of milk tea just then. Seeing Ming Dongheng in this state, he was puzzled. Do you need a doctor?" Ming Dongheng wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, expressionless. "There's no need." Tang Ming shrugged, and as he turned, he mimicked Ming Dongheng's, "There's no need," then muttered softly, "So cool." He went inside, saw that Bai Lian was still asleep, and carefully placed the 2 cups of milk tea beside Jiang Fulai. Bai Lian continued to sleep. Ever since her father and brothers had died, she had hardly had a good night's sleep. Her dreams were full of blood-stained hands crawling out of yellow sand, the faces of her father and brothers dying with their eyes open, the Bai family army all dying in battle, alone and unsupported. Ever since she'd met Ji Mulan, The person she dreamt about most was her mother. She repeatedly tried to recreate these scenes in her dreams. Ji-hung always thought she was a young person full of energy who didn't need to sleep. Bai Lian moved her hand slightly and slowly opened her eyes. Jiang Fulai's slender finger was pressing on the book, and he looked down at her, his brow slightly furrowed. He spoke in a somewhat low voice, frowning, "Did my page-turning wake you?" Her vision was blurry for only a second before becoming clear. She propped herself up on the table and sat up, casually rubbing her wrist. "No, I'm just a light sleeper." Her voice was as languid as ever. Jiang Fulai, with one hand, tore the plastic wrap off the milk tea straw, thrust the straw into the cup lid, and elegantly pushed the milk tea toward Bai Lian. "Clear your head." Meanwhile, Pura Street, in Ji Heng's courtyard, the gate was open. Ji Heng was drawing, and next to him, a woman in her 30s was embroidering. She was working on the hem pattern for the 15th class girls' skirts. There was a large quantity to do, and Ji Heng, worried he might not meet the deadline for the kids, had specifically asked the woman from next door, Mrs. Liu. The door was tapped gently 2 or 3 times. "Hello." Ji Heng looked up and saw 2 strangers standing at the door. He put down his pen and got up. "Who are you looking for?" The slightly older person on the left lifted his head and smiled. "Young master, long time no see." Chapter 416. Miss Bai, who has no particular background, 163, second update, _1. The old man looked much older than Ji Heng, with silver hair and a black hat. He must have just arrived in Xiangqing, still holding a thick coat in his hands. Ji Heng squinted his eyes, looking at the old man's face, and finally found him in the somewhat blurry memories. "Butler Liu." He spoke. Behind him, Mrs. Liu, seeing that Ji Heng had a visitor, put down her needle and stood up uneasily. "Uncle Ji, you're busy here, so I'll go home and cook." Once she left, Ji Heng stepped aside to let the 2 in. Butler Liu silently observed the entire courtyard. Ever since he heard about Ji Heng, he had been tirelessly searching for him, aware that Ji Heng might be living poorly, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. This dilapidated scene was nothing like he had imagined. Ji Heng poured a cup of tea for the 2 and invited them to sit at the stone table, then picked up his smoking pipe. "What do you want from me?" Back at Yunshao Hotel, Ji Heng had anticipated that they might come looking for him. He hadn't expected that they would find his address in such a short amount of time. Upon hearing this, Butler Liu looked up, pondered for a long while, and said, "Do you intend to let your descendants stay here forever?" Ji Heng was also Mu Heng. He lit his cigarette, glanced at Butler Liu. He wasn't born in these times. His mother was a concubine of the Mu family, and he was the illegitimate eldest young master of the Mu family. Hearing Butler Liu's words, he fell silent. Ji Mulan had escaped Xiangqing for this very reason, while Ji Xiaojun and Ji Xiaorong had never gone against Ji Heng's wishes, always staying in Xiangqing dutifully. After a while, Ji Heng spoke. "What's happened to the Mu family?" Butler Liu wasn't surprised by his sharpness and slowly said, 16 years ago, there was an experiment lab under the Snow Mountain, and the Mu family had the fortune to join, so the second young master sent the core members, but the mountain collapsed." Ji Heng was taken aback. He hadn't inquired about the Mu family for many years and had thought it was still the same. "None returned?" "Yes," Butler Liu said with a rueful smile. "It seems only one person miraculously survived after being buried for 3 days. As for who it was, that was a secret beyond their clearance." "I have 2 sons and a daughter," Ji Heng said quietly, slowly lighting his tobacco, taking a deep drag. "If you can protect them, then go and contact them. You can rest assured about this matter. I will arrange everything. You needn't say more," Butler Liu said, afraid that Ji Heng still harbored some grudges. After all, he had even changed his last name, but he hadn't expected him to agree so readily and decisively. At night, in a private dining room, Shin Qing followed nervously behind Ji Xiaojun. "Who are we going to meet exactly?" "I don't know." Ji Xiaojun, with a drawing board under his arm and some paint on his clothes, frowned. "Let's talk inside." Upstairs, through a half-open window, someone watched them. Is this the eldest young master's son? The burly man beside Butler Lu frowned as he looked at Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing. The eldest young master was from a reputed family, but his son looked so. Especially that lady. She was quite different compared to the young masters and young ladies back at home. Yes, Butler Lu sighed. Xiaojia, we can't help it. The old master is not well now. He only has this one brother, and he hasn't touched any of the eldest young master's assets over so many years. Even without this incident, that wealth should be managed by the eldest young master. He had anticipated that with Ji Heng never having left Xiangqing for half his life, even if his descendants could develop further, how far could they really go? But he studied painting. How will he manage to find someone to manage these assets? Xiaojia lowered his head, counting the names. The others left are Ji Xiaorong, Ji Mulan, and Ren Wanxian by Lian. There wasn't a single person with the surname Mu. After he finished all the names, these 2 sons and a daughter, none were into scientific research. He looked at Butler Lu. Should we consider other people? If not painting, then it was designing. Not to mention scientific research, even finance was beyond them. The butler inwardly despaired. Let's start by teaching Ji Xiaojun how to handle the eldest young master's assets. He remembered when Ji Heng left Jiangjing, Ji Xiaojun should have had some memories. His understanding would definitely be different from the others, but the person he married. There's also a granddaughter and a granddaughter-in-law. Xiaojia spoke up. Hearing they were girls, Butler Lu waved his hand dismissively, not concerned as from the very start, he hadn't even checked up on Bai Lian and the others. Among the entire Mu family, there wasn't a single precedent of a female in scientific research. She was dressed in a white sweatshirt, its collar a brown cross-neck embroidered with faux frog closures, a lazy black cat stitched on the left chest, and auspicious patterns on both sleeves. Her jet black hair was entirely coiled up, held by 2 wooden hairpins slantingly inserted at the back of her head. Grandpa! Bai Lian lowered her eyes and greeted Ji Heng respectfully. Ji Heng nodded with his tobacco pipe in hand, not introducing the butler to her. If Ji Heng didn't say anything, Bai Lian also wouldn't ask. Seeing Bai Lian's arrival, the butler swallowed the words he was about to say and started chatting idly with Ji Heng. Bai Lian found a spot on the carpet to sit and placed her backpack on the coffee table. She lazily pulled out a chemistry practice book from the unzipped bag and began working on it. Xiaojia and the butler cast a glance after hearing Shen Qing's voice, their eyes catching the title of Bai Lian's book, a basic chemistry textbook. The butler asked Shen Qing a few questions on the side. Shen Qing replied with an embarrassed smile. During the lunch, hardly anyone spoke. Bai Lian sat on her chair, eating with her head bowed. The butler looked at her posture and was quite surprised. He didn't expect that in the entire Ji family, aside from Ji Heng, it was Bai Lian who had mastered the etiquette thoroughly. He was momentarily amazed but didn't dwell on it too much, as he had already heard that Bai Lian was now living with Ji Heng. That wasn't unexpected then. After the meal, Bai Lian made a call to Jiang Fulai before leaving. Grandpa, uncle, auntie. Bai Lian picked up her backpack and waved to them. I'll be leaving first. She was very polite. Shen Qing, carrying a glass of milk, saw her out. Where is she going? The butler, prompted by her etiquette, asked an additional question. She must be going to the library, Shen Qing said with unexpected pride when talking about Bai Lian. Alien is a very good student. The butler, naturally recalling the basic questions from before, gave Shen Qing a polite nod, extremely courteous. That's very nice, you have a wonderful niece. They had met many geniuses in Jiangjing over the years. In the days when the Mu family was powerful, there were elite members who had access to the core experimental labs. As for Shen Qing's mention of good grades, the butler just smiled. Jiang Fulai's residence. Master Su. Ming Donghen poured a cup of tea for the man on the sofa. The man on the sofa had bold and prominent features and always had a faint smile on his face. He leaned back in his chair, looking around. Xiaoming, has young Master Jiang gone to the lab again? No. Ming Dongheng said with a cool expression. Look at you, Su Nanjing smiled. Being so serious for what reason? After half a year, have you grown distant from your brothers? You are speaking word by word. Who did you learn that from? Right, Su Nanjing remembered something. The UFC white vest, isn't it around here? The news of an Asian joining Dongwu and entering UFC had caused a sensation 2 months ago. Upon mentioning this, Ming Dongheng's spirit lifted. Yes, Mr. Bai occasionally fights private bouts in the arena. After exchanging a few words without seeing Jiang Fulai, Su Nanjing asked, Where on earth is he? Ming Dongheng looked at Su Nanjing. The young master went to pick someone up. Su Nanjing, with a lazy stretch of his legs on the coffee table, upon hearing this, fiddled with his earring. Wait, what did you say? Pick someone up? What do those 2 words have to do with Jiang Fulai? Is it about killing someone or picking someone up? He looked at Ming Dongheng's expression and a person slowly surfaced in his mind. Do you mean he went to pick up the Bai girl? Ming Dongheng glanced at Su Nanjing but didn't speak. The implication was clear. Su Nanjing raised his hand. He had heard of Bai Lian too, and had even discussed her with his mother, aware of the basic situation. She was from Xiangqing, and Jiang Fulai had not gotten her into the affiliated high school. He originally thought Jiang Fulai would keep her hidden a while longer, yet now it seemed they were about to meet. Su Nanjing broadcasted live to his mother. About to see her soon. Mother, the girl is from Xiangqing, be polite to her, and don't frighten her with that attitude of yours. Su Nanjing shrugged. His mother had cautioned him repeatedly last night, and he too was curious what kind of person she was after all. He couldn't even imagine what Jiang Fulai picking someone up would look like. Just thinking about it gave him chills. Are you sure she's from Xiangqing? Su Nanjing, tapping his fingers on his knee and sitting up straighter, became much more serious, anticipating that Jiang Fulai was indeed serious. Ming Dongheng nodded. Miss Bai is at Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Su Nanjing pondered. Seeing Jiang Fulai's attitude now, it indeed seemed like a difficult situation. It looked like his mother's concerns were justified. It was truly going to be a bit of effort. He thought for a moment, then took out his phone again. Su Nanjing. Mom, how about we sneak someone into our lab? This girl was a no-background wallflower, the sort that if you didn't pay attention, would be swallowed whole by those people, bones and all. As he was thinking, the sound of brakes came from outside. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.